What's up, Level Uppers? So the Level Up Show, episode 297, take 3. This is a gaming dedicated talk show on every Sunday or every other Sunday or once a month, whatever we feel like doing, at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm one of your co-hosts, Andrew. I make the show Midori, and I'm joined tonight by two individuals. We got the tech guru himself, Agent Vincent 4756. And on top of that, we also have Jersey Tom joining us this week.
Ooh,
Jersey Tom, how you doing, man?
Oh, hey, everybody.
Oh, hey, man.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. It's going to be a very special night. We needed to get more than just Vince this week because we're going to be doing The Last of Us Part 2 Spoilercast. Both Vince and Tom have finished it, and of course you guys saw that I finished it. So the more opinions, especially on a game like this, the better, because I think all three of us are in a little bit of a different camp, and I know a lot of people in the chat are in a different camp when it comes to this game. So it's somewhat polarizing title. So I think we're going to have a really good discussion tonight.
That's a nice way of putting it.
Yes. Yes, let's put it that way. We're going to be very calm. We're going to be very collected. We're going to be very civil to each other discussing this game because it's one of those hot topics. Even though it's been 2 months, I feel like maybe we've allowed enough time for everybody to calm down, calm their shit when it comes to this game. But we're gonna wait, right? We're gonna wait until the last half of the show to get into that, so that there is a clear delineation. Hey guys, if you don't want spoilers on The Last of Us Part 2, now is your time to exit, because there's a really great show prior to that as well. We've got to talk about DC fandom. We've got a lot of great level update stories. So this is a jam-packed show tonight, and so it's a great reason to have two great community members on the show with Vince and Tom. Guys, thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having us.
Absolute pleasure to be with you and Level Uppers.
Yes. Since we always have Vince on here, I'm going to start with you, Tom. How's your week going? What have you been playing? What's going on in your life?
Me? Well, this week I turned 32, so that was fun.
Happy birthday, man.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, man. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, it was a nice. I mean, I was stuck working the DNC this week, so that was a hell of a way to spend my birthday. But currently just going through Ghost of Tsushima right now over on my channel, and hopefully getting into Cuphead and a couple of other things soon. But other than that,
you don't have to say it that way, Tom. Over on my channel, let's just do the plug here. Come on, guys. Jersey_Tom. Everybody give him that follow right now. He's being shouted out in the chat, of course, as he should be. But everybody
also,
give Vince
brand
and Tom that
new
follow.
affiliate on Twitch on top.
Yes. Congratulations, man.
And once again, I have to thank you, Andrew, for your support and your help, and the people in the chat who have followed as well. You guys have been amazing. So thank you guys so much for getting to that point. It is now time for me to actually put some friggin' effort into my channel. So thank you guys so much.
Once you hit affiliate, it really lights a fire under your ass, I feel.
Yes.
At the least affiliate, especially once you hit partnership. But really, nowadays, the difference between partnership and affiliate, it's not that crazy. You can still do a lot as far as like the business side of things being an affiliate. So I'm excited to see what you do, man.
Right. Well, thanks, man. But yeah, that's pretty much my week.
How you feeling about Ghost of Tsushima? I'm still kind of chipping away at it. I'm not going to finish the game. I think most people watching the channel know that I think it's a very polished, well put together game, but just not something that's really gripped me. So not like The Last of Us did, not like 7 Remake did. So I'm curious how it has grabbed you, if at all.
Yeah, I can understand how people can feel that way, because I know a lot of people felt the same way about Days Gone. And it's very much in kind of that same way, where because of the open world nature of it, because it's very much a very well tread area of gameplay. I mean, it's not really moving the needle unless you really love the katana combat. Like, I don't see that too many people are going to be necessarily grabbed just by gameplay alone. Currently, I'm still on the first province,
Me too.
on the first part of the island, so I haven't.
And I'm like 20 hours into the game.
Yeah, I haven't even left yet, and I know there's still plenty of side missions that I want to do, because you and I seem to play games very similarly, where we just want to hit every nook, every cranny of every area. We want to make sure that it's all done. That way we're OP by the time we get to the final boss.
It's just that we're thorough and everybody else isn't. We're real gamers, Tom, is what it comes down to.
Hashtag real gamer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thorough gamers, me and Tom,
Wow.
playing games the right way.
I already feel
As
attacked.
was intended.
If you're not
I already
putting
feel
40
attacked.
plus hours into Last of Us Part 2, you're not playing the game right.
That's
Come
right.
on now. Come on.
Yeah, sorry.
As we'll
Sorry.
talk about later on. We're gonna keep it civil though. We're gonna keep it civil.
Let's
Well,
hope.
I'm glad you're enjoying it though. It sounds like it's not, lighting you on fire like some. I know Farsender has it as one of his favorite games of the year, for instance. What about you, Vince? I never really heard your final feelings on Ghost of Tsushima.
Well, I never finished it, and because I'm putting it off for a PS5 playthrough.
Right.
Because I got the second province. I got about like maybe halfway through the game, and I actually had like a work week that kind of just interrupted that, and that's one of my things. Like if I get interrupted on a game, it's very hard for me to go right back into it. So like when I went back to it after a week, I was just like, what's going on? I have no idea what's going on right now. But I enjoyed it. I actually really liked the combat, to be honest. And open world games are more my favorite genre of game to play.
Yeah.
So I actually thought it's a really well done game. But after playing part 2, it's always hard to compare a lot of games. And I went that right back to back. Essentially, was part 2 right into Ghost. So that was hard.
It did hurt the game for me. It really did. I have to say, 7 Remake, which might be my favorite game that I've played this generation. Not saying it's the best game I've played, but just my favorite to play this generation. Followed by what I think is probably the best game of the generation, as we'll discuss later on. Spoiler for my feelings on it. Last of Us Part 2. It's kind of a high bar there. It really did hurt the game, and it makes me wonder what they were thinking, actually. Releasing that game a month after Last of Us Part 2. This generation was topped off. I guess that would be the opposite. It was closed off with such an amazing game for most people. At the least, it's a 93, 94 on Metacritic, critically acclaimed game. It would have been a great close to the PS4 generation. Why not save Ghost of Tsushima a couple months and make it this amazing PS5 launch title? Because coming after Last of Us, it's like, oh man, I don't know how I feel about that in comparison to Last of Us or 7 Remake. But if that were to start off the PS5 generation, people would be going nuts over it.
Yeah, I feel like what happened with that, though, is that they revealed it, and there was that whole stigma of like, it's not a PS4 game, this is going to be a PS5 game. So I think there was a lot of that was going on with it. Plus, I think Sucker Punch is going to be breaking a little bit more new ground for them with the new Legends mode. So I think that's actually kind of what's throwing what they got in there a little bit first there, too. I will say, though, if you haven't tried Lethal, the difficulty, try Lethal. I only played it for about like an hour just doing that, and it was immediately impressed on how much better even the combat felt from there. I mean, 2 sword swings and people were dead. And it feels much more like a dance at that point. And there's just something about that really clear. It's almost like a Sekiro. Like it gets really close to that type of vibe, and it's just like, oh man. But yeah,
I think there's already a pretty good challenge even on hard. I think I'm playing on hard. And pretty good challenge here and there. I'm with you. I enjoy the combat. When you get into the zone, feels nice. The animations are a little bit stilted, but I feel like that's intentional. It's kind of like Metal Gear Solid 5, for example, where the animations aren't really great, but it's in service of smoother mechanics and tighter control over your character. So I'm totally fine with that. I just feel like for me personally, I'm not at all gripped by the characters or the story. It just feels like Mongols bad, kill Mongols, and a whole bunch of stories of, oh, Mongols killed this person. It's just vengeance. And that can be somewhat compelling. I mean, Last of Us Part 2 is about vengeance. It's just, maybe that's exactly why that is such a nuanced tale of vengeance in Last of Us Part 2, and I just was so invested in both perspectives in that game, whereas so far, granted I'm still early, first province like Vince, it hasn't at all got into that level for me. Not even close. I mean, I find myself a lot of times just focusing on the chat and not even paying attention so much to what is going on in some of these tales.
It's unfortunately it's another factor of the fact that it's another one of those games where your main character is not nearly as interesting as everybody else around him. And you're constantly like, I understand that this is supposed to be my avatar, this is who I'm supposed to be, but you can tell that there is a story with Jin, but it's never hits any sort of crescendo. At least early on, you're not really getting too much of his personality, aside from like everybody else who's like a million times more interesting.
Yeah, he's pretty boring. I gotta say.
I will say that's actually where the second half, after you go to the next province, that's actually where his character starts to really flourish, because that's when you go back to the home estate, and that's kind of when the transformation starts happening. Okay. And there's definitely, like Jin is actually my new favorite character, because of the English voice actor and how he presents him. I can see where you guys are coming from. From the very first province, he doesn't do much, but when you start moving past the story and you get to the second province, his character is amazing. Like,
Okay.
definitely, I almost kind of punches above his weight, from what I've seen, and how he just emotes and how he actually does the voice lines, and especially with some of the more side quests that happen near the Sakai estate. Really, really good stuff. And
Yeah,
it
let me
really
make it clear. I
fleshes
think
him
the
out.
voice acting is very strong throughout the game. Like Jin, he is what he's supposed to be
Yeah.
in that first act so far, and I have no problem with the voice actor or any of the side characters as well. And also on top of that, the facial motion capture is really well done, especially for an open world game. So I would say, yeah, they're doing really well. It's a very polished, very technically advanced title. One of the best looking games of the generation. I think for me, the best character of the game right now is the world. If
Oh,
that's
yeah.
kind of cheesy to say,
Oh,
but
100%, yeah.
That's 100%.
that's the best character of the game. Beautiful world, really taking it all in and having those moments where they allow you to take it in, whether it be the haikus or just getting to a fox den that's at the top of this mountain and having being able to overlook it as it pulls out and you see all of the colors. The game does not shy away at all from saturated colors in this world that
does
can be
not.
somewhat drab and dark at times. It has a lot of great contrast. I will say sometimes a little bit too much contrast from a visual perspective. I almost want to turn it down. I feel like they went almost surreal here and there with how much bloom or how much exposed the lighting can be at certain points. I'm like, this is a little too much actually. So that would be like a minor complaint of mine when it comes to a visual touch that they decided to go with in the game. But yeah, I really do enjoy the world a lot, and I find myself appreciating taking back certain areas and destroying the Mongol camps and feeling like I'm, bringing peace to the area. I do appreciate that in the game.
Yeah.
So
No,
yeah.
it's fun.
I'm not going to finish it, but I think that it's a very strong title, and I'm not surprised that there are a lot of people in the chat that think it's fantastic. Another great game at the last year of the PS4 generation. Just unbelievable. Have 7 Remake, The Last of Us Part 2, and Ghost of Tsushima. And then on top of that, like Persona 5 Royal, we can add that too, I guess. Like, what a crazy final year for PS4. They really did an amazing job.
Yeah, great job by them to end it out like that.
Especially considering, right, that it kind of feels like they held back, actually. They have been setting up so many of these studios for PS5 to have what is rumored to be the best first year ever in PlayStation history. And we keep hearing that. We'll have to wait and see if it actually comes to fruition and if we all feel the same way. But I have to say, based on what all these rumors are saying and some of the stuff we'll get into later on, I'm sure, it might be true. This might be the best PlayStation launch year I've ever seen. Usually they're actually not that strong. Their first
Well, you
year.
know what? It's going to depend a lot on how these games actually are at the end of the day. Are they fun to play? Are they really starting to show why I needed to push the limit and decide to go and purchase a PS5? So I think it's gonna take us a year to figure that out. But they're certainly giving it a lot of hype, and I'm excited to see if they can actually hit it.
Yeah, we're gonna ride some of that hype train later on with the rumors that are going around this week. We got a good show tonight, guys. Very good show. Let me do a real quick Spiel Druckmann, especially Spiel Druckmann tonight with The Last of Us Part 2 Spoilercast. Guys, once again, welcome to the show. We got Neens in the room. Welcome, Neens. Oscar Calls here. Brett, Thunder is Quiet, Far Sendor, Nine Fox, who screwed up the show. How dare you? And many others. Daredevil. Every single person that's here, appreciate you. We've already had some support. Jersey Tom, guest tonight, coming in with his sub. Agent Vincent coming in tonight with his sub. I'm actually going to start the stream timer right now because the stream timer is active tonight. Subs, tips, and cheers extend the length of the stream. If we have time after all of this is said and done, I'll play some Fall Guys. Why not?
Fall Guys.
We're Fall Guys. So even though you can't see this stream timer up, we've already had 7 minutes of extension. Another 53 minutes can be added on with subs, tips, and cheers. And of course, anything worth $5 or more will get you a spin of the prize wheel. We have a couple dedicated segments where we will get to those wheel spins that we already have queuing up for y'all. All right, and with that, how about we get into the official non-gaming portion of the show, ladies and gentlemen. It's called The Level Up Show Has No Game. We're doing more than just 3 non-gaming topics this week though. I'm going to say right now, we're going to give a little more time to DC fandom because we can't get through all the stuff that was announced there in just 3 minutes. All right, guys, are you ready?
let's do it.
So ready.
Let's do this. First up in Has No Game. Tenet's first reviews are in. Not too many, right now, considering COVID. I think a lot of people aren't seeing the movie. So it's kind of a tepid launch of reviews on Rotten Tomatoes. But I rounded up 6 of them for you here. First up, a 3 out of 4. Nolan is the sort of filmmaker who captures our imaginations for what could be possible, which is something that feels important right now. Number 2, a 3 out of 5. Great movies always time travel, living with you beyond the closing credits, carried into the future. With Tenet, 150 minutes passed harmlessly, but the film left my head before I took off my face mask. Another 3 out of 5, saying if Nolan has out-Nolaned himself, it's then the action set pieces which, despite being of head-scrambling technical intricacy, are sharper than Occam's razor and carried off with astonishing economy. A 4 out of 5, to point out that Tenet has flaws feels ungrateful. It's like slagging off Santa. But I confess, some of the yik-yakking vis-a-vis physics, metaphysics, and so on made me sleepy. Those quibbles aside, Tenet is an eye-popping, groundbreaking blast. Next one didn't have a score, but said, seek it out, if only to marvel at the entertainingly inane glory of what we once had and are in danger of never having again. And finally, a lower review here, a 2 out of 5, that says, the world is more than ready for a fabulous blockbuster. It's a real shame Tenet isn't it. I think it's still in the 80s on Rotten Tomatoes. I could be wrong on that. So overall, pretty great scores. A little lower than maybe I expected. What about you guys? What do you think?
Yeah, it sounds a little bit lower from what I was reading, and I was like, huh. But again, it's Nolan. I feel like he's either kind of one of those people you either love him or you absolutely kind of despise his movies, And
if you're somebody that doesn't like the Nolan-ness of it
Yeah.
all, this movie like doubles down. Like he goes full Nolan. I'm not
Right.
sure he should ever go full Nolan, but he goes full Nolan in this film. So I think if you had a problem with Inception because it was too, I don't know, cluttered and too much exposition to explain it all, I think that's what this movie is going to be as well. It might not be for you. I'm still excited, but no way am I going to the theater to make this happen. Tom, would you ever go to the theaters right now? Even if a movie had 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, would you go to the movie theaters right now?
Hell no.
No.
I would
Yeah.
not. I mean, your first option right there is correct. It could be the best movie ever made, and I am not going to go see it in theaters.
Yeah.
But you know what? It does seem like exactly as you guys were saying. This seems like that this is Christopher Nolan like just leaning so far into his id that you were just getting like pretty much like the basic like what you would expect like the Michael Bay-ist of most of Michael Bay movies. Like you're getting that in like the Nolan version of that, which is a lot of great action set pieces, amazing special effects, great sound design, all those other things, but the story is probably going to be extremely pretentious.
Bonkers bananas.
Yeah, they're going to be hitting you over the head with all of these big brain concepts that all of us smooth brains are just too dumb to get.
That's me. I'm just too dumb to get it.
But
let's move on here.
Dumb.
Disney Plus supposedly might be adding an adult section, and when I say adult, I don't mean porn. I just mean, hey, probably a section for like Deadpool
but why not though?
or something. Why not? We got this covered, right? There's no denying that Disney Plus is great value for your money, with the studio's entire back catalog of animated classics available at the push of a button, along with their hugely lucrative stream of live-action remakes. Not to mention countless TV shows and big-name properties like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Star Wars, The Simpsons, and Pixar. Sounds like I'm shilling right now. Hamilton may have given them the most watched title across any streaming platform in July, but with the exception of the upcoming exclusive release of $200 million blockbuster Mulan, there's a relative dearth of high-profile original content to be found on Disney Plus, or any sort of content for that matter that appeals to older audiences once they've worked their way through the major titles. Having acquired Fox in a multi-billion-dollar takeover, the Mouse House's quest for total domination of popular culture continues, and they've picked up the rights to some major franchises that don't exactly seem to fit their family-friendly remit. However, trusted insider Grace Randolph has claimed that Disney Plus could soon be adding a whole host of more mature Fox and Touchstone content that would be locked behind a parental control. So the idea is that you would choose your PIN code, and I guess the entire adult section, you just enter in your PIN code and it would unlock it. I'm all for this, 100% all in on this. Anything that'll add more content to Disney Plus, I'm all in for.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, I'm down for it. Yeah. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't. I get why they wouldn't because of the whole family brand thing, but they have most of the major horror IPs now, considering they took over Fox. So, like, I mean, it just seems like it makes more sense to do that, to start adding to Disney Plus. They're not anywhere else, you know. So I don't know.
And they have in some of their acquisitions and just in general, I think a lot of people don't realize the branches of Disney that aren't, under the Disney name. They don't have Disney in the title, and I don't know off the top of my head, but there are a lot of different, I don't know if you guys know any yourselves.
Yeah, there's the big one back in the day that everybody would talk about would be Miramax.
Right.
Because they released Dogma.
The Crying Game.
The Crying Game. So and now they have access to things like Unbreakable, Apocalypto.
Right.
So they have all this content.
Never Been Kissed.
It never been kissed. And as Enemy of the State with Will Smith, and that's all. These are all Touchstone movies. But as Vince mentioned, they have Predator and Alien now.
That's
why
true.
are you
I
not
forgot
doing
about that.
something with those?
Yeah, there you go. Come
why
on,
are those
man.
not on Disney? I want my Predator icon on my Disney profile.
Let me watch Alien and Aliens back to back on Disney.
Exactly.
I'm all in on that.
Alien
that would
Queen,
be amazing.
Disney Princess, as we all know.
Exactly.
Yes. The best of them all. So that's exciting. I hope this actually comes to fruition. And now, let's get to the big movie news of the week. DC fandom happened yesterday. It was a whole host of movies that were there. We're going to start off with one of the early ones in the day, Justice League, The Snyder Cut. A movie that only exists because of a perfect storm of so many things. The meme itself, COVID, and really, I think, just in general, I think production right now, it made sense. Money was there on the table because of everything going on in the world right now. How did you guys feel about this trailer?
I liked it, except for Hallelujah being played again. I know he loves his Hallelujah, but
yeah, Watchmen, man, which was kind of a cringy scene in that movie.
It was a very cringy scene, but it's weird to me. I think it's actually really impressive. He can cut a fantastic trailer, Zack Snyder.
He really can.
But it's crazy to me. He's a music video director.
Yeah.
I think what's crazy to me is how much different this movie feels, though, already with this trailer in comparison to what we got from the original marketing push of Justice League. It feels so different. It's so much darker and so much
a completely different movie most of the time in this trailer. It's kind of wild to watch and be like, what? How did they even do this? How did they pull this off? Because this is going to be 4 freaking hours long. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I thought the trailer was very well put together. I thought the first half with Hallelujah, I was like, oh, this is cool. And then the second half continued with Hallelujah. I was like, I think they probably should have had a song change by the second half of this trailer. I think Hallelujah throughout the whole thing is a little much. But trying to ignore that, a lot of great visuals, CGI that I actually think looks better than what was in the Justice League. So a lot of great stuff to look at. One thing I have to say, and I'm curious, Rusty Tom, on your feelings on this, I'm why 4:3? Why? Why is this 4:3? All the trailers, it seems like it was actually cut this way. This is the intended format to watch it in, the intended aspect ratio. Why?
That's a $1 million question, and I wish I had answers to it. For the life of me, I don't understand why Zach would think that ratio would suddenly add something to the film, because it would in
IMAX. Yeah, but not on your TV screen.
It's not like this movie is going to be in IMAX.
No.
This is all going to be streaming on HBO Max. A very different type of Max.
Yes, very different. But I don't get it. I really don't get it. That's actually a really big disappointment for me. I want to appreciate the visuals of this movie in the full screen. I'm going to be watching this and be like, these huge black bars on left and right. It's like, why am I not seeing the rest of this movie? What is going on here?
Yeah. What are you trying to hide, Zach?
Yeah, but I'm optimistic.
The 16:9 cut.
I don't think this is going to be a great movie. I want it to be a great movie. I just don't think it will be, because, Justice League, it still had the base there of what Zack Snyder was going for. It didn't continue into what was supposed to be a multi-movie storyline, and I think that's what they're trying to accomplish with this 4-part miniseries now. So it'll be cool to see what was in Snyder's mind, but there was so much wrong with Justice League. I just can't imagine that they can rectify all of that with $21 million and COVID hanging over them, and that's an incredible undertaking. I'll be so impressed if this turns out to be a great superhero movie.
Drew, just boil it down to this: do you care about Steppenwolf?
No,
Vince,
not at all.
Vince, do you care about Steppenwolf?
Who?
Yeah, exactly. So this movie's not going to get any better seeing it the second time. I'm sorry, friends.
But they are going to incorporate Darkseid, I would assume, in this
Yes.
one, right? So they'll get that final boss. I hope. If it's 4 hours long, they better get to it. So I'm going to try and remain optimistic. We just had Black Adam up on screen too. The Rock is Black Adam. I don't know anything about this character except kind of that he's the anti-Shazam. So I love The Rock. I mean, he's such a great charismatic personality. So I hope it's great because he's
A quick
great,
elevator pitch for you for Black Adam. He's basically Doctor Doom, but in an Egyptian setting.
Okay.
And
Black
he uses
Panther, I had no
actual
idea who
magic.
Black Panther was. I think most people didn't know who Black Panther was. And that movie turned out to be fantastic. So, who knows? I mean, this could turn out to be pretty awesome. They're clearly early on. There's just like a little featurette, like concept art pitch of, hey, this is what Black Adam is. I'm there for it. I think we have a long time to wait. And since we have another minute and 15 seconds still on the clock here for Black Adam, let's talk about that Suicide Squad featurette.
Oh yeah.
What do you think, Tristan Tom?
Dude, I loved it. That is the movie that I wish the first one was going to be.
Yeah.
You just felt James Gunn all over that featurette, and just being able to see the characters that they brought in, all the goofy characters, like the fact that they threw in Polka Dot Man. We are going to see a DC feature film with Polka freaking Dot Man.
Yeah.
That is an accomplishment in and of itself. The other, Ratcatcher, frickin' the Weasel of all things. The polls that they're making in this are fantastic, and can't wait to see how he's working all of this in together.
I think the challenge, looking at that featurette, it was kind of crazy how many characters were involved, and it's almost like the miracle that was Final Fantasy VI, where they had so many characters and they still found a way to make all of them compelling for the most part, and to tell a story that doesn't feel like it's spread too thin. That's the line that he's going to have to cross here. That he's straddling. It's like, how do you make all these characters compelling?
I do have a theory, and I think what you're going to end up seeing is you're going to see a Team A and a Team B. And they're both going to be going off and doing their own things. And there is some rumor, I don't know how good it is, but potentially one of the teams is going to get Starro'd. And I don't know if anybody knows in DC lore who Starro is.
Does that mean like taken out and early on in the film they're gone?
Starro is an extraterrestrial starfish who has telekinetic powers, and he can control people. So basically, more or less, the idea is that both of those teams are going to end up having to fight each other.
So he's the squid from Watchmen.
More or less, yeah. He's the squid from Watchmen.
There was also a trading card in Last of Us that was kind of similar to that. I think it was a whale.
Yeah, it was a telekinetic whale. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a thing that keeps going, I guess. I didn't know about this trope in comic books, but clearly there is one for aquatic creatures having telekinetic powers. Anyway, let's move on to Wonder Woman 1984. I love the first trailer. We use the music a whole ton in Marvels. I think it's a great trailer. I was always a little bit nervous, though, about when they were going to show off more of Cheetah. And now that I've seen it, I think I'm still concerned. I don't know. Kristen Wiig as Cheetah just isn't doing it for me. And when I was watching this trailer, I was just like, I don't know. I'm not in for this. What do you guys think? What about you, Vince? Go you.
I just didn't really feel this trailer for whatever reason. Like, I loved the first one. This one, I just kind of was like, cool, I'll see it. But like, that's what it was weird. Like, and I don't have the complaints like Cheetah, like that you kind of did. It just, to me, it just kind of just felt like just a random cut, like a highlight reel in a way. It was weird to me. I was like, this is kind of cool, but I don't know. Like I said, I really don't know how I feel about it. That first
trailer is just so well put together with the music, and then this one, it just kind of felt generic music, and I don't know. And then you finally get that last shot of Cheetah at the end here, which looks fine. It looks pretty cool. But anytime I was seeing Kristen Wiig fighting her and grabbing the lasso, it's just like I feel like I'm watching Bridesmaids, and this is just not what I expect from you. And it's going to take some jumping over some hoops, I think, for me to wrap my head around that. I hope that the movie convinces me early on so I can get that out of my mind. It's kind of like that Heath Ledger Joker thing where some people weren't on board with that. I always was, but a lot of people had to wrap their head around that. Maybe I just need to wrap my head around this.
Or, as we're going to be talking about pretty soon, Pattinson
Right.
as Bruce.
That bothered
But,
a lot of people. Let's just
but
go right to it, guys, because that's what.
Let's just go, please.
Let's cut the shit here.
let's just go.
None of these other movies matter because
None of
this
these movies
Batman
matter.
trailer is the trailer of the year, in my
Yes.
opinion. Trailer
Oh my God.
of the year.
Very much so.
Oh my God. I've watched
God.
it probably a dozen times now, this freaking trailer. And
So
every
good.
time it gives me chills. Amazing musical choice with Nirvana. And somehow they decided to make it even more somber than the original. That song's already drab enough as it is, but they decided to take it one level further down and to make it even more somber,
Even
which I'm
beyond
totally
the
there
MTV
for.
Unplugged version.
This is David Fincher's The Batman, and I know it's Matt Reeves, but holy shit, when I was watching this, I felt like I was watching Seven most of the time. Did you guys get that vibe as well?
Yeah.
The way
Yeah.
it's shot, the cinematography, the lighting, just everything about it just felt. Also has to do with Riddler being the main villain, of course, and all of the potential there for him to be like John Doe from Seven. What I'm excited for is all of the tricks that they're going to play on the audience. Because you do not do the Riddler. You don't do this trailer that looks like Seven, Riddler as the main villain, and not structure this movie to be like The Prestige, for example, where the entire movie is structured as a magic trick. This movie is going to trick us. I can tell you right now, and I can't wait for it. I think this trailer alone sets up so many possibilities for tricks and misdirection. We've got a person that everybody's saying is Colin Farrell and all this prosthetic. Is it actually Colin Farrell? We've got the Riddler who looks nothing like the Riddler, and he's in a costume that we've never seen before. Is that actually the Riddler? Like, who's talking to Bruce Wayne in all these moments where you don't see the person? It's just voiceover. There's so many great misdirections already set up in this trailer. It has me so excited. What do you
These
guys
freaking
think?
guys who look like Joker goons. I mean, I'm a little behind, but like you guys probably already saw. Like, who are these guys? Are we to assume that the Joker's already been? Because the idea is that this is supposed to be year 2 Batman.
Right.
So he's been Batman for a little while now. Everybody knows that he's got a working relationship with the GCPD. Look, the big thing here, you're talking about misdirection. The only problem with misdirection and stuff with this kind of content is the fact that there is so much lore that everybody already knows about Batman that we already have a bunch of rumors about what's actually happening in this film. The big one being is that the Riddler is not the actual big bad of this movie.
Right. I think that they are definitely trying to make us feel like he's the big bad. I'm just going to put it out there right now. I know nothing, guys. I don't think anybody does. We don't have like spoilers. I don't think there's been any leaks on this. I think Hush is involved. I think that Colin Farrell might actually be Hush. I don't think Colin Farrell is going to necessarily be Cobblepot. I think there could be a lot of intentionally reported incorrect information about this movie, so that they can have us all completely thrown off. So, like, what if that guy at the beginning doing the duct tape? Right. What if that guy at the beginning is not the Riddler, who's taping up the guy there?
Right.
It looks nothing like the Riddler. What if they're completely messing with us? And Hush is the main villain, and Riddler is playing along and just trying to throw Batman off, or something like. There's so many great things that they can do with this. I wonder if they are going to push the boundaries of PG-13 as well with this. This trailer kind of gives me that feeling that they might.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of almost wish it was rated R. To be honest, I kind of wish it was, because I kind of want to see even more of this. Like, the tone of the film seems so dark and gritty. It's got that old crime game, like that crime movie feel to it. It's like I kind of want to see this in a rated R setting, just to see where they would push this character at. And I'm sorry, this whole beatdown moment. And the "I'm vengeance" line. Oh my god!
Chills every time. Man.
So
just
good.
Going full on with the command grab right there.
Yeah.
It's an angrier Batman / Bruce Wayne than I feel like we've ever seen. Actually, he actually even goes up against Gotham PD at one point. He just like is throwing them around, and Gordon has to take him to the wall and kind of try and calm him down at one point. It's like this. Yeah. Robert Pattinson is playing like the most brooding Batman Bruce Wayne we've ever seen. Who would have thought that would happen?
Well, part of that seems to be what Reeves has already kind of given away a little bit about the movie, is that this movie is allegedly going to have a lot of revelations about Bruce's family, about where the Waynes actually stand in the creation of Gotham and the structure of Gotham, which is why for me, it seems like this movie is really pushing toward Court of Owls.
It seems like maybe they could set that up for a sequel, right?
You would think
Like,
so. I mean, and they
yeah.
have little allusions to it because the card that he opens up has an owl on it, and
Mm-hmm.
then the symbols inside of it. A lot of people are saying that that's the Court of Owls secret language that they use between themselves to send coded messages back and forth between each other.
I
So
think it's going to be this sort of this amalgamation of a lot of great Batman stories, like Hush, like Court of Owls. It's almost like they're going to try and merge multiple into one movie, or if they don't do Court of Owls in this one necessarily, they set up that storyline. Because I
right.
don't think I'm going to say it right now, Joker cannot be the second movie. They need to give Joker a massive break. Let's let people breathe from the
No,
Joker.
no, yeah.
Maybe if it's a trilogy, have Joker be in the third one. If that's like 6 years from now, I think that's like enough time for us to get back into allowing like somebody who's not Heath Ledger, somebody who's not Joaquin Phoenix to take on the character. But yeah, like let's do the Riddler, let's do Mr. Freeze, let's do characters that are grounded to a certain extent and will work within what seems to be Reeves Chinatown-esque Gotham. I think they can find a lot of great villains within the Rogues Gallery that aren't Clayface, or something like
Right.
that.
Well, I mean, if they're going to do that, I 100% agree with you. I would think that the next movie would have to be Thomas Elliot being Hush, or it would be Hugo Strange. If you want to keep with the tone of this film that they've already set up, Hugo Strange and Thomas Elliot would be number one and two. The only other one would be Victor Zsasz.
Mm-hmm. There's so many. That's what's so great about Batman. Is he's in my opinion he's got the best villains of any character in comics.
Or the
Spider-Man I think would probably be a
ventriloquist.
close
Do the
second.
ventriloquist, I would lose it.
I think that Reeves is trying to think outside the box a little bit with this. Based on the panel and what he was talking about, he was saying like all the right things for like hardcore Batman fans, like name dropping certain characters and certain issues and stories within the comics. Where it's like, holy shit, this guy's going deep. This guy's going into like the more obscure stuff of Batman and bringing it out, which I'm all in for. Matt Reeves, if anybody doesn't know Matt Reeves, he's a fantastic director. He started off with Cloverfield, actually, which was a great like first experimental movie. He kind of really jump-started the found footage genre. And then he does Let Me In, a remake of what I think is one of the best vampire movies ever made, and he actually did a really solid job with it. It's I don't know if I like it as much as the original, but it's a very solid remake of that film. And then he did the Planet of the Apes trilogy. I think he didn't do the first one, but second and third. And those films, man, like you wouldn't think it, but check them out on Rotten Tomatoes. Those are some of the like most highly reviewed blockbuster like action films of the last decade. This guy did back to back, and it also shows a loyalty from him, right? He stuck with that franchise. He closed it off incredibly strong. That's what I'm hoping for here is Matt Reeves, in the same way Christopher Nolan had his Batman trilogy. Matt Reeves, I want him to stick with this and create what is his Batman universe, because we now know based on the Flash and all this that he can have his own universe, right? It's just it's all the multiverse now. Like he can do his own thing, and then if they want to kick off something else on the side, it's 6 years down the line, nothing stopping that. That this is the Matt Reeves Batman. Like we had the Christopher Nolan Batman. I think it's very exciting to me.
Can we appreciate for a second that this is not going to be an origin story?
No, I'm sure you will get. It's origin in that it's like his second year, right? And he's still finding his footing.
It's
But I
going
think
to
that's
be
what's
the origin
exciting
of a
about
lot
it.
of these characters, and Gordon is not a commissioner yet, so we're going to see that happen most likely in this film. But it's not like we don't have to see Martha and Thomas Wayne die again, which is great.
Right. Well, you'd hope so. We've seen that so many times.
Yeah.
I almost feel like he's going to do it anyway, just because every Batman movie ever has to have the Martha, and why am I drawing a blank? Thomas Wayne death. It's like it's like a trope now. It's like it has to be in every Batman movie. I hope he skips it, but if it's there, I'm not going to be surprised. In all honesty, what I'm excited about is year two, Batman finding his footing, figuring out who he is as the symbol of hope, if you want to call it that, and fear. The Riddler is a great time to do that, right? Because he's going to be tricked. He's going to be fooled. He's not going to get it all right. He's going to make mistakes. He better make mistakes, because if he doesn't, I don't think the film is going to be near as compelling. The Riddler needs to fool him so that he learns and he grows and he becomes the detective that is the greatest detective ever. That's what this film is going to be. It's going to be the most detective noir Batman that we've ever had, because really we've never had that before.
Yeah,
in live
it's always
action.
been action. It's never been Detective Batman.
No. You know, even Batman Forever with the Riddler, he had his moments where he's like, "Oh, I'm going to figure out this riddle," but I never thought Val Kilmer was Sherlock Holmes of
World's greatest
superheroes.
detective, Val
Yeah,
Kilmer.
no, I never got that vibe in that film. So yeah, 2021, the Batman. I am unbelievably excited for this movie. At this
Yeah,
point,
I can't wait
Yeah.
either.
only 30% of the way through production. Can you believe they were able to cut a trailer like that with only 30% of the production finished? That's kind of
Yeah,
insane. as well.
incredible.
Yeah. They did an amazing job with that trailer. So kudos to whoever edited that thing together. Let me go back to the chat here. We got Donk in here. How you doing, Donk? LOL Brohaha is here. Hakume has stopped by. Welcome, Hakume. We got 35 people in the room. Welcome to the show, everybody. We also had a couple follows from that guy and Big Bob the Bear. Keep them coming. Share the show on Twitter, Twitch, Facebook.
That guy I give a shout out to because that's actually my brother. So thank you.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Welcome to Tom's brother. Glad to have you. Thanks for the follow. Hit that follow button if you're enjoying the stream. We'll see if we can get to our daily follow goal tonight. We've already had 3 subs and 2 follows. We've already had a little bit of extension. Don't forget, guys, subs, tips, and cheers extend the length of the stream. We've had like 8 or 9 minutes already of extension, and another 51 can still be added on so that we get time with Fall Guys after this show is over. Moving back, let me go to my outline here. What are we up to? Let's let me put a little poll in the chat for you guys as well, real quick. Which had you more excited pre-release? Was it Justice League: The Snyder Cut or Avengers: Infinity War? I actually set up the hotkey to automatically post Kappa in the chat there. To anybody who's like not figuring out the joke here, Mike, the noob guru, posted on Discord that he might be more excited for this movie than he was for Avengers: Infinity War. And it looks solid. Looks like an improvement, but I don't know what he's smoking. I gotta
Mike,
say.
well known for his takes.
Yeah. Mike, very well known for his takes. That is definitely the truth. Let's do a couple wheel spins and then we'll go to commercial break here. First up, we had Jersey Tom tonight coming in with that tier 1 resub. Thank you so much, Tom. I appreciate that. Let's see what the wheel spin says here. And the wheel says we got 90 to the entire room. I'm going to spin 3 times for Vince because he's a tier 3. We got 90 plus 85. That's 175. Plus bonus.
Oh, look at the big tier on Vince.
175 bonus. And 70. So what is that? 245? 245 and bonus. And let's spin for Brett as well, who gave to Ninali. 245 plus 70. That's 315 and a bonus to the entire room. Guys, we are going to go to a short commercial break. When we get back, we're getting into a great jam-packed level update that continues with some of that DC fandom news, which you guys are not going to want to miss. So hold on tight. Daredevil will be back in approximately 90 seconds. Welcome back, Level Uppers, to the Level Up Show, episode 297. This is a gaming talk show on Sundays. Some Sundays, every other Sunday. I don't know. We're figuring that out. 8 p.m. Eastern time here on twitch.tv/Level Up Show. We got 2 great guests joining us tonight. We got Agent Vincent 4756 and we got Jersey_Tom, both streamers here on Twitch as well. Guys, give them the follows. Jersey Tom just became an affiliate. We're now going to make him a partner next. Vince as well. We're working these guys up to partnership.
Oh, thanks, guys.
You have 1 year.
I have 1 year.
I'm
talking to the chat on this. The chat will make it happen. You have 1 year, chat, to make them partner. Or this is it. Or I'm done. I'm out of here saying goodbye to it all.
Wow.
By the way, Avengers Infinity War did win that poll. I think unanimously.
Shocked.
With 6 votes instead of Justice League. The Snyder Cut. I'm almost like losing track what the hell the name is because we're about to talk about another Justice League as well in a moment here. Not called Justice League, but it's related. It's related. Jersey Tom is an affiliate now. Yes.
I am Guitar Freak.
Very excited for him.
It actually happened.
Does it feel different? Does it feel like you made like the big times?
Yeah. You know what? That I felt more about that than I did about turning 32 this week. I can tell you that.
Yeah, once you're past 30, who gives a shit anymore?
Yeah, it's like I could already rent a car and stay in a hotel room. So what else can I do?
Yeah, I turned 32 this year
I'm just waiting for my AARP card.
Yeah. Evie has her birthday the day before me as well, so at this point it's like, nothing.
Yeah.
I don't matter at all.
No,
I never will, especially not at 32. But with my daughter being the day before.
When
It's
she
like,
turns 21, it'll be very fun for you.
yeah. There's a spider that's like slowly like coming down in front of my vision here. He's very tiny, so you guys won't be able to see him, but he's kind of bothering me. He's in my peripheral right now. Better not bother me, spider. I'm gonna turn into Spider-Man tomorrow. It's gonna be
Yeah, I was gonna say
fantastic.
radioactive spider.
Yeah.
That's right.
He's like very slowly coming down. He's gonna like land on my hand on the mouse in like 2 minutes. So I'm ready for that. All right, guys. Don't forget to hit that follow button, and we are heading into our discussion of the week's biggest gaming industry news. It is called the Level Update. It's getting lower. It's like a foot away now. All right, let's continue on with that DC fandom information. Now on to gaming stuff. We're going to start off with Suicide Squad. I think I've got that first on my... Yes, I do have that first on my videos as well. I want to make sure it was first on the videos. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, I think is the subtitle on this.
Yep.
Is that right?
That is
Well, it's
correct.
actually the title. It's not a subtitle. It's just the title.
It's just the title.
Yeah.
Kind of a long... It's a lot of words
It's a lot of
for
words.
a title. So we got our first trailer for this. A lot of people are saying CGI, CGI. I actually don't think this is a CGI trailer. This looks in-engine to me.
It is a half and half.
Yeah, you think so?
It's an in-engine from when we're seeing the character cutscenes as like they're talking to each other. When you see the more of the traversal and everything like that, that is when we get more into a hard cut CGI.
Okay.
So it's a mix of both. It's an offline render, probably based on UE4. Because like there's certain assets you can look at to where like they
like
don't
look at her
match
hair
up
there.
with-
It's not moving at
Yeah.
all.
It doesn't move in, and like there's certain physics that aren't working for a CGI. Like so like this is more of like a target render. If we want to bring that back, it's more of a target render video is what we're gonna see that at.
You think they should be doing target renders 5 years into development?
Here's the thing: if they're in the middle of transitioning to UE5, maybe. The other thing too is we actually don't know if they are. This might not even be in 5 years. This might be only 3. They did have a project that was apparently canceled
Right.
or had lost.
A lot of people saying it's Superman.
Yes, that was the thing. So I don't know. It's more of I want to see kind of when we get that first gameplay footage, is that's when we're going to kind of know. You know, if that looks stiff and looks really kind of red flaggy, then we'll know. Yeah, this has been a not mismatched product, but you know what I'm saying. We'll get that kind of feel for it.
Let me go through some of the bullet points here. This is a third-person shooter. This is their bullet point here. So I guess every single one of these characters, even ones that you wouldn't expect to be shooting guns, they will be shooting guns in this. This is a third-person shooter. Character-driven storytelling, another bullet point here. That's good. Great. Awesome. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is a direct continuation of the Arkhamverse. I did not expect that, actually.
That's a weird one.
It's an extremely weird one, considering the fact that we've already had Deadshot.
And he was white.
And he was he was white. Not only just in the games, but also in the animated Arkham feature that was supposedly in continuity as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The playable characters will be Harley Quinn, King Shark, Deadshot, and Captain Boomerang, 1 to 4 player co-op. I'm a little disappointed if you're doing Suicide Squad. To limit it to just these 4 is kind of a little bizarre to me, I guess. Not saying that they should have done more. It's just weird because it's Suicide Squad. There's so many more characters than just these 4.
These are the heavy hitters, though, and I mean when you read the comics, because I've been reading the comics since the New 52 run that they've been doing, and the teams change constantly, who's there and who's not, and it's typically smaller teams like this, or it's got like maybe another extra 2 members. You can guarantee that they're going to DLC add in, other characters.
Let's talk about that in a moment. I do want to talk about that possibility in a moment here. Each have a variety of weapons to customize and skills to upgrade. Awesome gunplay, superhuman empowerment. Each character has a rich moveset, more than Batman did in the Arkham series. Richly detailed and dynamic open world of Metropolis. This is open world Metropolis. Everyone has their own traversal abilities. Here's what I'm going to say about that. And I'm not trying to be overly negative. It's just a little disappointing. They have open world Metropolis, and it's not Superman. The first time we're ever having an open world Metropolis, and it's not a Superman game. That's just kind of salt on the wound there, in my opinion. That sucks. That just sucks. I feel bad for Farsender, for example. They're giving him an open world Metropolis, and he doesn't get to fly around it as Superman. What the hell? What the hell? That's just disappointing. But at the same time, very exciting. I mean, to see Metropolis in all its glory, like it's a really cool city. You know, the way it's depicted artistically in the comics. I'm really excited to see what they do with this.
I kind of like the 80s vibe they got going with it right now, to be honest. It's got like kind of 80-ish vibe with it from a color palette and even architecture. If you kind of look at it closely, it's very interesting what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, everything
80s.
about this game, from the description of what it's going to be gameplay-wise, to its color palette, to just the look of Metropolis itself, it all just screams Sunset Overdrive. And that's 100%.
Yeah, I agree.
I 100% expect that this game is just going to be Sunset Overdrive, but with a Suicide Squad skin on top of it. Which,
Yeah, it
which
had
is
like a
fine.
bit going on throughout this trailer, right? It was like, when's this bit gonna end?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like what they were showing in that traversal part is like what the gameplay is going to be. And if anybody's actually played Sunset Overdrive, they know it's not dissimilar to that.
Mhm.
But I mean, that's also kind of why I'm happy that you're exploring Metropolis as the Suicide Squad as opposed to Superman. Because if you're exploring it as Superman, you're going to fly above it and you're going to miss everything.
That's
Here,
true.
like if you're Captain Boomerang, it's going to take you some time, and you're going to be able to see how exactly these guys render. And we should also mention that this game, I think, is exclusive to PS5 and
Yep.
Xbox Series X.
2022 next gen exclusive.
They are not doing a previous gen, so they are focusing strictly on making this an extremely detailed Metropolis, which we haven't really explored since, I don't know, like a Superman Returns game, I guess, maybe?
I want to say the last Metropolis game would have been, Superman Returns, PS2, Xbox 360, and PC.
Yeah.
Right, but
2005.
I think the disappointment is we're going to next gen consoles, first time ever with SSD as the standard. Like now would be the time, right, to try and get Superman right because you can load in all that information quicker than ever, have him flying at super speed through Metropolis. I'm with you, Tom. Maybe not as interesting, but that's really the challenge of Superman, right? That's why we haven't had a great Superman game. That's why so many developers have shied away from trying to do Superman, because how do you do it right? So that would have been on Rocksteady, obviously, to figure out, and maybe they couldn't, and that's why it was canceled.
And especially because Rocksteady made a point to say that the fifth character of this game is Metropolis itself. And the way that they were able to realize Gotham in a very detailed way that made sense, geographically speaking, where you're like, of course, that's where Amusement Mile would be, and that's where the theater district is, and that's where the Bowery would be. Like, they were able to realize Gotham in such an exciting and comic, the way that it made sense in the comics, that I can't wait to see how they render out Metropolis.
Yeah. No, with the next gen capabilities, Metropolis could be one of the greatest open worlds ever. I'm really, really excited to see what they do with that. They said they wanted to give life to Metropolis beyond just brick and mortar. So that's kind of the way of saying we want Metropolis to be a character in this game. You know, that's kind of them trying to say that. Can be played solo or 1-to-4 player co-op. So let's talk about that for a second. I feel like, what's the last game you remember where you could play solo or 1-to-4 player co-op, but clearly you're supposed to play a 1-to-4 player co-op where the single player actually was good, where it actually worked out? Like, what's the last game that actually pulled that off?
Yeah, that's
Maybe never.
yeah. I mean, maybe I guess you could probably say like mostly those would be beat 'em ups.
Maybe like Halo and Gears of War, I guess, you know, are pretty cool to play co-op.
Yeah, but
and
you never
single
had
player.
4 people in the campaign.
Right. Like this is kind of different though. It's they have a lot to prove here.
Yeah.
I know, like, and we're talking about the second game in a moment as well. I'm disappointed because, like, I want a game that is 100% a single player focus, or I feel like nothing has been compromised in the single player vision. I can't look at this trailer and think, yeah, this is going to be something where the single player is just as good as the co-op. Nah, I can't see that working out. The good news is that you will be able to switch between all 4 if you're playing single player.
Yes.
It's not like you're stuck on one. The other 3 will be bots, and you could switch between them. So that's kind of exciting, you know? If each of them have really great move sets to switch them on the fly, kind of Final Fantasy 15 nowadays, that could be a cool mechanic in this. So I'm down to try it out, but I would be lying if I said I came out of this trailer very excited.
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact that this presentation had no gameplay and we had an extended thing where they're talking with Will Arnett that went on way too long.
Yeah.
like the trailer did enough to give the tone of the game itself and give
Sure.
us like an idea on how like their interpretation, the correct interpretation of King Shark, which is now I'm calling it the Ron Funches version of King Shark.
He will
But
always be Bruce from Finding Nemo to me.
he will always be Bruce to you. Well, even then, still, like this version of King Shark is very much like Bruce.
Yeah.
But the trailer did the job itself. It didn't need an extra like what it felt like it was 10 extra minutes of these guys talking with Will Arnett during the presentation, which is much more than anybody needed.
Right. Vince, I know that you, of the three of us, I'd say you definitely are the one most into, playing multiplayer with a squad. I know you were into Division at one point, for
Yeah.
example. This seems like something that would be down your alley potentially. Did you come out of this excited?
Yeah, I came out with excited. More so because like I actually liked the character banter that was going on between
Cool.
here. And that's kind of where I was feeling with it. The other thing too is the fact that they designed the game as 4-player co-op, but if playing with solo bots to replace the other 3 teammates, to me it kind of feels like they've done the work there to where like, okay, if it's a single player experience, this is what the bots are going to be like. This is what the bots are going to act like and everything like that. And to where like, okay, they were able to design that appropriately to where if we have other people come in, nothing's going to be really too broken there. And if it's just those 4 players, they're going to be able to curate that story completely through with the 4 characters. It's actually a problem that the other game we'll talk about is actually going to run into, because that's one thing that I've noticed. But yeah, I'm down to play for it. The thing is with this trailer, I was excited to see it, but I would have loved to see at least a gameplay segment
Yeah.
of this is kind of what we're seeing here. It's
Especially
still
if
far
we're
off,
waiting
though.
this long, right?
Yeah. It's still far off, though, 2022. I mean, if we're thinking early 2022, not a lot of time. But if we're thinking winter 2022, it's still a decent chunk of time for. I don't think people should be writing this game off. Not yet, until they at least see one gameplay. Then after that, you can make a decision there. If that makes sense. So I'll be playing it, though.
In the chat says, do you think they may have taken the Rumor Superman assets and just made a Suicide Squad game on top of it? Yes, I actually do think that. I don't think they're the entire game is like the basis of Superman, but I feel like the game taking place in Metropolis might have been strongly inspired by work that had already been done building out Metropolis.
Well, remember.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, because remember, we did have that leak initially where it was supposed to be a Justice League game. We had that character stat screen of Superman being done. They had that whole thing going on there. From what I've understood from everything that's been kind of chat around the game, is Rocksteady kind of really operates on a very tight design philosophy. In the sense of how they incorporate game elements, and they very much work on system by system. They don't do like a bunch of like, okay, well, you're working on this, you're working on this. They do very much hand-in-hand development. It's how free flow combat. One of the cool little stories here, a little behind the scenes, when they first started prototyping free flow combat, they actually went to a Mortal Kombat style is what they were going to try to go for, and they were going to try to bring in waves that way. And then what happened was, as they kept developing, they were like, okay, we have this flow of counter, combo, block. Now, can we pull this camera out? Can we start incorporating more enemies in? And that's how free flow combat actually evolved out.
Interesting.
So they're a developer that I want to see how the game looks and plays first, because everything about what they're going to do is going to be tuned very tightly. All of the Arkham games are pretty much gems. You can sit there and argue about Origins if you'd like, but if you want to talk about like the main trilogy, Asylum, City, and Night, the Batmobile works. No one thought they were going to make the Batmobile works. They might have over-relied on it a little too much, but it worked in Night, So, yeah, just that's what I lost my train of thought.
Let's jump back to an earlier mention. I think I could get excited about this being 1 to 4 player, switching teammates on the fly, if they really have this great story that's told throughout, that doesn't matter if you're playing a co-op or single player, it's still telling that same exact story. You're still appreciating all the characters individually, and they each have their own thing going on. I think that can work as a single player game as well. But if this is like, hey, we're going to have this character from Suicide Squad added and this character from Suicide Squad added, I'm now thinking, okay, I'm not as optimistic about that possibility now. Because this was designed as a games as a service title, if you're going that direction, and I don't have a lot of faith in them accomplishing both.
And that's the
It
thing.
doesn't mean they can't, but I just don't have that faith that they will.
The thing is, I don't get the vibe as games as a service. I don't get that vibe from it. And here's the thing: if they are going to go that route, what they'll do is they'll do much more hard cut, as in like Suicide Squad 1 was this. Now we have our expansion pack coming out in 2023. You're now these 4. You know, there's going to be the design element for that. And I think that's actually where they're going to cut hard with. That's kind of what Avengers is actually going to do, is with their stories. They have the main 6 as the actual main story, and it's following more of a Warframe service content, not like Destiny, to where they bring in one new character in. That character has a story to tell you what they were doing when the whole other story happened, you know? Mm-hmm. And so if they want to do an expansion pack, they have all those free contents to keep up, and then they launch Avengers 2 or whatever. Yeah. And then that's the actual.
You don't even have to do it that way, for me, honestly. As long as there is a clear ending point, like this was the single-player story or co-op story we wanted to tell. We focused entirely on telling this in the best possible way as this title, Suicide Squad. And then if DLC happens later that adds, hey, here's a little 3-hour story campaign for this character. Here's a little 3-hour story campaign for these 4 characters, you know, that added on. Like, I'm okay with that. As long as I feel like there's this strong delineation, like, okay, clearly this is what their focus was. They made this game, and this was their trajectory of post-launch, you know, content that comes afterwards. That's fine. I'm totally cool with that. It doesn't have to be like Suicide Squad 2 coming 2025 with 4 different characters. I don't need it to be that separated. I just hope that I hope that it's not games as a service, honestly. That's my hope.
I don't think you have to worry about that being games as a service. I think that you will end up seeing DLC characters. I think you will see like a Rick Flag, or you'll see like an El Diablo show up. Certain guys like that, but I don't think you're going to see them make a Suicide Squad 2 and then be like, oh, here's a whole new different team. Because at this point now, people just expect when you see Suicide Squad now to see Harley Quinn. Right. You're going to see, now oddly enough, in the featurette and in the new movie, Deadshot's not in it, but people will expect to see Deadshot. And now I think a lot of people are going to expect to see King Shark and Captain Boomerang. Like that's why I'm not surprised that they chose these 4, because these 4 now, I think, moving forward are going to be the characters that everybody's going to want to look at, because, you know, DC, like a lot of companies, loves synergy. And this is going to be very much synergy between the film and having this game.
Yeah. They would be smart to do that, at least from a business perspective, without a doubt. Yeah, I'm with you there.
Why I made certain theories about Matt Reeves' Batman movie with the next game that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to the next game, Gotham Knights. This is WB Montreal, something that's also been like 7 years in the making. I could be a little off on that, but I think something around 7 years in the making. And it's, I think, what a lot of people predicted it would be. It starts off this trailer right off the bat, letting us know Batman is dead. And now we got to rely on the Bat family to take up the mantle. We got Batgirl, Nightwing, Red Hood, and Robin protecting Gotham City. Bring hope to its citizens, discipline to its cops, and fear to its criminals. You must evolve into the new Dark Knight and save Gotham from chaos. Is all from like the official release here, fact sheet. Gotham Knights is playable either solo or as a 2-player online cooperative experience, even though there are 4 players. 2-player cooperative will be available in 2021 for PS5, PS4, PS4 Pro, Xbox One family of devices, all of them. Not going to go through it. So this is the cross-generational of the 2. Let's go into the game overview here. Gotham Knights is a brand new open-world, third-person action RPG featuring the Batman family. They have to rise up as protectors of Gotham City in the wake of Batman's death. An expansive criminal underworld has swept through the streets of Gotham, and it's now up to these new heroes to protect the city, bring hopes to its citizens, and blah, blah, blah. Features: play as a new guard of DC superheroes, step into the roles of Batgirl, Nightwing, Red Hood, and Robin. Action-packed original story set in DC's Batman universe with the Belfry as their base of operations. I might be saying that wrong. This new era of heroes will solve... will solve mysteries that connect the darkest chapters in Gotham's history. From its soaring towers to its underground criminal network, embark on rich storylines including face-offs against some of the most infamous DC supervillains, such as Mr. Freeze, who is set on engulfing Gotham City in ice. I love Mr. Freeze, so I'm happy to see that name dropped. Explore and fight crime in the open world Gotham City. Patrol the dark streets of 5 distinct boroughs in a dynamic, interactive Gotham, using a variety of traversal abilities and heroic combat moves, as well as the iconic Bat Cycle from street level crime fighting to face-offs with iconic villains. You got unique character abilities and customization. Each hero will have their own abilities, gear, weapon, customizable suits. Batgirl wields her melee Tonfa. Nightwing has his signature dual Eskrima sticks. I have no idea if I'm saying this right. Red Hood has trained to reach peak human strength, and Robin is expertly skilled with his collapsible quarterstaff. And finally, as I said, this is 2-player online co-op. Play Gotham Knight solo or team up with a friend. I'm a little confused there. You know, we got 4 characters, but you can only team up with your buddy to play one other character. What do you guys think of that? Start with that.
It's a weird move considering the marketing shows off the 4. It is
Right.
an odd thing. It also makes me wonder if it's more of a design element where old gen systems couldn't handle 4. I don't know. But from what I saw, though, in the actual 8-minute gameplay demonstration they showed for it, I was like, I could understand why, maybe not either, because it is the Batman Arkham system. It is all of it. It is the free flow combat, the stealth, all of it. It is in there with 2 people. So you can do combos, takedown combos with each other. You can play, one person can, pretty much bust through the bottom floor and tank a bunch of the guards running in there while someone else is taking out the top. It's crazy what they're going to do. So maybe from a design standpoint, having 4 maybe a little too chaotic, and to where 2 is a little bit more balanced out.
Now, I could be wrong on this, but I think I've read that, does each hero have their own journey, like an own story to be told? I heard it's like a 15-hour campaign for like each hero. Is that right?
What this looks like, it seems like that at least one of the heroes is going to be having their own story that they're going to have, and then they're just going to have an extra person that they can bring on who's going to like make a quip every.
So it's
once
like
in a
Kingdom
while.
Hearts Birth by Sleep. Is this what kind of what we're looking at here?
No, I'm trying to remember Birth by Sleep.
Terra,
kinda.
Ventus, and Aqua, each having their own
Yeah.
story
Kinda,
to be
Drew.
told, but they are simultaneous as well, kind of telling different perspectives, maybe.
No,
right.
from what
just with the difference that you're going to be able to have somebody who's going to come in as a second character, and they'll quip, but the other character is like not going to acknowledge them much.
So
at
like,
all.
hey buddy, hey Vince, will you join me? You are like the tag along here. I'm playing my story. I'm Batgirl, and you have no story in this campaign, but you can tag along.
Sort of. Here's where, again, from what I was seeing from how they were describing systems here, the Mr. Freeze fight they show off in the 7-minute gameplay demonstration, the director talks at the very end of the thing saying, challenging Mr. Freeze as a level 5 or level 15 is very different. So what I'm actually expecting more is like a Ghost Recon Wildlands approach, to where you're going to have certain character missions to where like Batgirl will have her like, I want to say like maybe 3 to 4 hours long story arc for herself, right? But then there's going to be, the game is actually going to have other content to where you fill out with activities that's still going to be narrative driven, like the Mr. Freeze fight. But like that's going to be to where if you have someone else come in, you're still doing that content together because it's more of an open-ended activity. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to explain. It's more of like they have modular character stories designed around the characters themselves. Like think of like a Matter of Family from Arkham Knight, the DLC with Batgirl. But then they'll have like, hey, we're going to go do this Mr. Freeze raid boss fight, to lack of a better term. And that'll be where the 2-player co-op mostly shines, because that's going to be more of like the actual activity to do together. I don't know if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense.
It kind of does. I mean, we're going off of not a lot of information here. There's this press release, doesn't tell us too much besides solo or 2-player. So we have to kind of fill in those gaps. I have to say, it looks cool, but it's like, once again, like 2 games revealed, and neither of them are scratching that single player itch like all the way through. I feel like I didn't get that. Like I was hoping to get, doesn't have to be Batman, but I was hoping to get like another Arkham Knight, Arkham Asylum, Arkham City game, Doesn't have to be Batman, but just one of them where I feel like they're telling this great single player DC universe storyline. Unfortunately, these games aren't like really designed for me, so I just kind of have to deal with that and understand that like this seems to be the way that a lot of the next gen and cross generation games are going. They're going with this co-op or competitive dual, like like kind of hybrid approach.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
I'm not nearly as down on it as you are, Drew, because I do think, based on what I've seen and what I saw specifically from the gameplay and the cutscene segments, it seems very much that this is still able to and still designed very much around it being a single player experience, just with the ability to have somebody else join in and be your beat 'em up buddy. It doesn't seem like that this game necessarily is like built with the intention that you're going to have it. This seems more like, the best way I can describe it is in Killzone 3. At Killzone 3, you were able to go through the entire campaign co-op, and you took on your co-op buddy took on the character that is never mentioned actually in the third game, even though the games take place like 15 minutes after each other. So there's like a fourth member of your squad who suddenly disappears in the third game. But when your co-op buddy joins in with you, he takes on that character that's missing. So it seems very much like this is still going to be a single-player game.
That's what I'm hoping.
But
Yeah.
you're just able to take on one of the 3 other characters who aren't the main drive of the story. At that point, like it seems
What
like
Vin said is the
that.
concerning part to me, where he said like you can be different levels when you go up against Freeze. It kind of implies this non-linear, which isn't necessarily bad, but approach where it's like, hey, let's go do some like raids, or let's go do some shit like that I don't care at all about. I just want to play through a story, and that's me. That's
It
not
implies
anything against
that,
the
and I
game.
think there could be that extra on top of it, but it doesn't seem like this, for instance. This doesn't read to me as this being potentially like a raid thing. This seems more like this is a chapter that is primarily just supposed to be just Batgirl by herself, but maybe your buddy joins in if you want them to. They don't have to, though.
I'm more interested in this than Suicide Squad. I think it's interesting that the chat was actually 75% Suicide Squad. Ash, I don't know if you voted, but no, you do not get to say both equally. You have to decide which one are you more interested in. Which one is higher, ranked higher for you right now. You have to decide, gun to your head, what is higher ranked for you. For me, it would be this one. I think visually, even I'm a little bit more attracted to this direction. Obviously Suicide Squad is going to be the more impressive from a technical perspective because it is next gen exclusive. But this looks really great for a cross generational title. I think the artistic direction is on point. I love Gotham as well. I think I'm really excited to see what they do with Metropolis, but I'm definitely more of a Batman guy than I am a Superman guy. So I do like seeing Gotham in all its glory.
Gotham is absolutely, it's such a fun city.
Yeah.
Really
What's
is.
more interesting to you guys? Which one are you falling for?
You can go ahead, Tom.
It's this one. It's Gotham Knights, if for no other reason than we saw gameplay. We actually know what the game is for the most part. We know what the minute-to-minute gameplay is going to be. It's going to be essentially just Arkham. You just get to play as the Bat Family.
Right. Which I think is a compelling narrative right off the bat. I'm in on that.
Yeah, and the opportunity also to play some more members of the extended family. Like I would love to see Cassandra Cain. I would love to see Siren or Signal show up. So there are other members of the Bat Family that you could potentially see. Maybe even Catwoman shows up for all we know.
Right.
So,
I mean, let's be real here though. We all know Batman's not dead, right?
Oh no.
I would agree. Yes,
he's going to be the 5th secret playable character, and that's going to be where the game will be its true Arkham sequel in a way. Especially with the Court of Owls tease in this.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a little bit weak? No balls.
It depends on how they execute it.
No,
I mean,
it's exactly as I mentioned with the Matt Reeves thing. The problem is that people who know Batman, who've read the comics and know everything, they can see the twists coming a mile away because, of course Batman would do that. Of course he would fake his death if he's taking on the Court of Owls because they know literally everything about him already.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I do like that it's an action RPG. Love seeing those damage points. Well, Mr. Freeze here. That's
Yeah,
always cool.
I was not crazy about seeing that or the levels and the health bars on top of even the grunts' heads.
I think it's interesting to
Turn
me
that off.
because it separates it from what we've already played to a certain extent,
Yeah.
where it's like, okay, this is trying to do something a little bit different. At least
Yeah.
I don't know that it's going to be better or worse, but it at least visually, mechanically looks different because of those additions from an action RPG perspective.
Just
I want
do
to
the
go
God of
back.
War thing and be able to turn that off. If you
Yeah,
could
I agree with you
that
there.
stuff,
Yeah, a
that'd be
lot of people
fantastic.
don't want to see that. 100% with you there. They need to allow the option to turn it off. Going back to like the no balls idea here, I don't think I brought it up during the Justice League, but I have to say, no balls, making it mind controlled or whatever, Justice League. Come on, like they could have
Yeah.
done something really cool there, having us kind of in a Last of Us Part 2 kind of way, actually. I'm not going to go too far until we get to Spoilercast, but kind of in that way where we as a player are like, oh shit, like you're gonna make me do this? Like help, like you're gonna make me kill good Superman, you're gonna make me kill good Batman, or like that would have been really cool to have that agency as the character performing these sort of blasphemous acts. No balls, Rocksteady, no balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have liked that myself. I'm kind of down on the whole Brainiac probably
I mean, look,
controlled
it's
Justice League.
going to be like extremely it's going to be extremely like still pushing it for them if they decide like, all right, well, these are actually the Justice League that you're
Mhm.
killing, and it's not like the Bizarro Justice League, because that's really truly no balls.
Yeah.
If you're telling me that that's
It's
actually
gonna be like, oh, I
Bizarro,
knocked them out of their mind control. They're back to normal.
yeah.
Yeah, it's what it's gonna be.
Oh,
Come
they're
on.
just going to capture them and they're going to kill Brainiac instead.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No, you know, I still think it could be great. That's the thing is Suicide Squad. We don't have anything to work on because we didn't even see a gameplay demonstration. So, you know, I'm not going to shut it down. Like I'm never going to get this game. I'm not going to say that because
Shut it
I
down.
do want to see where it goes. I want to see what what their true game plan is, what the mechanics are going to look like in actuality, you know. So we have a long time to wait for that, though. They're probably not going to show much of this game until Gotham Knights is already out. They're going to focus 100%
To
on that
Far's
now.
point, I mean, Far's just brought up, he's like, I don't see DC or WB allowing that. I mean, we've seen communist Superman, we've seen
Look
Nazi
at Injustice,
Superman.
man.
I mean, we've seen a lot of different versions and things happening to Superman. Like, I can see them just saying, like, yeah, you straight up just kill Superman in this game, because why
I
not?
mean, he exploded a guy pretty much with his laser vision.
Right.
Like Superman, I don't care if it's mind controlled or not. So they're
He still killed
clearly
someone.
willing to do some shit with
Even
the
if he
character.
loses his mind control, like, he's going to be, like, really messed up, realizing that he killed people.
Yeah. I just really wanted to kill Superman, guys.
I'm hoping we can. I kind of want to see it happen. And also, if it's continuing the Arkhamverse, we actually really didn't touch on that. So Gotham Knights isn't continuing the Arkhamverse.
It's not.
Suicide Squad
I did say laser vision. Sorry.
is, and 7 years after the fact, and you know Bruce is no longer doing Batman at that point. So it's like,
Yes.
who's Batman in this? Is Batman gone from this? We'll see what happens.
Yeah, also with King Shark popping the Batman balloon, you're just kind of like, all right, well, people are still selling Batman merchandise, and so,
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
though everybody already knows that he's Bruce Wayne and like everything else like that, apparently people still love Batman, even if he's not like necessarily doing it.
Yeah,
Though they did leave it open ended though at the end.
they did, but it's just again, it's still strange. I think
Yeah,
I would have thought it would have been the opposite way around.
yeah. Like there's no reason why they had to mention like, oh, it's a continuation of the Arkhamverse. Why?
Yeah.
Like this doesn't need to have any connection to those games.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
Which
it really
inevitably
doesn't, no.
brings up the problem that we just mentioned. Like, yeah, all of a sudden Floyd has a race change in the middle of the games.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? They won't even touch on it, which I'm actually all in
No,
for.
no.
Don't even touch on it.
I
Just,
hope
it just
that they
happened.
don't.
Yeah. To Asha, I would have to be an actual fan of Superman first before I could be a fake fan. So. Boo.
Jeez. Wow.
Got him.
Got him.
Got
Moving on, Vince. Why don't you take this next story?
All right, kind of crazy stuff, but Demon Souls raid in Korea, potential PS5 launch title. This is from Push Square. They write, it's no longer just Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales that can boast a Korean rating as far as the upcoming PlayStation 5 games go. The Demon's Souls remake joins the club, as spotted by Jamatsu, and what's more, it has been rated for release in Japan. Of course, these games were always going to launch in those territories on PS5, but it's the timing of it all which immediately becomes a talking point. The Web-Slaying spinoff is already confirmed for release later this year, but could a new take on From Software's original Epic also be a launch title? Continuing on here, we don't think so. Otherwise, why wouldn't Sony have slapped a release window onto the end of its announcement trailer back in its Future of Gaming event? It did so with the aforementioned Marvel Spider-Man, Miles Morales, as well as Bugsnax, so it doesn't make too much sense to leave Demon's Souls out of that. Yes, official age ratings are usually handed out as the title draws close to launch, but there are outliers to this. Imran Khan is doubtful. I doubt it, if only for COVID reasons, but I don't think it's off the table. As far as I know, they've always been targeting launch or launch window.
I will say I don't think them not slapping a release date on it during the event means anything.
Yeah, I mean, that could have always just been a surprise thing to drum up more hype. I mean,
it allows them to now have another event where it's like, holy shit, Demon's Souls is launched.
Oh, yeah,
what?
yeah,
This is the best launch ever. Like that's what happens now. They could have like thrown it all into one event and had it been like, okay, wow, Miles Morales and Demon's Souls, but now we get to have holy shit, amazing announcement with Spider-Man, and now we get to have 2 months later Demon's Souls as well. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think that is the better business decision, marketing decision, PR decision to have them be in separate events, without a doubt, if that's what they're doing. Miles Morales looks fantastic and doesn't need another launch title to go along with it. I will say that. But if this does come out in this year, let's just say this year, it doesn't have to be at launch, but if this comes out in 2020, what a launch for PS5, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Would you guys agree with that? Tom, would you agree with that?
Oh, 100%. I mean, this would be one of the top launch windows that I can remember. Certainly. And, you know, unfortunately, like, the thing that I keep looking back to is, like, being disappointing is, like, the PS3 launch. Like, at this point, like, they could do anything better than the PS3 launch, the way that went. But,
yeah,
I mean,
even PS4 wasn't fantastic.
PS4 was underwhelming, and I remember people were starting with the memes of the PS4 has no games now, but now it's like looking like it's looking like PS5's like giving you plenty of reasons why you would want to upgrade.
Yeah, no, I agree with that too. I mean, that would be one heck of a launch for that to come out, and especially if that'd be Sony firing on all cylinders, I would think.
Yep. That would be violent Sony.
Violent Sony, not arrogant Sony. Violent Sony.
Violent Sony and punished Xbox.
Continues.
Punished Xbox. Yeah, not to play Fanboy Wars, but Xbox
This is not a Fanboy Wars thing.
It is left an opening, let's be honest. They've definitely left an opening, as we'll talk about Halo Infinite in a little bit. By that not coming out this year, like, holy shit, does PlayStation have an opportunity to just put the knife to their throat. And like, really, like,
good.
I'm gonna put Spider-Man and Demon's Souls out this year, because that covers 2 completely different bases as well. Like, really, that's just such a great 1-2 punch there. To have those 2 this year. And that doesn't even take into account, like, what if Kena comes out this year as well, which is another really great sort of base as well, where it's like, that's like an indie crowd that's going to appreciate something a little bit more artistic. If that comes out this year, like, this could be really one of my favorite launches to a console ever, if this happens. That being said, even if it comes out in the first 6 months, as I'll put that poll into the chat for you guys in a moment, I think I fixed it. Even if it's the first 6 months, I think that's pretty wild.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I never got to play Demon's Souls.
You're in for a
treat. Yeah,
you're in for a treat. Demon's Souls is one of the 2 From Software games I ever finished. The second one being Sekiro. So, Demon's Souls.
I was gonna say it was gonna be Metal Wolf Chaos.
No, not Metal Wolf Chaos. No, but Demon's Souls was a fantastic experience. Definitely, that game killed me, though. It's why I could not play Dark Souls 1, 2, or 3 for a long time. Like, because the torment that Demon's Souls was for me was just too much. It was like 15 at the time. Kicked my ass so many times.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think
my ass.
You'll like it, I think.
Very cool. Very cool.
I think you'll appreciate seeing the birth of the Souls genre, essentially.
Right, and probably an expansion of it as well.
Yeah.
I think seeing what Blue Point does to make it their own, and kind of put Blue Point into a new echelon, right?
Yep.
They did it with Shadow Colossus. I think that was the start, and now if they do it with Demon Souls, which would be for their first reimagining, as they call it, it's I think leading towards that potential of them becoming the first party studio.
Yeah. I agree with you.
I think it would be so smart if this turns out to be something fantastic, which I'm pretty optimistic it will be. I think Sony's got to lock them down.
Yeah. That's a lot of talent
Put the money
there.
out there.
And give them a shot to do something original.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
You managed to let Bend do their own thing. Like, give these guys a chance to like do their own thing.
Yeah. Tom, do you have the outline up?
I certainly do.
Yeah, if you could take the next story. We gave a little teaser to the chat here about Prince of Persia.
Oh yes, Prince of Persia remake in development, according to Games Radar.
I'm on Burgundy.
You got to emphasize those question marks in the rundown.
Yeah, man.
A Prince of Persia remake has been spotted at an online retailer, according to Games Radar. Twitter user Ken Zyro, I'm going to go with that, was able to get a screenshot of two separate listings for Prince of Persia remake, one for the Switch and another for PS4 on Guatemalan retailer Max. The listing suggests a November 2020 release. To note, both the PS5 and Xbox Series X are rumored to be launching mid-November. The listings have since been deleted, but reporter Jason Schreier has seemingly confirmed the information detailed therein. There's no telling exactly which Prince of Persia game is reportedly being remastered. It'd be totally out of left field for Ubisoft to remake the original trilogy that kicked off in 1989, but anything is possible. More likely, it's 2003's Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, a soft reboot of the series, or judging from the logo and the listings, 2008's Prince of Persia.
Ooh.
What do you guys think? What would you want it to be? Let's start with that, actually. What would you want it to be?
2003. Without a doubt.
Sands of Time?
Sands of Time.
I would like it to just be a soft reboot myself. I think they need to start this franchise back up again. It's a great franchise.
You know what? I would think it would be a good idea for them to see if they have interest still. If people still care about Prince of Persia, if you were able to do a remaster of Sands of Time and gauge it, then I would think you would go and try to do like a soft reboot after that. Because I don't think it's going to be too difficult for them to go back and try to do a remaster of this game.
Right. I mean, if it's coming out this year, we're not
talking about a remake. We're talking about strictly a remaster.
Right. If the rumors are true and it's coming out this year, I'm not expecting it to be anything crazy myself. I think it's going to be like a remaster or a remake of something that already came, not like a new Prince of Persia game. Right?
Yeah.
Right. What do you think,
I don't know.
guys?
I would like to see 2008 again, but that's just me because it was one of those games that I just enjoyed. There's something about like that art style and the nature of the game, and plus it has one of my favorite game trailers of all time with Sigur Rós. So
I don't know. Great.
That game to me is just, and I like the combat in it. I kind of liked how flashy it was. I know a lot of people don't like the game, a lot of people hate it, and that's fine. I like to see 2008, but at the same time, I would also be extremely happy to see Sands of Time or Warrior Within. I don't care about the Two Thrones or whatever it's called because there's whatever. But which is weird then because if they're going to reboot that, they actually technically rebooted that with 2012's Prince of Persia. What is it? Shit. The Forgotten Sands.
Did they? Okay, I don't even remember that one.
Yeah. I mean, that was Tom. You would agree with me. That's kind of like a mishmash of like the Sands of Time trilogy, just kind of boiled into one game, right?
Yeah, they were trying to very much just like evoke those feelings, but it just became like a Frankenstein's monster of Prince of Persia.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
I figured out why none of these polls are working. It's because I didn't even realize that on the side, Chatbot just crashed and didn't even tell me. So Chatbot's not open right now. I'm
Chatbot's too busy trying to do a current game.
Yeah, I don't even know. It just booted up again. That's why. All right, so the script got shut down too then for this subathon timer. Let me reactivate that. How long have we been live for? We've been live for like an hour and 37 minutes, it looks like. Yeah, so it has an hour and 12 on it, so it actually crashed like 25 minutes ago, and I didn't even realize it. All right, let me try the poll now. Let me go back to the previous poll about Demon Souls. I think it was Demon Souls. That was poll number 4. Let's see if it actually works this time. And
Standing by.
yep, it did work. Okay, so start with that one, guys. When will Demon Souls drop? Do you think it'll be PS5 launch in the PS5 launch window, meaning the first 6 months, 2021, or 2022 later? Let us know. Vote on that one first as we move on to the next story here in the level update. Why don't you take this one, Vince?
All right. My favorite topic. So excited. Halo Infinite development reportedly hindered by outsourcing. IGN wrote the story here. A report has surfaced suggesting Halo Infinite's development and recent delay have been affected by outsourcing, with the upcoming Halo TV show also apparently a significant distraction. An investigative report into the turbulent development cycle of Halo Infinite from Thurrott alleges that a number of factors have contributed to the game's troubled development and eventual delay from the Xbox Series X console launch into 2021. One major factor in Infinite's delay supposedly stems from the fact that a significant portion of the game is being outsourced to third-party contractors. This is a standard practice in the game industry, especially in AAA, but in Infinite's case, the report suggests the level of outsourcing has been unusually high, with coordination between the many different companies contributing to Infinite has been rough at best. Thurrott's source claims that the outsourcing was a ratio higher than a typical studio undertakes during development, which has led to communication and collaboration headaches for 343 Industries. Apparently, the E3 2019 trailer for Halo Infinite was outsourced while the game was not in a playable state, which oversold expectations for Infinite's later demos.
Just a little bit.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm biting my words here. The report suggests that the marketing engineering teams behind
Vince is
Halo
seething
Infinite
with rage as he's reading
have
this.
been on 2 different planets, which has also led to issues of the messaging in the game.
I'm with you, Asha. It's really starting to seem like, based on this news and some of the Glassdoor posts and everything that's coming together, it seems like 343 is not the best. Let's just put it that way.
Sounds like the exact opposite of what Vince was talking about with Rocksteady just a few minutes ago.
It just seems like they I don't want to say they're kind of amateur. They're not amateur. It just feels like they're not in that echelon they should be to take on Halo. The premier franchise of the Xbox. Like, why was it given to these guys if it seems like, from everything we're hearing, that they're just like not up to the task?
This is a little bit of a conversation I had with Mike off on, a topic with it and everything like that. But Mike indicated to me that apparently one of their interview questions for Halo is actually, it's so ingrained into their culture of was Halo done for you? Have you fallen in love with the franchise? These are interview questions. And I get that. If you're going to be working on a franchise, you want people who, are passionate about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like what's coming out with this now is that there's so much of a blind eye to the love of Halo that you have those voices that are coming and saying, hey, this isn't working. And people are turning an eye to that saying, no, it's Halo. It'll work. And that's the one thing that I think is actually making it even rough for outsourcing. If you have a studio that's so ingrained with this whole culture of Halo, right? You get one artist who's like, I'm going to make a mountain. And it's that doesn't fit Halo. Mm-hmm. You have all that turnover. And, with outsourcing, there's only so much volume that you could process, right? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys read some of the Glassdoor reviews. Did you see any of those?
Rough.
They were rough, right? They're talking about how
rough.
they're spending more time fixing crashes than developing the game, pretty much. That it's just their work ethic and their morale and their schedule and their flow, everything is just messed up because they can never get ahead of things. They're always trying to catch up with something that's failing them, that a crash that has broken everything. And now, granted, anybody can put those Glassdoor reviews up, so we can't take them at face value.
Serious.
They could be wrong, or just trolling. They could certainly be that. But if they are true, it really paints a picture here that 343 is underqualified to take on this massive franchise.
Or at least they just have really bad management who just
possibly
did not.
Yeah.
Who just, and maybe part of that is maybe Xbox's expectations for them. Maybe they were setting too many deadlines for them that they required that they had to outsource to this many different developers. Because look, at the end of the day, if this game wasn't going to be a launch title, that's fine.
Yeah.
because people want Halo, and Halo is going to always be a system seller for them. If this were to come out maybe a year or two after the Xbox, it would be it would be a downer, but it won't be as much of a downer as if this game releases and it being in a extremely rough state. So
Yeah.
maybe they have way too much expectations put on them by Microsoft. Maybe it's just bad management of delegation of duties, that where they had to outsource it to this many people, because clearly this is an issue of communication. There's too many cooks in the kitchen.
Right,
Yeah.
and that being said, it's still so surprising to me. It was both. It was like both sides, because the game clearly needed work based on what we just saw. It was like, holy shit, this game's coming out this year. This is the launch exclusive of Xbox Series X. This is what they're pushing right now. This is the next iteration in the Halo franchise, supposed to reinvent it to a certain extent, and this is what it looks like. Holy shit, I can't believe this is coming out this year. But then when they delayed it, I was like, holy shit, they've got nothing this year. Like, I can't believe they're doing this.
Well,
Right?
I mean,
What do they do? Do you think there's some, card up their sleeve, some, rabbit in the hat that they still have that they're waiting to reveal that is going to somehow bolster up this launch to what it needs to be?
no.
Dude, I sincerely hope for their sake, because I would rather us have good games than bad games.
Right, of course.
I
And competition.
I sincerely hope that this is going to turn out to be more of a Killzone 2. This is the second Killzone reference I just made in this show. I hope that this ends up being a Killzone situation where you had the bullshot trailer that you had before that was a target render, and they got somewhat close to it. They didn't get all the way there, but the fact that we didn't have what we have now with Halo, where we had a target render in 2019, and now we have this in front of us, which I'm hoping that this is like still rough, that this was an early build, that they just decided we got to show something at this thing, and this is the best that we got at the time. That's actually a footage that we have recorded. But I don't know, man.
Do you think that there's a potential that they didn't have anything planned to, fill in this void, but they are now figuring out what will be that answer? Like, does it mean throw as much money as we have to at CD Projekt Red to get Cyberpunk 2077 as a launch title on Game Pass? Like, something along those lines, where what do we have to spend to make this work? Because it's not the same as it used to be, where it's like first to 10 million wins. I don't think that's the way this generation is heading, because it's such a different generation. But if they've got nothing at launch, and PS5 has Demon's Souls, it has Spider-Man Miles Morales, it has the momentum coming off PS4, they will without a doubt hit 10 million way before Series X does.
Yeah, I mean, let me be a little bit more negative here. This entire project has been a complete shit show, entirely, from its entire inception back in 2015, when the game was supposed to be an original Xbox One game, and they kept retooling it for narrative standpoints. They had a 2018 engine demo, which is now apparently not true. They had a 2019 tech demo of a cutscene that, again, is not true. Nothing about this game has actually been true from how they've presented it, and Microsoft has made it the capstone of their Series X console. I'm sorry. Anything about that game, the gameplay that we saw of that, was actually pretty much mediocre. Nothing about what they're saying, nothing about what they're trying to say and say it's the most ambitious Halo game. Congratulations, you have an open world. Congratulations. Who's done open world?
And it doesn't even look like a unique open world. It's checking off the boxes, really.
Yeah.
Like, at least in that demonstration, right? Granted, it could be a lot more than that, but this is what they decided to show off. So this is what we have to go off of. It's, hey, open up map, set waypoint, drive there. That's okay, great, good for you.
I mean,
let me even be.
I know I certainly did. How many of us immediately looked at it as oh, it's Halo Destiny?
Yeah, a little bit.
The original rumors, which apparently they've now dropped the gear system, the original rumors were supposed to be to where you were going to get gear. It was going to be their version of Destiny. They apparently
now
dropped
gear
that.
is gone, you're saying?
Yeah, that gear is gone now.
Do we know that for sure?
Yeah, well, we don't know. I mean, but that's what we didn't see on there. But hey, guess what? You have Spartan armors that you're going to be upgrading with power levels, whatnot. The same thing too with the whole grapple hook was supposed to be the whole Breath of the Wild moment with the physics gameplay, except we see it go from point A to point B with actually no physics whatsoever.
Yeah, it's
And
just, hey, zoom there, and that's it.
and if the 4chan, which I know is always awful
Oh,
to
boy.
refer to 4chan, but they've been right on story leaks for many games. Let's be real. They've been pretty much right.
For years, they've had
these story leaks for Halo Infinite are correct, the fan base, I honestly think, is going to be like, what the shit?
At least we have the Showtime series to look forward to.
Yeah. So, and the other thing too is let's also forget
less Showtime series.
they were trying to also say that, you know, the rumor came out that multiplayer was not going to be there day one, and of course their PR was like, oh no, it's going to be there day one. They had a cool little announcement about it's free to play now. Have we seen multiplayer for Halo?
And then Phil Spencer comes out and says they actually considered
delaying it in parts.
doing them in parts. So that was under consideration. I don't know if that's because once the delay became a reality, it's like, guys, we have to delay this to 2021. Was it then that they decided, okay, we need to think about making the multiplayer come first? I don't know. I don't think we'll ever know that far into the workings and you know, behind the scenes. But yeah, like I agree with you. What a shit show. It's unfortunate. It really is that this franchise that as a person that sort of experienced it vicariously through my friends and family, but still loved it because of how much enjoyment I even absorbed from that. It's so sad to see the state of this franchise right now. It really bums me out.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And like I said, it's about like the only story that's actually going to bring out that real negative side of me, because this has been the complete disaster from everything that I have read and seen about this game. And for everyone to keep hyping it up, it's like, stop. Like, you need to stop right now.
That was pretty much the exact audio hook. You don't even have to say it.
You worry at some point, Vince, that it's too many people relying on the fanboyism of just being like, this is my franchise. I just want it to be good, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Like you just, but you blind yourself to the reality of the situation, which is just, yes, while the game certainly, like, there's certain things that I liked seeing from that trailer, but you just realize that this is nowhere near the kind of game that should be launching a brand new title.
Yeah. No, when I was watching it, I was like, oh, this is like really making me feel that nostalgic itch, right? Like, you know, him coming out through the doors and seeing that world and seeing the grunts and the noises and all that. I was like, oh yeah, man, this feels like Halo. Cool.
The silent photographer is just
2001's Halo.
Yeah. But the music is hitting the right notes perfectly, I think. The music's hitting everything perfectly. I will give the positive there. The soundtrack sounds like it's going to be probably one of the best Halo experiences, period, considering they have 3 composers working on it. But the other thing that I think what really bugs me is Digital Foundry had to even go in and be like, you know, talking through the engine, and then they're going like, yeah, you know, they're also delaying. When the game was going to release, it wasn't going to actually have ray tracing. One of the big things that was being talked about for the Series X. Added later. But then their whole engine is completely dependent on dynamic lighting. All their texture work and everything like that. So the whole flat comparisons, like, oh, it looks flat. Because they set the wrong time of day to really showcase the game off. I don't understand that level of, like, I don't want to say incompetence, but like, really?
What were you thinking? Yeah.
Like, exactly. Like, why aren't you showing this game in that state where, like, yeah, you can wow everyone? What happened?
That's something that day-night cycle.
I talked about this before, and some people will get on Sony about this, and I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but man, do they know how to show off a game. Even if there's a little bit of smoke and mirrors there, they do whatever they have to do to make that vertical slice wow us.
Yep.
And The Last of Us Part 2, no, it doesn't look quite as good as that original gameplay reveal. It got really close, got damn close in my opinion. I was at like 95% of the way there. It didn't quite get there all the way, but nobody's going to take away that original reveal. They're not going to look back on it now and be like, I'm no longer going to act like I was exciting during that. Because everybody was like, holy fucking shit, this looks insane. I cannot believe this. And they did the same with Horizon Zero Dawn. They did the same with Ghost of Tsushima. And I'm sure they'll keep doing it with every single one of their 10-pole single-player AAA franchises. That vertical slice they show off is going to wow us. They know how to hook us from the very beginning. This is what they should have done with Xbox. With Halo. That presentation should have been catered and tuned, finessed perfectly to show off everything that is good about that game and in the best light possible, and anything that's negative, hide as best as possible.
Yeah.
That is what they
Right.
should have done. You can call it false advertising, whatever you want to do, you can call it that, but that's what they should have done.
You would call it bullshots, is what you would call it.
Yeah, you
But
can call it whatever you want. But they needed to get people on board if that was their first presentation. Now, I mean, who cares? The game's been delayed. Now,
Yeah.
Far Center's asking in the chat, when? Like, does this game actually come out 2021? Because they didn't give a date, right? They just kind of
Right.
said it's
they just
delayed.
said delayed indefinitely, more or less.
Right. It doesn't even have a 2021 date, I don't think.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
could be wrong on that.
here was the thing that would have completely softened the blow of this whole thing. If they still would have, like, if we would gone back in history, we would still see the same showcase from that. Is that same exact day, the flight of Halo's multiplayer launched, early access, whatever, on Game Pass. You would have been able to get everyone on board with that same thing there too. Or the multiplayer, like you said earlier, Drew, it has to come out first now. I think the campaign has to be the campaign and the experience, the slice, the Halo conundrum. You know, it has to be all of that. And if it's not, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand it. And they've delayed it.
Fascinating.
Like, it's just, yeah, I need to stop. I'm getting angry. I'm
It's kind
sorry.
of fascinating. It is. You guys vote in the chat. Let me go back up and see here. What was the vote? I am now waiting indefinitely. One with 2 votes, but there weren't too many votes. It's kind of split between several of them. Far Center said he was planning on waiting anyway. I'm with you, Vince. I do think the multiplayer does come out first at this point. I think that'll come out in 2021. No matter what, that will come out in 2021. Hopefully, the single player will be ready as well to come out. If not, they will release the multiplayer. They've got to get that out next year
Yeah.
because
I
it's
mean,
free to
they're
play.
esports.
It'll be great. You know.
Well,
And
that's their esports.
let's be clear about one thing too. As we mentioned during the last time when we had this chat, Drew, regarding the Xbox showcase. Again, like, this is supposed to be a system seller for the Xbox Series X. You're still going to be able to play Halo on your PC whenever it shows up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so you got that on top of everything else that's going on with this.
That
game.
affects me. Like, I don't need to go buy your Series X console. I'll play it on my PC.
Well,
don't
yeah, I mean, we've
care.
been saying that forever. That's just
Yeah.
that's the direction they're headed in.
But it's like
that's
that on
their
top of like
business.
everything else. Like, if you gave people more reasons to be like, "Yo, I should," you know what? With all this stuff coming out right now for the Series X and Halo, yeah, you know what? Maybe I will just get the Xbox. Maybe that will be the way I go, and instead of just like waiting for everything to come to the PC, because everything's here. But now it's like, you're absolutely, you're gonna put it all. Like, I think we just had Ash mentioned it, or we had a bunch of people mention it, that they were now they're gonna wait on getting an Xbox until Halo comes out. Why bother then getting the Xbox at that point?
Yeah.
they've got a tough first year ahead of them. I think I'm curious to see how they handle it all. As I said, what are they going to throw their money at potentially in order to sort of fill this void and rectify the situation? But moving on to the next story, Apple and Google removed Fortnite from their App Store recently
I hate
and on
this
the Google
story
Play Store.
so much.
And a whole lot of shit's gone down in the last couple weeks. Let's start off with like the original story. A statement from Apple via The Verge. Epic Games took the unfortunate step of violating the App Store guidelines that are applied equally to every developer and designed to keep the store safe for our users. As a result, their Fortnite app has been removed from the store. Epic enabled a feature in its app which was not reviewed or approved by Apple, and they did so with the express intent of violating the App Store guidelines regarding in-app payments that apply to every developer who sells digital goods or services. Epic has had apps on the App Store for a decade and have benefited from the App Store ecosystem, including its tools, testing, and distribution that Apple provides to all developers. Epic agreed to the App Store terms and guidelines freely, and we're glad that they've built such a successful business on the App Store. The fact that their business interests now lead them to push for a special arrangement does not change the fact that these guidelines create a level playing field for all developers and make the store safe for all users. We will make every effort to work with Epic to resolve these violations so they can return Fortnite to the App Store. Google became part of the conversation because they did the same thing. They removed Fortnite from their store because, just to be clear, what happened was Epic Games added an option to make purchases directly through Epic. They to sidestep the 30% that Apple takes with their in-store purchases, their in-app purchases. So what's kind of crazy about this is a whole bunch of shit has come out since then, including all of the emails that went back and
Yeah.
forth between Epic and Apple.
Mhm.
And months ago, in June, Epic went to Apple and said, "We want to do this. We don't think it's right that we have to pay 30% to you. We want all of it. We want 100%. We're gonna do a sidestep and allow players to pay us directly." And Apple's like, "No, you're not." Pretty much like, just pretty much said, "No, you're not. Like, this is the agreement. This is the way it works for every developer. You're not doing this." And then months later, it's like, "Oh, by the way, we're doing this. We just did it. It's actually already done. They did an Ozymandias. We already did it 30 minutes ago." And and Apple, of course, took them off the store, and then on top of that, gave them an ultimatum of, in 2 weeks, we're removing your access to all tools as well, all developer tools. On August 28th, now just 5 days away, we will remove access to everything from you. So now this is really becoming a kind of crazy war here. Now, I don't think either side is necessarily right here, because I think what's behind Epic and what they're doing is not entirely wrong. I do think that all of them take too much of a piece. I think 30% is too much. I think there should be a piece because, as they said, we are allowing you to use our tools, our testing, our distribution. They deserve a cut for that. Should it be 30%? In my opinion, no. But the way Epic went about it, if you read these emails, it is so unbelievably childish. Like, I can't believe it. I can't believe that the CEO, Tim Sweeney, is having this conversation with Epic in this way. It blows my mind that was the start of the conversation. And it's kind of funny to see how Apple bounces back at them, because they, in turn, return that attitude. Because, hey, if you're going to talk to us that way, we're going to fire it right back at you. And it was kind of funny to read. I'm curious what you guys think. Like, is either of them in the right here? Is either of them in the wrong here? I'll start with you, Vince. What do you think?
Well, just to kind of add a little bit more there, Microsoft put a response in today or yesterday about they're siding with Epic on that. And I'm going to be more on Epic's side here because fuck Apple. But mainly because Epic actually, in their Epic Game Store, the thing that everyone hates because, God forbid, competition in the PC scape, one of the things that I found out in research on this is that apparently Epic has an agreement with developers to where if you don't want Epic to take a cut from the microtransactions, they're cool with that. So like Red Dead Redemption 2 on Epic Game Store, all those gold bars that Rockstar gets money for, GTA Online, they take 100% of that.
Okay.
So I don't see. So for Apple to say we need 30%, it reminds me of the same situation that Spotify kind of threw back on them a little bit too when Spotify and Apple had that spat, which is why Apple went and started making Apple Music, because they were like, oh God, what happens if we lose Spotify? And then the other thing too right now is what really sucks about what Epic's doing in this sense. This is the only thing I think is kind of weird. The only reason why Epic's doing this now is because of the antitrust investigation that the EU is doing for Apple right now.
Okay.
So it's kind of an opportunistic aspect of it.
Yeah, to act like they're doing this like for the developers is
Right.
complete smoke and mirrors. They are doing this for their own self-interest. They don't give a
Right.
shit about anybody else. And to act like they are is what makes me sort of hateful towards the Epic side of things.
Gotcha.
Like I said, I understand what's behind this, and I understand that's going to benefit all developers. So that's why there's a part of me that is on Epic's side. But the way they approached it and their ulterior motives and what is actually there makes me not want to side with them.
Which, by the way, also Epic trying to weaponize their player base as well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right,
No,
because
I
it's
mean-
a huge player base.
Yeah.
I mean, because they put out that parody ad of the 1984 ad where
Yeah.
they had, instead of Big Brother, it was a giant dude. It was a giant character with an apple head.
Yeah.
So I mean, look, I'm 100% with. I'm with Vince to a point, because also, like, to add on with Vince, fuck Epic as well.
Yeah. No, I get that. I can understand that.
Because look, there's neither of these guys are right, but I mean, this story is like, it's just a continuation, exactly, Drew, as you said with Spotify. And the funny thing is that now with one of the places where I'm freelancing currently, we actually had an interview recently with the Woz. Steve Wozniak
Yep.
commented on a technology show on the network that I now work for, where he was talking specifically about that 30% cut that Apple takes. And his response to that was to the effect, and I'm paraphrasing, that because of the services that Apple provides regarding security features, regarding certain things that they promise their users regarding how money is spent in app purchases, where they are giving a service to their consumers by taking that 30%. Well, the reason why they take the 30% is because they are providing a service of security, encryption, and everything
100%.
else. So in their minds, they're 100% justified in taking that 30%. The problem is that when you do that, and you also have, say, an app like Spotify, and then you say, all right, well, we're going to start putting out our own Apple Music. Well, now you're competing against yourself. Who are you paying that 30% to? Yourself. You're just going right back into your own pocket. So you're creating essentially a monopoly scenario where it's bad for small developers who aren't going to be able to really survive necessarily by having to have 30% of their profits made in-app through in-app purchases given over to Apple for no other reason than the privilege of being on Apple's service.
Yeah.
Which, look, no one's saying that Apple shouldn't be taking some sort of cut, but 30% is huge.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. They definitely should be taking a cut. I 100% believe that. I think even 20% makes sense to me. To get back 10% to developers, I think that would be a huge win. And I hope that's where this leads. I hope, even though Fortnite is doing it for their own self-interest, I should say Epic, yeah, if the outcome of this is that there's this change throughout the entire industry where it moves towards 20% or less. I know, at one point Discord was, trying to do like 91% of the devs. I think Epic what is Epic at right now on their store?
They're actually at less than 22%. It's again a case-by-case basis. I actually think their lowest they go to is only 12% that they take.
Yeah, I thought that was the case, 88, yep.
Yeah, and again, they actually, again, based on agreements, like other games, there's actually sometimes to where they only do a certain payout of we do like a certain amount of X unit sales, and after that, it's all 100%. It's all yours. Mm-hmm. They also do that as well.
Yeah, so there's already been a little bit of a movement there, and I hope this continues that movement, no matter what the ulterior motives are. It would be good for the development industry if that were the case. Moving on to our final story here, not so much really a story to read, but we have the Xbox Series S specs, supposedly. Now, this was tweeted out by Tom Warren. Now, it's not his specs, it's not his information, he got it from elsewhere, but the fact that he tweeted out adds a lot of credence to it, a lot of legitimacy to this. So Xbox Series X has 12.15 teraflops. The Series S, according to this, will have 3.95 or something, like 3.97.
Yeah.
It's 4 teraflops is what it says here, but it's actually 20 CUs at 1.55 gigahertz. So do the math. It's a tiny bit under 4 teraflops. SoC is 7 nanometer enhanced SoC. Got an 8-core, 16-thread Zen 2 CPU at 3.8 gigahertz. Navi RDNA 2.0 GPU. 10 gigabytes of GDDR6 RAM, but only 7.5 are actually usable in games. It's targeting 1440p 60 FPS. We'll go back to that in a moment and discuss if that's realistic. PCIe 4.0 SSD. Plays all Xbox One games. Supports Xbox 360, OG Xbox games, and next-gen support. Interesting, but maybe shouldn't look too much into it. On the Xbox Series X side, under backwards compatibility, it says Xbox Series X exclusives. That's kind of weird. We'll talk about that in a moment as well. MSRP, lower MSRP, aims to be Xbox One S of next gen, budget friendly. It's going to be around 250 watts, a little more than that, and no disk drive. I feel like is definitely important to note. Something I expected, but was surprised to see a lot of people did not expect. A lot of people thought it would have a disk drive. So let's start off with the RAM. I want to start off with that, actually. 7.5 available for games. Is it enough, Tech Guru?
I mean, yes, but no.
For 1440p, 60 FPS, is it?
Yes, but no. Again, because where everyone tries to do these base assumptions on it's 7.5 gigabytes of RAM, that's totally enough for 1080p textures. That's not how that works on the console side. That's not how that works. That works on the PC side. That's kind of how that works there. For the console side, your RAM is also doing not only your textures, but also asset loading on top of everything else that the SSD is now going to offset now with. That's the great thing about it. Now, yeah, 3 years from now, that's questionable.
Right, that's what's questionable, right? Because a simple calculation that I did and we kind of did together on one of our streams was you've got 12.15 available on the Xbox Series X. They are targeting 4K 60 FPS. Now, if you go down to 1440p 60 FPS, that's about 40%. Let's just say that. Simple as that. It's about 40% of the resolution of the pixels being displayed. It's a simple calculation, but it's actually something to look at because when you go to 4 teraflops, clearly now we are under 33% of the GPU power, if we're keeping it simply at teraflops, they're under 33% of the GPU power of the Xbox Series X. So there is about a 7% discrepancy there between what is needed and what is allowed. So right off the bat there, it leads you to question, can they actually hit 1440p 60 FPS without any other concessions? Now, they probably can if they make some compromises, right? So there might need to be a few other things that are turned off or some, little graphical features that get pulled back in addition to that. But I'm with you. Yeah, they can make it happen. The price is the question, right?
Well, and the thing, too, is that, I don't understand what the point of this console is, to be frank. Even if you're going for a budget system. We had the story now of the Xbox One S coming out again as a Mark II version. Where is this thing going to land at now? If we're going to have to deal with the Xbox One S coming back, then the Series S, and then the Series X. And to go back to another point here, if they would have said performance target was 1080p 60 frames, I would have been a little bit more okay with it. The fact they're trying to go with 1440p 60 frames, I was like, I just don't see the system being able to maintain that, especially after year 2, especially if we move full on to next gen development. And the RAM being cut and down to 7.5 makes that even weirder to me. If they would have done 16 gigabytes still at the same time and would have been done more at the slower end speed to where doesn't need to do that, then it would have made more sense because scalability would have worked a little bit more easier that way.
Yeah.
I'm not a game developer, so I really can't. I'm not going to sit there and say, yeah, Microsoft's an idiot. There's clearly been research there, but I have questions on how the longevity of the system works for something that's supposed to be a budget-friendly system that people are going to buy. Are they going to do a yearly refresh every year with this thing? Are they going to do a 2-year refresh with this thing?
Yeah. Speaking of budget-friendly, no disk drive. Tom, how much is this thing going to cost?
Well, the Series S, no disk drive, with everything that Vince is mentioning. If this is supposed to be a budget console, I could see it going for $399 US.
You think that's budget?
I think that would be budget if you're going to look at, say, if you're going to be looking at, let me put it to you this way. I literally just got a new phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a second generation SE iPhone. This is their budget phone. I got the cheapest one that they would give me. This is $399. So I think that people are probably conditioned at this point to believe the idea that $400 would be a budget purchase at that point.
Maybe if they're not knowledgeable in what's inside the box, I would agree.
And honestly, that's 100% what this is geared toward. They are specifically gearing this budget console toward people who aren't technologically minded. They're going to look at it and be like, yeah, it might not have as many bells and whistles, but it's going to be, it still costs less than me having to spend potentially $599 US. Again, I keep going back to that number, but let's say it's a $500 console. The Series X. Let's go on the lower end. For $100 less, and you're going to give me this, yeah, I'll go for the cheaper one because they're still making games for it. So why not? There's no disk drive, but they'll get them online. They're like, that's fine. My kid will be able to handle that. They are the cynical reason, Vince, because you asked the question of what is the purpose of this console. The purpose of this console is for parents at Christmas time to buy the cheaper version thinking they can get away with it, and then later either the kid gets old enough where they can save up their own money and get the better Xbox Series X, or they complain enough to their parent to be like, I want you to get me the Series X.
I think that's one side of it for sure. I think, and I'll let you jump in too, Vince, real quick. But I think to anybody that's in the know, this thing needs to be at least $150 less than the digital edition of PS5. That's my opinion. So whatever that falls at, whatever the digital edition is, I think this Xbox Series S needs to be at least $150 cheaper.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to go back to this because this is where I don't, and I get where your point is, Tom. So I'm not going to try to dismiss this, but we actually do have a Target retailing listing of a Mark II 1S at $299. So that's where I'm questioning this whole thing. So is this Series S going to be a $399 console, and then a Series X going to be a $599 console? Because the hot chips breakdown of the Series X SoC is more expensive than what the Xbox One X was, and the Xbox One X launched at $599. So I get that everyone likes to sit there and say Microsoft has the war chest and they're going to under.
Did Xbox
Sony.
One X launch at $599?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a $600
shit.
console.
Did it
And
really?
that's one of the things I hate about Microsoft. They launched their console, then within a year later, they're like, oh, hey, here's our next gen system. So honestly,
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean,
Which is hilarious, given like.
And they're
people-
discontinuing the One X.
yeah,
Yes.
they're discontinuing the One X, apparently bringing out the One S Mark II, and
Wow.
it's the craziest thing.
My guess would be, honestly, I think at most, I think the Xbox Series S is no higher than 300. I think at the least, at the lower end, I think there's a chance this thing is 249.
I don't know. I mean, if the One S version that we talked about is dropped down to where it is like that super duper budget console of like $199, no disk drive, and that's like the old gen, then you have the Series S coming in there because, you'd have that coming in like around 250. What you're saying there, 250 or around even 299. That would give them breathing room there. And then there's always like rumors now too about how they're not going to bundle controllers in with it. It'll be just the console. And you have to buy the accessories separately, more like a Nintendo style type thing. So I mean, there's
that's a
probably
possibility. I think to have that option is actually not a terrible idea, considering that is, a feather in the cap for Xbox right now, that their, array of controllers works on all their devices. So whatever you have, if you're an Xbox ecosystem person, it will work on the Xbox Series S. So some of those people are gonna be like, why am I buying a console with a controller? Why don't I spend $250 instead of $299? And I've got plenty of controllers. I think that's actually not a bad idea myself.
Oh, it's not terrible.
Yeah. So it's
You know,
interesting.
Yeah.
You guys in the chat, everybody said neither. Nobody is getting an Xbox Series X or S at launch this year. So I think I wonder if that would have been different if Halo Infinite was coming out this year. I think Asha might have said Xbox Series X if Halo was coming out this year. Of course, we do have a PlayStation-centric community, so it's hard to know for sure how this is all
Look,
going to
I
play
would
out.
100%. And look, I know Xbox fanboys personally in different disco, and I say that in a loving way. I don't mean that as being like console wars way, but like I know specifically from conversations that I've had with other people who are tried and true Xbox fans who've specifically told me, they're like, look, I would love to be getting a holiday Xbox Series X. He's like, but no Halo, no. He's like, what am I getting it for?
Right.
At the end of the day, like he's like, I might as well wait.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah.
I agree. Can't
Sorry.
disagree with it. I have to
I will
say.
make a correction here. I was wrong on the price in the Xbox One X. It was $499,
I
but
thought
still
so.
a $500 console. Then 2 years later, is continued for,
Yeah,
And they're
I
saying-
agree. That's weird.
and a $500 console, mind you, with the chip design that again Microsoft has said that the new Series X chip is twice as expensive for them to make. So I don't think they're coming in with a $499 console this time around, especially for the Series X.
I did start a sub gift giveaway in chat. If you are already a sub, please do not type in !sub gift. Miss Kells, you already did. It's all good. But anybody else that is not already a sub, please do not type in !sub gift. We want to give it out to somebody that's not a sub. We are also going to do a couple wheel spins here. Thank you so much to Trish and Duroc, husband-wife duo coming in. Duroc with a tier 3. Trish with a tier 1. That added several more minutes onto the stream timer. We are working our way up towards at least half extension, half chub. Maybe we can get some more time with Fall Guys after the talk show is over.
Chub.
So if you want to extend the length of the stream, subs, tips, and cheers will do it. And there you have it.
Thanks, Don.
Everybody gets a car. That's several more minutes. I think 6 more minutes added on to the stream timer, courtesy of Dunk. And that went to, let's see here. Welcome to the +1 posse. Twixt, Handler, Predator, Akume, Patinaggio, Joe, and Neckeye, all coming in to the +1 posse, courtesy of Dunk. We're going to do several wheel spins here. Let's start off with Trish the Dish, giving you guys 60. Duroc will get 3 spins. I'm going to have to do some quick math here. 60 plus 60 is 120. Plus 70 is 190. Plus 70 is 260.
Oh, man.
Did I say 260 plus 325? And another one. Okay, I've got to think here. 325. Okay. Miss Kell's gifting subs now too. I think she just did 2 gifted subs.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me do the 325 so I can start fresh here.
No, I'm sorry. She gifted 1. My bad.
Okay.
I apologize.
Add viewers. 325. You're amazing, Donk. You're amazing, Miss Kells. All right, so we got 325. Let's do 5 wheel spins here. 50 plus 50. 100 plus 50. 150. We're stuck on 50. There's 215. And another, that's 280. And you know what? Let's do one more for Miss Kells. 280 plus 100. 380 to the entire room. And there you have it. All that XP to you guys. Courtesy of so much generosity in the chat from Donk and from Miss Kells. And, of course, Trish and Duroc coming in with so much support continuously. Duroc, a producer of the show. With how many months now? Duroc, 15 months as a tier 3 producer of this show. You guys are amazing. Let's go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll get into the rapid fire news roundup. We'll close off this show, and we'll close off the first half of the show, and then we'll get into The Last of Us Part 2. We'll let that sub gift giveaway run while we're out here. Hold on tight, King Kurtz 757. We'll be back in approximately 90 seconds. Welcome back, Level Uppers, to the Level Up Show, episode 297. This is a gaming dedicated talk show on some Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We've got another shout out here to Vince and Tom joining us tonight, doing a fantastic job. I see you guys in the chat saying that this is a stellar cast tonight. So please give Agent Vincent 4756 and Jersey_Tom both the follows. Check out their channel. Give them that level up love. Jersey Tom just became an affiliate.
Yes.
And now they're both working up towards partnership here on Twitch, so we can help them make that happen, because we all know that I got lucky with my partnership. So back in the days of the Playroom. So let's work us all up towards true partnership. We got to achieve full true partnership on this channel. We got to start averaging 75 every week. Then we'll be true partners here on the Level Up Show. We'll have to wait for that to happen. But to anybody who's new here, I got to do a high points will spin. I just realized, because we hit our daily sub goal.
Woo!
Fantastic.
Right,
that was
nice.
courtesy of Donk and Miss Kells with all those gifted subs they just handed out. I didn't even realize that. And we're also working our way up towards our daily follow goal. We got 2 out of 5 right now. If you want to pitch in, if you're enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the conversation, and you want to stop back around for variety gaming and talk shows here on the channel, hit that heart button, twitch.tv/levelupshow. Turn on notifications. Make sure you get alerts whenever I go live, Wednesdays and Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And let's spin that wheel for all the support tonight. We're going to do 525 XP to the entire room. We have a new way of checking your points. It is now !XP. I merged them all into one command. It will give you your rank, your hours, your XP, and a link to where you can redeem XP all in one command. So don't have to worry about wallet anymore. Don't have to worry about points anymore.
Not to cut you off,
way to
Drew. I
do
think your chat bot's down again.
It is. You're right.
Chat
It
bot
crashed
died?
again.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's a hotkey.
You're doing the desktop version, right?
I'm doing the desktop version, yeah.
Yeah, mine crashes every now and then too. I'm not sure what it is.
I'll look to it off stream. I have a feeling it might be a hotkey I added that's causing it to shut down, because I have been doing a lot of changing behind the scenes and improving efficiency and trying to make things
Right.
work quickly for myself. So I have a feeling it's commercial break. Something that I changed in the commercial break hotkeys.
Is screwing it up.
I think is shutting it down. Yeah. Give me 1 second here, guys. It's booting back up. They probably just shut down from commercial break, and I'll give you guys the XP you deserve, and you
Sorry.
guys can start using our new command to check your XP. All right, just boot it back up. Should start seeing some stuff pop in chat.
There we go.
And
go.
let's give you guys that XP, and now you guys can start testing out the new command. It is a new script that I'm using, so definitely try it out, and that way we can see. Yeah, there you go. It's working.
Wow, very nice.
Everything all in one. Hours, XP, how much you need for the next level, and the link all in one command. And no cooldown anymore either. That way you guys can
Always check it.
can check it out at any time. All right?
Very
Let's be
nice.
honest, Discord is the best source for stream announcements. I agree, Brett. Little segue there. Discord, everybody! Exclamation point Discord in chat if you want to jump on the community, become a part of it, even when I am not live. Go to discord.gg/the-level-up-network. We got a lot of great stuff going on there, a lot of great channels for you to check out, and we are also trying to grow the community, especially the active community on there, so that we can hold on to partnership. Discord is a removing partnership for those that don't hit new requirements, unfortunately. So we are about 75% of the way there on what the requirements are. So if we can get some more people to join us on Discord and become active on our Discord, we've got some things that are going to be exclusive to Discord in the near future. So keep that in mind as well. Get on there, guys. Become a part of that.
Do it.
Do it. Stop.
Do it.
Stop right now and do it.
Stop. Stop right now.
Do it.
It's, every time you say it, it sounds exactly the same. It's crazy.
Anyway,
Anyway.
consistent on that.
Guys, oh, wait. Sub-gift giveaway. The winner. Oh, shit. I just realized I'm going to have to do it again because it shut down on us.
Sure.
Yeah, it shut down and it removed them. So let's open another sub-gift giveaway. We'll let that run as we move into the smaller stories we have to get into every week and what we here like to call the Rapid Fire News Roundup. First up in the Rapid Fire News Roundup, the Xbox Series X had its UI revealed this week. A little bit of piecemeal, stuff going on. I was hoping we would get PS5 this month as well, but it doesn't seem like it'll be the case.
Yeah.
All that being said, I really like what I'm seeing here from the Xbox Series X UI. It's going to be the same across all their platforms, including the Series S to be revealed, and even the One S. So, I like PS5's approach where it'll feel like fresh and new, and only the PS5 guys get it. But I can understand the pro-consumerism of this route as well. What did you guys think? Did you check this out?
Yeah, I checked it out just for a hot second. I actually really didn't watch the full thing because the PC client is actually pretty close to it now. There's some PC centric stuff on it, but I think it looks nice. I just hope it stays speedy. I know that's one of the big initial problems with the original Xbox One UI was that how laggy and slow it was, and I know they've done vast improvements on that, but I like it.
Yeah, you don't have to
It looks good.
believe them, but during this interview or whatever you want to call it, they talked a lot about how that was the focus, and they're lowering the footprint as much as possible so that games have as much RAM as possible, but it's still going to be very fast. You can turn off a lot of things. You can turn off animations and
cool.
different visual effects to further speed up the UI. So I think that's a great idea. I think PlayStation should certainly do the same thing as well. I don't need all the bells and whistles. Just let me move around as quickly as possible. It doesn't need to look flashy.
Yeah.
Right.
Only flash you need is your Tifa wallpaper, and then you're good to go.
Damn right. Just make my dynamic themes as sexy as possible, and I'm good to go.
Or just give me corn love. Just give me more corn love, and I'm good.
Do you think there's any chance we get a PS5 UI reveal this month?
No.
In the
No.
week that we have left? No?
Yeah, no. Maybe sometime next month, but not now.
Yeah. Yeah, the SSD has got to help, I would think, right? With the
That's-
UI?
That's been the big talking point behind it. Yeah, I mean that's another story from that time, but that's one of the big talking points for the PS5 UI. It's going to use the SSD to its advantage.
Better do it. Kinko Swag, welcome to the show. Good to see you again, man. It's been a while. Moving on to the next story. We got Black Ops Cold War to be revealed next week. We had a trailer revealed called Know Your History, live action set up to the geopolitical events that will shape the narrative in Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. To be clear, we don't actually get any gameplay footage or cinematics, actually, for that matter, but it's the first official announcement from Activision after nothing but whispers and teasers. Likewise, it's been announced that the bigger worldwide reveal for Black Ops Cold War will be happening next week, August 26. Recent reports claim that Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War will release sometime in October or early November and introduce a new Call of Duty Warzone map, a new zombies mode, and a full campaign of its own. How excited are you, Tom?
I'm pretty excited. I mean, I love... Look, I really enjoy, I think the World at War Black Ops / storyline is fantastic. I'm assuming that this is going to take place in the 70s because we've touched on 1968. Pretty much, very early in 63, and then primarily in 68. And then we jump to the 80s for this time in the Cold War. So I'm hoping like this is like 1970s, like super height of the Cold War portion of it. So like I'm excited for the reveal to finally see what this game is going to be about. And from all the teasers and everything, man, it like specifically this the one that I'm watching right now, I'm a little behind, but the one like ex-Soviet KGB guy who they were talking about, like the illusions, the stuff going on today, it's crazy. I can't wait for it.
What do you guys think of the title? A lot of words.
It's a lot of words, and I think eventually like it's going to be going the same route as what happened with Modern Warfare after a certain point, where it's just going to be just Black Ops Cold War.
Right. That's what I think they should have called it. They should call it Black Ops Cold War.
Yeah, because everybody knows it's a Call of Duty franchise. Like, we get it.
Yeah, I think so. At this point, I think it's as strong actually as in my opinion as Modern Warfare.
Yeah. That
name, I think it's just as strong. So I think they could have done it. They're getting close to like 358 over 2 days type titles going on here.
Nothing's ever been as crazy as Kingdom Hearts naming convention.
2.8 fragmentary passage. No, don't think we're going that far.
I don't think we're going that far.
No,
0.2, 5, 7, 8.
Hey, Vince.
Yeah.
Hitman 3 is now Epic Game Store exclusive. Those fucking guys at Epic Games, man. Fucking dare they? Vince?
How dare they? I mean, I'm fine with it. IO's, I think, publishing that themselves now. I don't think Warner Brothers is involved in this time around. So I think IO is doing this. They're doing this by themselves, I think. So I think they're going to take any help they can get. Plus, we saw how good of a deal that was for Remedy with Control. Plus, I'll be buying it on PlayStation anyway, so it doesn't affect me. So,
right.
Sorry. That's the rub of it. Yeah, it's the rub of it. Like, I mean, they're going to offer Hitman 1 for free on the 27th on Epic Game Store, which then will lead into 2. And more likely, one thing they did with 1 to 2 was that you can import, and from 2 you can import all of 1. So, I don't know. Cool. I mean, they're getting their bills paid, and Epic's handing out free money. Take advantage of it. And they'll sell just as much on Steam a year from now anyway. That's what the whole market trend's been like.
There you go. There you have it. From the Hitman fan. Moving on to a rapid-fire story that might take a little more than a minute here. The first PS5 ad has been revealed. And it also sort of jumpstarts a new slogan. It's not different. It's not taking over the play has no limits, but it also is kind of like a new focus. Let's watch it, actually. Let's put it up on screen.
Welcome to a world where you can feel more.
Do it.
Have you listened to this with headphones yet?
No, actually, but I don't have my my headset on.
Yeah, no, there's some interesting audio.
A world where you can see with sound. A world where you can feel force at your fingertips. immersion.
So the new focus being welcome to a new world, and specifically of immersion. This is clearly a dual sense focused ad here. Interesting that was the Kickstarter of their campaign, is that they decided to focus on the dual sense and its features, and like, how do you show that off? It's something that's tough to do, and it's a kind of an interesting story how this ad was put together. But before I get to that, how do you guys feel about the ad just in general?
I liked it.
So.
It's interesting. It's a little odd, I want to say, in comparison to what we've been seeing from Sony. But again, the audio in this is actually kind of the killer
Even
feature.
with one like little earbud in, I was like, oh, this sounds really good. I like this.
Well,
when
actually,
she dodges that missile, you feel
it's
that.
3D.
Oh, yeah.
It's 3D.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
actually
3D audio,
there's rumbling, and then there's all these different audio variations in it. I actually think it's really exciting too that they did they're doing some representation here. This isn't a generic white dude doing this ad. You know, it's interesting that we're seeing that in an ad. I'm hoping it's more representative.
A worldwide ad. Let's not forget, too.
Yeah.
This is the ad that is throughout all of their different territories. They have unified one campaign. You know, the first one that I revealed, I think was like a Hungary, the country ad. I'm pretty sure. Hungarian. So, yeah, it's kind of cool that this is all one unified campaign. I really like the teaser myself. I think with a 30-second TV spot, it'll especially be really, really impactful, because we're going to have no like sort of lead up. It's going to be just like really cool shots and sound effects and all within a 30-second TV spot. I think this is going to really work well. And I think it's tough, as I said, to show off the features of a controller that entirely have to do with the senses in an ad. But it does, I think, the best it possibly could in conveying that message. Let me read off a little bit from an interview with Eric Lempel. He said, quote, "It's a massive challenge on every front doing an ad like this, not just for the parts of the organization that I oversee, but for all parts of the organization. The nice thing is that we're pulling it all together. We will launch this year. That will happen. And from my end, we will absolutely make sure that we will bring all of the magic and all of the excitement of launches that we've had in the past. We are still committed to doing that. It's more challenging than ever, but our gamers expect a lot from us. It's a chance to celebrate the beginning of a new generation. This spot kicks off PlayStation 5's marketing efforts, and this is just the beginning. So you can see this is an initial entry. Hopefully it looks high quality, hopefully it captures the imagination of the viewer, and from here it just gets bigger and better. If the world was in a normal place, we would be out there with demo stations at different events with the ability for consumers to touch the product and interact with it and really understand what we are talking about. The challenge early on became, how do we try to express this with a spot? And at the same time, how do we create a spot given the current limitations presented by the global pandemic? This was a challenge on all fronts for us. They actually had this girl shoot this in her living room, from what I understand.
Really?
That girl wasn't even in studio. Everything was all CGI around that. This girl shot all this in her living room, and they had 70 different teams have to work on this, on different parts, to figure out how to work around her situation and make her seem like she was in this environment.
Wow.
That's what had to be done for this during a COVID, pandemic. When you think about that, it's even more impressive, this ad, in my opinion.
Yeah. 100%.
What they were able to figure out, what they were able to accomplish with this ad is pretty wild. And I think Donk said it. Man, Sony doesn't mess around with their hype. The fact that they were able to still accomplish that in the current environment, I think, speaks to how serious they are.
And they're saying
now.
This is the starting. This is the entry point.
This is the entry point.
The small little. Oh my gosh.
It makes sense. I mean, the small entry point being, let's just talk about the controller. Let's talk about the DualSense. Once they start getting into showing off the games in their catalog and all that, this could be really fantastic. Violent Sony. I'm curious. I'm gonna talk to you guys about this as well. But the chat, what is the best PlayStation ad slogan? You are not ready, which by the way was a red, the color E. So it actually didn't say you are not ready. It was you are not, and then it was a red E. That was PlayStation 1. You had wherever, whenever, forever. That was PS1. Live in your world, play in ours, PS2. It only does everything, PS3. Long live play, also PS3. Greatness awaits was PS4. This is for the players was PS4. It's time to play was very recent for the PS4. And finally, brand new, play has no limits for PS5. There's been a lot of other ones as well, so if you guys want to vote for other, you can. Tom, we'll start with you. What is your favorite PlayStation ad slogan?
It's for me. It's live in your world, play in ours.
Same here. Yeah,
That one,
that's
and I think it might have something to do with just the way that I look back so fondly on the PS2, and that just being like so synonymous with so many great memories on the PS2.
And I think Double Life had that slogan, didn't it?
I
I don't
think
know
it
if you know what
did.
Double Life is, but
I actually do. Oddly enough.
yeah, one of their great ad campaigns, Double Life. I'm pretty sure that ended in "Live in Your World, Play in Ours." So yeah, I would say that is my personal favorite. What about you, Vince?
It's weird, I really don't have that really backwards looking or more nostalgic take on it. Honestly, play has no limits for me right now. I think it encompasses kind of the shifting point that all the companies are doing now with SSDs coming into the fray. We're seeing very powerful consoles coming in. I don't know. I just, this new generation is just, it sounds like it's going to be so much fun. We're going to see variation on gameplay elements we're so used to seeing. We're going to see bigger worlds. We're going to see more intricate worlds. We're going to see things that we haven't seen before, and we're going to feel things that we haven't really felt before. We're going to feel them in greater depth. So the hope of play has no limits, I think, is really attuned to me.
And I don't think this was the intent behind that slogan, but when you look at it now, knowing that Spider-Man's not going to be on Xbox and stuff like that, it's almost like play has no limits on PlayStation. But if you're on Xbox, you got a couple of limitations over there.
Yeah.
Like Spider-Man. Kind of feels almost like a jab now looking at it retroactively. I don't think that was the intent, though. Moving on from that, Gamescom opening night live is 2 hours long, and it's going to feature 20 plus games. The only thing I know so far is going to be there without a doubt is actually Season 2 is going to be revealed for Fall Guys at Gamescom opening night live. So that's cool.
Crazy. Yeah.
I'm not expecting a lot from this myself. I don't know about you guys, but I'm keeping my expectations super duper low for this. No next gen news, in my opinion.
I think we might get one next gen item, but that's about it.
I think there's a chance that Xbox originally wanted to announce next gen stuff at Gamescom, but I don't think anymore they do. I think things have changed.
Tom, what about you?
I think it's 100% going to be strictly games.
Yeah.
I don't see Sony or Microsoft using that as a time, especially with the way that they've been announcing all of their content recently. It seems like they would want to devote their own state of play or showcase directly toward having it just focused on them and nothing else.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. Interesting in the chat. Just go back quick. It only does everything, and this is for the players. Would not have expected that. One with 2 votes. Especially this is for the players. I would not have expected that one at all. That was actually a UK only ad slogan. So, got some UK guys in here that I don't know about. And finally, the final story of the level update, or the rapid fire, something that has been talked about many times in the chat. We are going to talk about it. Chinese action-adventure game Black Myth grabs attention with their gameplay reveal, and rightfully so.
Wow.
Indie AAA is, I guess, what you call this. Let's put it up on the big screen here. Wow-ee. I'm feeling this, guys.
I'm feeling it too.
I mean, this is definitely giving me some like Bloodborne Sekiro vibes, without a doubt.
But there's some really cool variations on what they're doing with it that it's kind of marvelous to watch,
Taking enemies' weapons and almost utilizing them to become them is what it seemed like at points. Like you can inhabit those creatures after you take their weapons. I don't know exactly what it is, but you can become a bee at the beginning. He becomes this enemy later on. It doesn't like bring him in. He becomes that character that with the same mechanics. And this he nails it. Like the guy who's playing here murders this enemy, but looking at it, I think a lot of people would die many times against this guy. It looks like a challenging little fight here. He just knows it in and out, whoever's playing.
Well,
very fluid, very fast.
Seeing the environmental destruction of all this happening too on top of it, like this is it just looks absolutely fantastic. I kept trying to also like rack my brain for Journey to the West mythology. I was like, did Sun Wukong ever be able to like just turn into people? I can't remember if that was actually a thing.
So here you go. The weapon lands there, and he's got his prompt, and he almost like inserts it into his ear. It's almost like Harry Potter with the with like the memories like pulling out of the temple, kind of what it reminds me of. Very very cool looking game, cool looking character design. You actually couldn't really even tell there, but it's like a man ape, man monkey, whatever you want to call it, type character there.
It's
as your
supposed to
main.
be it's supposed to be Sun Wukong from Journey to the West, which if anybody if you are unfamiliar with it, is probably it is the Chinese myth. It is the primary one that like most people know. It's pretty much what original Dragon Ball was based off of. To give you some sort of idea.
Very
So
cool.
you're going to see a lot of imagery like, oh yeah, that makes sense because Goku had a pole and he flew it around on a cloud.
Hmm.
Uh,
And yeah,
so,
and that's in this too. There at the very end of the gameplay, you saw him riding around on a cloud in this.
yes, he flies around on Nimbus, and that's all part of the myth. So
Very cool.
you're going to be playing as a monkey man
I like
Awesome.
it. I'm all in on that.
who
Come
may
on
or may
now.
not be the slave of a monk who's trying to travel west.
The thing that really struck me watching that is how dense the environment was, and
Yeah.
it makes me wonder if they, as an indie studio doing a AAA title, if they can actually pull that off on next gen hardware, or is this something that's like a PC target render? Curious how it's all going to come together. Hope it comes even close to what was shown there. That was a great vertical slice.
That was.
Very, very good. Anyway, guys, that is the first half of the show here. I think we might have one more wheel spin to do. Yes, we do, because I gifted a sub to Evil Resonance. Congrats on winning the sub gift giveaway. This one is for you,
Congratulations.
sir.
That's
We
you.
have 750 XP to the... Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong. I was like, 750, that's a lot of XP for that. Let me go back to the $5 wheel here and spin again. The dupe. I duped you. We also had a follow come in from Broken Spanker.
No.
Bonus. Actually, I'm going to do bonus twice because I forgot to do that earlier. We're going to do 2 times the bonus XP for you guys over the next hour. So stick around. Do not go anywhere. Let's actually take one more commercial break because it'll be an opportunity for me to see if the chatbot crashes. Give us a little breather before we get into the topic of the week, what you guys have been waiting for. Last of Us Part 2 Spoilercast, finally. So hold on tight, Trooper. We'll be back in approximately 90 seconds. Welcome back, Level Uppers, to the Level Up Show, episode 297. We have tested, and it did not crash. It is not the commercial break that does it.
Huh.
Interesting. I really thought it was a commercial break. I wonder if it's just a Streamlabs chatbot issue tonight.
By the way, share stream hype for Vince.
What's up?
Oh, was share stream.
Share stream. I'm back.
Share
Sorry.
stream hype.
Yep, there it is.
Welcome back to Level Uppers and to Agent Vincent. You guys got your break. I was keeping an eye on chatbot there. Vince, it didn't crash.
Good.
It wasn't.
Good, I'm glad.
Well, I kind of wish that it would. I was hoping that I would be able to narrow
be
it down
easy.
to the commercial break hotkeys, causing it to shut down. So hopefully it's just a today thing for chatbot having issues or something like that, and we'll figure it out before the next stream. But we are getting into the Last of Us Part 2 spoiler cast in just a moment here, guys. So this is your 1 minute warning. Get out now if you have not played The Last of Us Part 2. If you don't want to know about The Last of Us Part 2, then get out now. It's a game that should be played knowing nothing. Unfortunately, I didn't fully get that experience because I did get spoiled by some tools in the chat. But, if you can afford that opportunity, you definitely need to take advantage of it. I have all sound commands turned off right now, Asha, and lurk is considered a sound command. After Derek destroyed the opening of the stream, I turned off all sound commands. Sorry, I had to. See you later, Donk.
See you later,
See you,
Dom.
dog.
Thank you for the
That
support.
guy, thanks for stopping in. Thank you for that follow. Glad to have you here tonight. I'm assuming you guys are stepping out because of The Last of Us. Totally understand. It is the right thing to do if you have not played that game. I'm escaping. The game makes me angry. I was kind of hoping you'd stick around, Farsender.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping you would stick around too.
Yeah. But, if you can't handle the irrational anger towards this game that you have, that's okay.
Yeah.
I know it really affects you in an interesting way. But it's supposed to. This game is supposed to affect you. That's kind of the point. And
It's supposed to make you emote.
Yes,
make
it's
you
supposed
emote.
to hit you on many levels. All right, I think we've had enough time. I'll do a quick little spiel Druckmann here before we head into it. Once again, to everybody who's in the room, especially those that are heading out right now. If you enjoyed the stream, if you enjoyed our discussion on all the week's biggest gaming industry news, hit that follow button here at twitch.tv/levelupshow. Turn on notifications. Make sure you get alerts whenever I go live Wednesdays and Sundays. Variety gaming and talk shows here. Talk shows on Sundays when they do happen. Everything else variety gaming. And also, check out our guest tonight. We got Agent Vincent 4756 and we got Jersey_Tom. So kindly joining us tonight and doing a fantastic job to feed the conversation. So give them that level up love. Give them that follow. And help them hit partnership because they're both affiliates now. Congrats, Jersey Tom.
Yes.
Which one is Vince?
Which one is Vince? It's okay, Johnny. I love you too.
Wow. Forrest does not hate the game, but he hates a certain character irrationally.
Yeah.
And
a little irrationally.
And can't really discuss the game without wanting to. I don't know what exactly he wants to do, but he can't discuss the game. Okay. We'll start the video. Here we go. Last of Us Part 2 Spoiler Cast. We're going to start off this discussion by setting what our expectations were for this game. We need to understand what level of hype we were at, what we thought this game would be, because that also feeds how we reacted to what the game turned out to be and how it might have disrupted our expectations and averted them. So Vince, I'm going to start with you. You played The Last of Us Part 1. You played Left Behind. Tell me your story here.
Yeah, so I actually played Part 1 and Left Behind right up to the release of Part 2. And it was really cool to kind of have that back-to-back experience. I played the original release of Part 1 and Left Behind when they had came out initially. I'm going to also preface this by saying that I had the initial hype for Last of Us Part 2, but I was also spoiled on the majority of the game's story back in early April.
That's an important thing to know, yeah.
Where I was actually even fake spoiled, to be honest. Actually was fake spoiled and then actually went and got more spoiled than I actually found out the most of the story. Let's be clear. And I kind of went in going, this is what people are going to be mad about? I was actually more excited because it kind of didn't match up to what I thought was going to happen.
Okay.
And it was a wonderful experience. One of my favorite gaming experiences of all time. And in a very important milestone in gaming, I want to say. Okay.
We will dive deeper into that. Tom, tell me, where you started, what your expectations were, and all that.
Like you guys, I played both the game and Left Behind. I went into this game originally saying to myself, I was not happy that they had announced that they were going to make a Part 2, because in my mind I was like, look, 1 was perfect the way it was. You don't need to make a second one. Just leave it at that. Leave it as open-ended as it was, where they're driving off into the sunset and Joel lies to Ellie to just put her mind at ease. And you could just see the uneasiness in her face and just let it go. And then just let the player, pretend where it's going to be at, at whatever point it's going to end up at. Then I went to, I want to say it was 2017 or 2018, the Regal Theater up here in New York City, where they did the release showcase of the game. And I remember watching some of the trailers for it. I was not spoiled, save for, I think I was spoiled slightly on Joel, but for me it wasn't that big of a spoiler, because I remember seeing some of the trailers with with Ellie playing the guitar, and she's singing the one song about killing all of her enemies, and then you don't even see Joel's face. You just see his pants walk into frame, and then you just hear him say, "What are you gonna do, kid?" Yeah. And I'm just and immediately I was like, yeah, so Joel's a ghost. I was like, he's dead. He's dead.
That was a lot of
Like,
us. That was definitely a lot of us
yeah,
back then.
that
Yep.
was a lot of that was a lot of us. So like for me, it was like I wasn't too much spoiled on it because I was already guessing. I'm like, so Joel's dying in this, or he's already dead. It's one of the two.
Yeah, I think the bigger twist of it all was how early it happened. I
Yeah.
think for most people, right?
Well,
I think there was a lot of people that probably knew it was a possibility that Joel could die in this game, without a doubt.
Right.
And I think a lot of people maybe expected it to happen, but for it to be 1 hour into the game, for people that aren't thorough players like us, Tom.
I will say for me, it wasn't as surprising for me. I don't think, only because just based solely on that trailer and seeing how pissed off she was, I got the
It needed to be
impression,
Joel. Yeah.
it needed to be Joel because she has to have because at that point that specific trailer that I'm talking about, we weren't introduced to Dina yet. So she didn't have any other relations aside from Joel. So I'm like, the only thing that could possibly be making her this pissed off and this angry would be if something had happened to Joel.
And there's so many other layers to that as well, besides just Joel dying, as we find out throughout the game, and we'll get to that because it's a very nuanced thing. It's not just vengeance.
But definitely at the end of the game, as you go through the game, you definitely get that. But I'm speaking strictly from the trailer perspective.
Yep, I got you. Yep. Yeah, so I'm with you. I just, before I even get into like my experience and my expectations, I'm with you that I expected Joel to be the one that was causing Ellie to go on her journey. Not even because of the reveal trailer, but every one after that too. Even the one where they were deceiving us with throwing Joel into scenes he wasn't actually in. I was still like, guys, I think they're messing with us. You can check my reaction to the one where she sees Joel at the end of the trailer, and she's in the environment and he's there. Even that one, I was like, yeah, I still don't think he's alive, guys. Even then, I was not letting them fool me. So I'm with you. I expected him to die. Let's go back to my experience, my preface to this whole thing. I played The Last of Us Part 1 when it came out. One of my favorite games of the PS3 generation. Absolutely loved it. Love Left Behind as a little bit of an expansion on the story. Didn't think it was anywhere near as good as what The Last of Us on its own is, but I enjoyed getting that little bit of extra. I replayed The Last of Us last year. Was it during full time? It might have been during full time. It might have been this year. I can't even remember, but it was recently. I replayed The Last of Us very recently, and it was actually my favorite playthrough of the game ever. It was my first time ever playing the game with children, 2 daughters. So obviously that changes your perspective on that game in a major way when you have 2 daughters of your own. It was very, very different. Very impactful, and it was even from a gameplay perspective, there's just something about that playthrough of the game where it clicked with me on every level, and I was like, this is a 10 out of 10. It's more sure than ever. This is a 10 out of 10, one of the best games ever made. So obviously I went into The Last of Us Part 2 with very high expectations. When 1 ended, I was like you, Tom. I didn't say I don't want a Part 2, but I said I never need a Part 2. They do not need to give me one. I'm totally satisfied. I don't need answers. I don't need to know how Ellie's going to react once she finds the truth. Like, no, totally okay with it being ambiguous. But when it was announced, the infamous reveal that you guys can see that's got like 300,000 views on YouTube now, me and Dean, when that did happen, I was like, all right, I'm in, because I trust Naughty Dog. I trust them implicitly. Whatever they do, I think they have a good reason to do it. They wouldn't be doing a second game unless they felt they had a good story to tell. Also, during that reveal, I was like, he's got to be a ghost. It just feels right. It just, everything about that, the way he walked in, like the shadow of the figure, it had to be that drive. Like, what is going to send her down this revenge path? They kept trying to change us to think it's going to be Dina. But I was like, no, it's like, that's not enough. I'm like, it's like, that's just not enough of a drive. I'm not going to believe that. If it's not Joel, I don't know that I'm going to believe that she would be willing to go this far. Away from what some people thought the character of Ellie was, because that's what this game does. Is it calls into question everything about Ellie and what who we thought she was. That she was willing to do the things that she does throughout this game, and I think for a lot of people that was a very, very difficult pill to swallow. Too much. Some people couldn't swallow it. And that's okay. That's totally fine. That's one thing I'll say before I get into anything. If you had a problem with this game because you didn't like the story path that went down, that is totally okay. I think, though, that if you say, like, as a broad statement, like, this is a bad game for this reason, I think that then you're going a step too far. you need to make it clear that, okay, you didn't like the story direction they went in, but that's because of your sort of preconceived notions of what you wanted this game to be. Your fan fiction. They are not writing your fan fiction. They're doing whatever the hell they wanted. They did it with The Last of Us Part 1, and now they did it with The Last of Us Part 2. There were plenty of people that hated the ending of Part 1 because they didn't give an answer, because neither of them died. It was anticlimactic, and you didn't get a choice in if you killed those doctors. It's like, that is not the point of a Naughty Dog game, specifically a game in the Last of Us franchise. They are telling a story. You are just along for that ride. And this game, more so even than the first game, doubles down on that, because this game is all about agency. It's all about perspective and putting you into situations where you don't get to make a choice, but it's like, I don't want to do this. Like, why are they making me do this? This sucks. And that's the point. It sucks, but it's what makes this game so impactful and compelling for me. And let's I want to end it there on kind of like the setup. Let's just dive into the beginning of the game here. Joel, we get to start with Joel. It's this beautiful experience, having him travel back towards Jackson. And right off that, can we just talk like visually? Right off the bat, like, holy shit, the way this game looks, especially on a PS4 Pro. Like, I couldn't believe my eyes, honestly.
Yeah.
Go to you, Tom. Like, what were your feelings when you saw that opening?
So I played not on a PS4 Pro. I played on an OG PS4, like launch PS4. And I was still impressed by the look of the game. And granted, I probably shouldn't have been, just because it's like, again, like, it's Naughty Dog, like this is what they do. But I was still like I was still in awe by just like how fully realized again how like the environments were. I remember saying on my stream specifically, I'm like, yo, it's like these guys have just nailed the aesthetic of just nature retaking everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like that specific aesthetic, specifically like when you're in like the northern end of the U.S., like at least in like that portion of it where you still have all the coniferous trees and everything else like that, like and deciduous trees rather. Yeah. So they that portion of it, they've completely nailed it. And like, and again, because of the fact that I was playing on a launch OG PS4 this game.
Yep. And
it was still like looking fantastic. I'm like, this is great. Vince, you probably have a much better perspective on
this game made me realize that quadruple A actually is a thing.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Naughty Dog is in a very upper echelon with some other developers as well. But environmental direction, sound design, everything is just so on point with this game. And the use of motion matching has completely changed the third-person action game, in my opinion. You can feel it. You go back and play other games now, and you don't get that. You don't get that responsiveness. You don't get that tight feeling anymore.
Ice cream truck a few
and that
more
was one thing that
Drew.
Immediately when you pick up that controller and you ride with Joel, you're just like, there's weight, there's momentum, there's motion here, but I'm still in control of it the entire time. And then you start doing like all those small little things. Then you start working through that snowball fight with Ellie, which is a fantastic way to introduce the whole what you're going to be doing. The entire game is, murdering people, but you're doing a snowball fight with children. And again, you have this thing where you're dodging. Yep. Oh my God, it was amazing.
Everything is just so thought out, right? It's kind of crazy how well thought out everything is. Everything has a meaning. Everything has a purpose. Every inch of what is explorable feels like it was done with intent. And that is why I became a thorough gamer with this. That's not the way I always am. Let me make it clear. Like, you guys can see the way I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima. The reason I played The Last of Us Part 2 the way I did is because I wanted to look at every inch of that game. I wanted to see all of the detail, whether it be, hey, there's a room here with all film equipment. Let's look at this jar and see what's written on it, because they took the time to write things on the jars. Like just that. Oh my God, here we go. We got a lot of tips coming in here.
And over and again. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Sound alerts were turned off.
You go into the music shop at one point, and you see there's a Pearl Jam poster there, and I'm like, oh my God, they actually got a Pearl Jam.
And
Of
it's
course they would
advertising
want
the
to see
album
that.
that's about to come out that has Future Days on it. And Neil Druckmann actually talked about this. The only reason that they were okay putting Future Days at the beginning is because the song leaked on YouTube, or not even so much leak. It was done in a concert several months before it released on the album. So they were like, okay, it was on YouTube prior to the outbreak, so we can have it in the game. Because a lot of people are like, this shouldn't be in the game. Future Days didn't come out until after the outbreak. It's like, wait, hold on a second. Check out YouTube. This video was up 2 months before the outbreak. So they even went that far. They thought that much into all of this to make sure it all makes sense. Now that's obviously just like this dumb little thing that I wouldn't have cared about either way. Even if Future Days wasn't out by the time the outbreak happened.
But
that,
it's still,
that
a,
song
it's
is
still
so
a nice little attention to detail, though.
it is, but that song is so important to the game and is used so many times to be that emotional gut punch, including at the end of the game, and we'll get to that. That I'm totally okay with them doing whatever they needed to get Future Days. It's also one of my favorite Pearl Jam songs, so that helps as well.
But it's also like one of those little dumb attentions to detail. Like I remember walking through some of the environments at one point, and I saw there were Halloween decorations up. I was like, "Oh, that's right. The outbreak happened like just before Halloween."
Yeah,
like, it reminded me again. Like, oh, that's right. Of course, there's going to be skeletons and like pumpkins everywhere.
And an homage to Left Behind, which also had the Halloween store open because the outbreak happened right around that time. It's God, the amount of time and effort and planning and all the meetings and all the different teams involved and coexisting and collaborating to make something like this happen, that's what defines quadruple A in my mind now. Like, I can't even imagine being a creative director on something this ambitious. I spent 45 hours playing this game, and not a single second of that, in my opinion, felt padded. I felt every moment of that was earned, deserved, important, with intense. Everything was telling me something about this world or these characters. And it's I can't believe it. I can't believe how dense this game was.
Yeah, that's actually one thing that I'm gonna kind of jump on here a little bit too. When I was playing through it, I had a lot of knowledge of certain things that were gonna happen. I also had a lot of impressions of like, well, the game's padded too long, this section, or anything like that. And the entire time I was going through it, I was like, what are these people talking about? Nothing here feels padded. Everything feels so precise in
It probably
encounter
felt
design.
padded if you didn't want to play as the character we'll get to.
Not even. No. There's people even talking about certain Ellie sections that are like, yeah, this is padded. It's like, what are you talking about? Every encounter in this game for me was so laser focused. It did a lot better than what Part 1 did, and it did a whole lot better than what Uncharted 4 did. So, I mean, Naughty Dog massively improved their feeling here. Because remember, Uncharted 4, unfortunately, had like a lot of those climbing sections that people were like, it's there for padding.
I would agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, none of that is here in this game, I think. Nothing.
I agree 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
This game, in my opinion, is twice as ambitious as the first game. This is like two games. This is like two The Last of Us games in one game. It really is, as we'll kind of literally discuss it. It kind of is.
With the DLC on the end.
I hope not, personally, but...
No. What I'm saying is it felt like there was a DLC that was added on to the end of it.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it almost does. It really... I can't believe they were able to do this in 5 years, honestly. It feels like this game should have taken 10 years. It's just the amount of man hours. And we know now with how much overtime and all that. Yeah, and how many people worked on it. It's like, okay, now this makes sense. Why there was so much overtime on this game. Like, holy shit. Like, how do you do a game like this without overtime if you're going to pull it off in 5 years? That's a whole other discussion entirely about the industry and what they need to do for their workforce and all. But so yes, obviously I'm very impressed with what they were able to accomplish with this game. I was playing as Joel at the beginning. That was actually my first indication, like, oh no, for Joel. Because my first thought was, who was the first person we played as in The Last of Us Part 1? Sarah.
Yeah.
I feel like they were, honestly, I feel like they were kind of telegraphing it to us from the moment the game started. That, guys, get ready, Joel's going to die. Early, because you're playing as him at the start of the game. I feel like, honestly, that was kind of a little hint right off the bat. But it's still, getting to it. We got the snowball fight. You get to play as Ellie. We get to see Jackson and see like what the world has become. And honestly, I was like, this is like really optimistic. Like, I didn't think that a community could become this strong and this protected in this pandemic, in this aftermath of an outbreak. It gave hope that to me that this world can piece itself back together and that lives can exist happily in this world. So I was like, yeah, this is awesome. It's good to see what the future can hold, what they're working towards, what's on the line here. I thought they set it up really well, and they also set up some great little tidbits to Ellie's story, whether it be the guy that she clearly had a fight with, or already establishing right off the bat what's going on with Joel and Ellie's relationship. They seem a little bit tense, but
you mean Seth?
Yeah, Seth.
Seth,
Yep.
the bigot.
The bigot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Joel and Ellie, like, are they on the rocks? Are they not? Because they seem a little bit tense, but at the same time, they're having a movie night tonight, supposedly. So they were setting up these threads right off the bat that all come together, I thought, really nicely at the end, and then things go to shit pretty early on, and suddenly we're playing as this character that we've only seen in one teaser trailer. And right off the bat, it was like, okay, here we go. Is this going to be Ellie's mom? Did you guys also wonder that? Like, if we were doing like a flashback at different time entirely? Or was that not at all in your mind?
No.
Well, you were spoiled, Vince. So.
But even in that first trailer at Paris Games Week, I didn't buy into it. It didn't make sense to me, if that made sense, because I kept alluding that she had died, and then like the aging to me, I was like, this doesn't make sense, in my opinion. It didn't make sense for when we were doing that. So
Okay.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was wondering. I was like, I knew they were going to answer it quickly, and I knew they were going to do it through the name reveal, and I felt like they knew that we were expecting it because they made the name reveal of Abby sort of like a moment. Did you realize that? It wasn't just like this casual thing. They dragged it out and made us wait for the Abby reveal because they knew that a lot of us knew the name of Ellie's mom. They knew it was 4 letters long. Like, they were teasing us. They were playing with us. They knew some of us were wondering if we were going to have a dual timeline thing going on here. And we kind of did, but it was a simultaneous, as we'll get to later on. I was wondering if we were going to have Ellie's mom's story being told back and forth with Ellie's story throughout the game, and how they somehow thematically would merge and be impactful for some reason later on. And I think that could have been a compelling game on its own, actually. I think they could have done something really cool with that. I really liked what they did here as well. But I would be lying, honestly, if I said that when I heard Abby, I wasn't a little bit disappointed. I was like, oh, okay, it's not Ellie's mom. I'm glad now, after everything, but I was a little bit like, shit, okay. That all those theories are out the window, all these things I had in my head, my fan fiction that I had, because I had a whole fan fiction. I had this whole thing, like the story that could be told if it was Ellie's mom. I had that all in there. But for me, like, and I think that some people can't do this, for me, I was able to just let that all go. I was able to be like, this is their game. Let me see what they want to tell here. But anyway, we're playing as Abby now, and they're looking down on this town, and they're looking for somebody. What were you guys' feelings? Like, what were you thinking?
Tom,
I'll go to you here.
The entire time, I'm just like, okay, so I'm playing as somebody else now. All right, well, whatever. It's just gonna find that. And it's like, then you started putting the pieces together, and it's like, she's really interested in like finding like this town or whatever they're doing out here. And then they mentioned like he's down there, and I'm like, all right, it's Joel. Like,
that's what my mind should have thought too, but for some reason it didn't. For some reason I thought she was looking for her child or something like that. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I knew that I felt like there was going to be a strong focus on maternity and paternity and children in this game, and there kind of is, right?
She seemed way too young for that to be the case for me.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, I just remember just watching her and just being like, yeah. All of a sudden, like. And like my mind immediately, and I didn't have the experience that Vince had or that you had by playing the games earlier, but I still think about that game, the first one, enough where I just like, to me, I was able to put 2 and 2 together aside from like already getting like previously spoiled that like, oh well, Joel's gonna die. I was like, all right, and then I was just like, oh okay, so these people are clearly Fireflies and they're going out to kill Joel. Like. To me, that was the only thing that made sense for why they're even out there.
Yeah. Go to Kume. It wasn't so much a child at that point. I thought that there was going to be something more than just it being about Joel and nothing else. Of course, the reveal becomes later why they were going after Joel, and that was very satisfying for me. But honestly, they were able to fool me on that. I think it's looking back, it's like, God, that was so obvious that she was probably part of the Fireflies and all this. Like looking back on it, it's so obvious. But playing the game, I was looking for the other reason. I was looking for the other shoe to drop of like, why Joel? Like, what else is there to this? And for some reason, her being on the Fireflies, her dad being involved, all that just did not click with me. So all those moments were really impactful, obviously, for that reason. I wasn't spoiled on anything. Actually, let me go back real quick, because I didn't say this. Let me be clear on my expectations and what I got spoiled on. The only thing I got spoiled on in this game is the outcome of the final battle. That's the only thing I got spoiled on in this game. Everything else was totally fresh for me.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, which I thought was fine, honestly, because I expected that ending anyway. But we'll get to that later on why I felt that way and such. So yeah, like when you're as Abby, like I actually wasn't expecting her to kill Joel at all. So when that scene happened, where it's like you guys are acting like you know us, and she shoots him with a shotgun, I was like, son of a bitch, they're doing it this early in the game. She's doing it. It all came together all at once, it all pieced together, and it was like, but at the same time. Right off the bat, I didn't hate Abby. I really did not. I did not hate her. You can check all my playthroughs. Right off the bat, I was like, I want to see why she did this. I want to see her perspective. There's got to be a reason she did this that is going to be meaningful. Let's give this some time. Where everybody else is like, cut her damn head off. I was like, this is Naughty Dog. Like they've learned a lot from their weak villains of the past. Because they did. They had many years where they did weak villains, in my opinion. Yeah. All their great games. There was a lot of them that had weak villains. I was like, this is not going to be the case here. This is The Last of Us Part 2. I have a lot of faith in Druckmann. Let me wait and see what this is all about. What about you guys? Like, did you hate Abby right off the bat?
No.
No.
Well, I didn't hate her off the bat because just the fact that you already experienced what it was like to be Joel in that scenario. And
right.
Like, I don't know anybody who went through The Last of Us Part 1 and was like, oh yeah, Joel's a great guy. He's just a swell human being. No. There's no part of you that thinks that.
I keep saying that Watchmen quote, Dr. Manhattan, without condoning or condemning, I understand. That's the ending of The Last of Us and this game, really, honestly. I completely can empathize with everything these characters are doing. Would I have done them myself? A lot of the times, no. They're a step too far, or they're too villainous or torturous or whatever you want to call it. A lot of them I felt were a step too far, but at the same time, it's like, I can totally understand that, though, why you would do that, why you would be driven to that rage. If that was me, like, I don't know.
Naughty Dog finally made a good villain by just making everybody the villain.
Yeah. And nobody the villain at the same time, right?
Yeah,
because exactly. I remember somebody saying that in chat. Everybody in this game is a villain. Everybody in this game is evil, but you can't say that, because if you say that, that means nobody is evil. Nobody's a villain, right? It's both
Everyone's
ways.
human.
No,
everybody's human.
It's just everybody's shit. Like everybody's
right.
shit.
Everybody's surviving in this world where surviving means doing very difficult, even what some people consider evil things, in order to survive.
And you're saying survive, but I mean, this is like everything that's going on in this game is beyond survival. Like, this isn't just survival that any of these people are doing. They're strictly either doing it because they are either vengeant or they are just like straight up just hateful of other people.
Right. It's the human element, without a doubt, right? It's not just about survival and also rebuilding the world, because we saw that was happening. That's a part of this world. It's just not the focus of this game. Jackson is a testament to what humans can be. Good. They can coexist. They can be a community. They can work together to rebuild. Well, then you have the other side of it, which is about the darkness inside of all of us that comes out when we suffer loss.
It's funny that you say that, because Jackson on the surface, walking through this, and I remember saying that too in my playthrough, I said, you know what? I was like, this is one hell of a post-apocalypse, man.
Yeah.
I mean, if this is what post-apocalypse is, sign me up right now. I'll go right for it.
And then when you see the Seraphites at the end too, it's like, wow, damn, look at this.
But here's the thing. But then you go into the bar in Jackson, and you hear the story about Seth.
Right.
And then you end up eventually seeing that scene with Seth. And then you realize, hey, just because everything looks okay doesn't necessarily mean that people aren't still assholes.
Oh, without a doubt, but I don't
mean,
think
that
anybody
was-
would have
that
expected
was a
that,
very
right?
big-
Humans are
as-
human beings.
Yeah,
We
and as-
there's
as-
flaws, there's assholes. When you put hundreds of people together, there's gonna you're gonna have some bigots. You're gonna have some racists. You're gonna have homophobes. You're gonna have all that, and they're gonna have to coexist.
But
And
I
that
think
was, I think, what was.
so,
Go ahead.
it's so easy to say that Jackson they're showing you Jackson as being the pinnacle, like the highest reach that you could possibly get in this post-apocalypse, where the community's working together, you have power, like there's a steady supply of food. Like they're trying to put this as like the utopia of a post-apocalypse,
Right.
and yet you still have bigotry, you still have all this other like negative stuff. You're just like, we are living in a post-apocalypse where there are mushroom people going around and killing everyone, and you are still like focused on whether or not two women are kissing each other consensually.
I mean, it's
Like,
realistic, in my opinion. I mean, as long as humans exist, bigotry is going to exist. It's not going away ever. No matter what the scenario or apocalypse is, it's never going away. But what was compelling, I thought,
Not even
also about
mushroom
that scene
people makes it go away.
is how it was worked out. Maria stepping in,
Yes.
them sort of trying to resolve it, squash it, not be civil to each other necessarily, or forget it. But okay, let's move on. Let's keep our distance from each other. As much as it was like a reminder that humans can be assholes, it was also another symbol of what Jackson was trying to be. That they were truly trying to be a community. They were trying to work together. They were trying to work things out. So I thought that was a great way to start the game, to show what has happened over the past 4 years and what humans are trying to work towards, and the good that can be inside of human beings before it all goes to complete and utter depressing shit and dark vengeance for the next 40 hours.
I have vengeance.
Yeah, I have vengeance. Like, I am wrath. Like, because that's what it becomes pretty damn quickly once Joel is murdered and tortured. Let's not forget, not just murdered. Abby goes the extra length there, and that's something that I think a lot of people have a problem with, is that she didn't just kill Joel, she tortured Joel.
Yeah, and I actually have a problem with people who have a problem with that in a way, because one of the biggest things that replaying Last of Us Part 1, again, and it was more laser focused on Ellie this time around instead of really worrying about Joel, because we kind of know what Joel's arc was. And it was one thing kind of going back and playing with Abby as well, seeing this type of concept. I got spoiled on stuff, but I got spoiled on moments. Let me say that. I got spoiled on like the big moments, but I get spoiled on the journey. That's why I didn't really watch your stream, Drew, because I didn't want to get spoiled on that type of stuff.
Yeah.
One of the things that I remember Trish and I talking a lot in chat with this about, like, this is a place where their mental health is not taken care of. Abby has massive anger issues.
Yeah.
Ellie has entire survivor's guilt the entire time. Like, and it all just festers, So the one thing is, like, Abby has this
They
pent-up
needed a
aggression.
psychologist. Is what they needed.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? But this world doesn't have that. So I think it's
Yeah.
actually a really good, interesting testament to see, like, this is what happens when...
For some reason I'm losing you, Vince. Are you losing him too, Tom?
No, I'm hearing. Oh well, now I'm
For some
listening.
reason it's like going in and out.
Is it? Are we still good? Hello?
Yeah, I got you now.
Okay, weird. I might have been just a little too far there. But, like, yeah, my thing for me has just been, like, when people had an issue with Abby torturing Joel, it was like, you do realize that Joel killed her father. The one
Not even
person
just her father.
but everyone. But, like,
Everyone, yeah.
essentially, whenever you go back and play through that section with Abby again, her and her dad were close, like, super close. So imagine that. Imagine that trauma, especially when, I think Abby's 16 at the
When
time.
that
and
happens,
yeah. She's a teenager. I'm sorry. Are you going to be mentally fit, or, be able to logically process, or not go and torture someone? Like, that's my thing, is, like, if someone did that to my wife, someone killed my wife, I would go to hell on
I
earth.
can't even tell you how many times I've heard shit like that. Where,
Yeah,
like,
it's like-
people watching a movie, see, like, a loved one get killed, and it's like, oh my god, if that was me, I would torture him. I would cut his arms off and his fingers
Yeah.
off. Like, I've heard shit like that all the time from people watching media. So,
And it's-
I don't really understand the divide.
disconnect. Yeah, I don't get it either. So,
For some reason,
yeah.
I don't know if you're coming through. Let me try my other headset here. Hold on one sec, Vince. I can hear you coming through, like, the other earbud and then, like, disappearing on the one. Hold on one sec.
That's weird. I mean, I
This
hope
one's
Jack can hear
painful,
me as
but
well.
I'll try it. All right, let me try it now. Talk a little bit, Vince.
Yo, so I'm here. I'm gonna talk to you and keep talking to you.
There you go. Okay,
Yeah.
let's see if that works better. I don't know if it
Okay.
seems like it's just on my end because it doesn't seem like Jersey Tom is suffering the same problems that I am.
Yeah, no,
Um,
I'm hearing Vince perfectly.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, so it's just me. Hopefully the chat is okay then too, and everybody watching
Yeah.
on stream. Yeah, I'm 100% with you. Like, this is what a lot of people claim they would do if their wife, if their daughter, if their father, or whatever were murdered.
Yeah.
And like, God's sakes, like the way people talk when Abby kills Joel, Farsender, God's sakes, Unicorn Prince Farsender, when Joel was killed, he talks about how he would slowly like saw Abby's head off. I was like,
Yeah.
you were like, what? Like, what? This is what we're talking about here, guys. Like, this is exactly what we're talking about. Like, she tortured him because he murdered her father and countless other people, and she murders one person who you love as a digital character, and you talk about how you would saw her damn head off slowly. It's like, guys, like this is kind of the point. Like, we all have this inside of us. Like, this is inside of us. We hate to admit it, I think, a lot of us, but we're human beings. Like, this darkness is inside of all of us.
And the best thing that sells that entire scene is when you see her face after she finishes it and she has no satisfaction.
Yeah.
She's got nothing. She looks and she's just like, there's nothing there. She doesn't get this relief. She doesn't get anything. She got her objective, and it doesn't make her feel better, which is, again, an important element of that entire thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and we don't want to jump to that just yet because that gets into the
Yeah.
dual perspective nature of the game, and I really want to focus out on how I thought that was such a powerful thing. I want to go
Right.
now to the Dina-Ellie relationship, of course. And let's not forget Jesse as well. I thought a really, really powerful character who was on the outs with Dina, and you know, as we saw in that trailer way back, they have that kiss that doesn't actually show until very late in the game. But you know, we knew there was going to be this strong relationship there. What I didn't think was going to happen, even though I didn't think Dina would be the one to die, I didn't think Dina was going to come on that journey with Abby. I actually thought it would be all Ellie by herself in Seattle. I thought that was going to be the game. So when Dina tagged along, I was like, surprised, but also yes, because this is one of the cruxes of what made The Last of Us so great, is that dialogue between the two of them, going through this experience together, having them tell stories as they walk throughout this environment. So suddenly I realized, oh yeah, this was the right move. I'm glad they did this. But Seattle, I thought the open world nature of that, wide linear is what they would actually call it, I thought was such a expansion and improvements on the concept of wide linear that Naughty Dog started in the previous games, like Lost Legacy, like Uncharted 4. I was like, this is what I want from them from now on. I don't want them to go open world. I thought that was really, really well done myself. I'm curious what you guys thought.
Tom, I'll let you answer first.
Yeah, I mean, the start of the game when they first go into Seattle day one, with that portion, you're specifically referencing?
The wide linear portion, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that specifically, like, I remember playing that part, and I'm just like, oh, so they're going to just give me different sections of Seattle where I can explore for a little bit, and these are all going to be just different days. That's what, like, I enjoyed that portion of it, because, again, it goes right back to the Jeep sections from the Uncharted games. You know, I had a lot of fun with it. I enjoyed the fact that, like, there was the little thing where, like, one of the first things that I managed to see was I stopped by a bus stop and I picked up a note, and it was the bank robbers talking about, like, hey, we're doing a job, like, now during the, like, everybody's freaking out about this shit, so we think it's, like, a perfect time for us to go
That's
in
the
and
first one I
rob
went
the bank.
to as well, yep.
So, like, immediately I'm like, oh, they're going to have, like, stuff at the bank. Like, that's a side mission for me to go and get to. And oddly enough, there's a shotgun there, which proved to be very useful very soon after.
Right, those areas were so important. A lot of the things you could miss there was kind of crazy, actually.
It was great. Yeah, it was great. But then also in lied some of my disappointment.
Okay.
Because you had that great opening section where you're doing that wide linear area, and then the entire rest of the game is back to linear Uncharted playthrough style, or at least linear Naughty Dog, we'll put it that way.
Sure.
So it kind of felt like it
Just
was
a little fun fact here for you, though. The original concept for the game was actually fully open world or wide linear.
yes.
They were going to do the whole thing that way. Yeah.
Yeah, they were going to do the whole thing that way. I do know that, and that's why. But to me, it was kind of disappointing that they never revisited it again at any other portion of the game. Like I wish they had done that, like either at the very end of the game, which we'll go into, or if they did it at some point with Abby. Just giving us another opportunity. Like once they got into the Jeep with Abby, like midway through the game, I thought that they were going to open it up into another wide linear section.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, they go directly back into a linear section. I was like, oh, that seems like a missed
Personally,
opportunity.
I think for me, I think it might have actually been a moment that was too much. Like we're talking about padding, because I think Naughty Dog knew once we switched from Ellie to Abby, which we'll really discuss later on. But once we made that switch, a lot of us were going to be, even if we were open, we're going to be concerned. Because I would be lying if I said, oh shit, we're done with Ellie, and I have a feeling we're not going to be back to Ellie for a long time. Like I had a feeling it was going to be a dual perspective, no switch at that point. And I was like, am I going to be okay with this? Like, I don't know Abby. Like, are they going to be able to convince me like that I care about her? And for like, I would say like a good 30 minutes to an hour, like that concern was sitting on me. And I think if they were to do like a wide linear section with Abby, I'm not sure I would have been like down for that. I think especially if it happened early on, I would have been like, I don't care about this person yet, and I don't want to like travel around with her. Like I'm kind of glad that they kind of pushed us through like a strong narrative at that point and got us quickly to Yara and Lev and all that, because I think it allowed me to quickly turn around on Abby and start caring about her narrative.
Which, by the way, I won't say that I necessarily cared about her right away, but my God, I respected her. I mean, Jesus Christ, she's packing some guns.
Right, and all that is her anger manifesting in the gym, right? It's like,
oh yeah, dude,
without a doubt,
she is just anger powerlifting constantly.
Yeah. But let's go back to Seattle. I personally, one of my favorite moments in the game was "Take on Me" in the music store between Ellie and Dina. It's just taking that moment and truly letting her play like the entire song, like 3 minutes, just sitting there watching, listening to Ellie play that, seeing Dina and them look at each other, like it was conveyed so well, like how much they care about each other and the romance that is there without like any words needing to be said. Like I believed that relationship, and I believed that they had gone through several weeks already leading up to that moment, and could imagine like the nights that they had by campfire and things like that, because they talked about like, I wished I kissed you then, and they didn't even go into it beyond that, but it's like, okay, yeah, they had a moment probably by like a campfire and this and that, like it kind of like filled in like a little bit of those gaps. I thought it was a really great moment.
And if you read the journal, like Ellie mentions some things like that, like tonight, like Dina had a fever tonight, no meds. I hope she feels better.
Speaking of, journal was great. I'm glad they brought that over from Uncharted. Yeah. It's a great narrative device to fill in those gaps. And little things like her being unable to draw Joel's eyes throughout the entire game, and then the final journal entry having her show him in his entirety. Like little things like that, I think are what shows Naughty Dog is on another level, honestly. Those kind of moments of planning from a development standpoint and placing all those moments throughout the game for people that might not even see it, because a lot of people don't check the journals or might not look into why are his eyes blacked out or this or that. It's all there to dive deeper into the emotions and the impact of the events of this game on the characters. So I love the journal, and I hope they continue things like that throughout the future. I also really love trading cards. Can I just say real quick? The trading cards are so damn good.
I need a game from that universe.
Yeah,
now.
Right? I would be totally down for it.
Yeah.
Sci-fi, superhero, whatever.
With the Starlight thing,
Starlight Savage.
Savage Starlight. Yeah. Like both of those, and I think when we mentioned it there, and I think we mentioned it too as well. Like they have to like make their next IP either one of those two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I agree. I really want to see them do sci-fi or superheroes. That's another subject entirely. But going back to Jackson, it was also an opportunity to see how the combat has evolved and grown within this franchise. It still felt 100% like The Last of Us. It wasn't, reinventing the wheel in any way, shape, or form. I think some people might even argue that it was too similar to the first game. But me personally, I just felt like, wow, this is just so much tighter. It feels so much more involved, just like jumping around, because that has a jump button now, or going prone, diving into the grass. Just everything worked together so much better than the first game. I don't think there's anybody that could possibly say that the combat in the first game is better than this game.
Yeah,
right?
No. Especially with the addition of like dodging, how the entire motion matching system works with animation quality, and just overall, like, I don't know, like there's so much amazing moments in this game that I had some really fun moments. I actually had some really cool moments that I was like, damn, I can't even believe I did this in a video game. Like I remember like it was one point where it was one combat section to where like I dodged back past a thing, literally came over, pulled a pistol out, John Wicked someone
Yeah.
can't behind me, did a backstab, and like I was like, it was just like, and it just never lost its flow, and I was just like, and then someone came running through me, and I ran through, and you were able to squeeze through those tight spaces, which was a game changer. Like
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe on how much, like, it's funny how you cannot play. I really honestly can't play other stealth games now. When like seeing that and like, oh, I can't go
Yeah.
through that. It's like, oh my god, you've got to be kidding me.
It very much felt like I was playing the next Metal Gear Solid sometimes.
Yeah,
Like it's even an improvement on the stealth
At
mechanics
some
of Metal
points,
Gear
yeah,
Solid.
it felt a lot like 5. It felt
Yeah.
a lot like the Phantom Pain at certain points.
Definitely did. Without the ability to like hide your enemies and your killed enemies and such, which
Right.
I was a little bit surprised by sometimes, but it might have been a little bit too
Which
much of
you
like a
could- you
pacing
could-
problem. But
You could hide them but that requires
if you like drag them,
to
like
drag
yeah.
them into the brush, and like if you're not thinking
Yeah.
about that, then of course, yeah, like she's not going to pick up the dead body.
Yeah. Neen says, I felt like the mechanics were improved to the right degree without changing the identity. 100%. I'm with you. 100%. Also want to thank the Last of Us 777 and Radio Quartel TV for the follows. We did hit our daily follow goal, but keep them coming, guys. Hit that heart button here at twitch.tv/levelupshow if you're enjoying the conversation. But yeah, it really felt so fluid. I think all the viewers that watch my playthrough know that I'm somebody that likes to restart encounters if it fails early. So I do like to take the stealth approach as much as possible, but every so often I would get into like a showdown where it's like, nah, no, I'm too far into this. Let's just go balls to the wall action here. And when you get those moments where you're in the zone and it's like headshot, dive in the grass, go behind this guy, slit his throat, put him down, another headshot. It's like, oh my God, it felt so good sometimes.
Yeah.
When you get into those moments.
When Vince mentioned it, when you have those John Wick moments where you were just pulling up and just tapping two guys immediately,
Yeah.
and they go down, you move on to the next thing. Like it feels so right. I've never felt so good being on the run, for chucking a Molotov cocktail at a zombie, and like seeing Ellie or Abby, depending on who you were. Seeing them do like the Derek Jeter like shortstop motion, trying to like going to their right and then throwing to second base. Like anybody who watches baseball knows that motion of like when you jump up in the air and you get that momentum and then chuck the thing at them.
Yep.
Like
That's
seeing
that motion matching, yeah.
Seeing that motion, specifically throwing a Molotov cocktail and watching something explode into flames, like immediately, that was probably the best feeling bit of combat that I ever had.
I think
You know
Vince, you
what's
saw the same thing I saw in the chat, the silenced SMG.
Yeah.
Because that was like a game changer for me. Once
Oh
they
my
got
God.
that in there and it was
Yeah,
like
once
full
you
on
got-
Metal Gear Solid silencing
Once you
people,
got
and I was like, oh my
MP5,
God.
yeah.
Yeah,
You know-
that was like, I'm playing Metal Gear Solid and this feels amazing.
You know what's crazy is I actually did a lot of the accessibility options for my playthrough because I did like a Survivor Plus custom mode is what I did, which is why I died so many times in Hillcrest because of dogs. I hate dogs, but I love them.
Dogs are tough, man.
One of the coolest things was there's an automatic pickup accessibility option that's there, right?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Oh,
One
God,
of the
don't
coolest
say that.
no, one of the coolest moments was being able to sprint because an Ellie would automatically pick up stuff now, so you didn't have to mash triangle to pick things up anymore. One of my coolest moments was running, and she literally goes and it's like a 1-2 grab while she's still running, and she swaps over to the Molotov and she it was a brick, throwing the brick, and like this entire animation system completely blended, and I'm literally just doing like 2 buttons. I was
Yeah.
like, this is so freaking amazing.
It really was. I thought the combat was some of the best I've played in a long time for a third-person shooter, stealth action, whatever you want to call it, and also horror. Because man, this game has it. Like, had some really scary moments, man. When you go down into what was that one area? I think like it was kind of like the going down into the hotel basement for the first time in the first game, but there was a moment that was similar in this one with all the freaking bloaters and the new and
Shamblers.
God, and we'll get we'll get to that Abby moment.
Introduction is done extremely well.
We'll get to the Rat King too later. Like, man, this game had some moments that had my heart pumping. Hospital basement, well, it might have been that, Neens. Yeah, there were several. There were many throughout this game that had me completely on edge. Evil Resonant says, I thought a lot of the combat mechanics they showed off in the first gameplay trailer were cutscenes, but surprised they pulled it off. Yeah, and sometimes it wasn't quite as smooth. Once again, it's a vertical slice where this guy's played it through it probably 100 times and knows every angle and where to position himself to make it look as seamless as possible. But it was there. It was in this game. You know, cocking the trigger on the gun, like all those little things were there. One thing I will say was just up on screen for a moment. I wish I made the battle with the guy barging through the door with the huge axe from the original reveal. I wish I made that into more of a thing. I threw like a freaking grenade at that guy or something and blew him up in like one shot, and I was like, oh, that was a little bit anticlimactic because
I got thrown.
Yeah, because that guy like throws you around and shit, right?
Oh,
yeah,
I pulled out my shotgun immediately, and he was after 2 pumps, he was done.
Yeah, I was almost disappointed. I wish I took my time with him and turned that into like a real battle.
One thing I'm gonna kind of go off on a little thing here with the combat too. One thing that is like they surpassed part one. They surpassed it. You can sit there and argue mechanics if you want to. It's whatever. The one thing you cannot argue is the combat music in this game is phenomenal.
It is.
WLF, Cycle of Violence, all those tunes that they did. There is something just, I mean, you're talking about your pulse coming up. When you just hear like those drum beats just going, oh my God.
One of them sounds just like Down with the Sickness. It's great.
Oh my God, it's fantastic. It's so fantastic.
I was like, yeah, this is good stuff. I was waiting for it. It sounded just like Down with the Sickness. But anyway, so we're still on Ellie's journey, and it turns out that they decided to take a 3-day structure where you got 3 days in Seattle, some great moments with Dina saving you. Jesse becomes involved. He joins the party. Got some great moments with Jesse. That one in I think it was a mall. I really enjoyed the level design there. The verticality, all the different ins and outs, going into water, all that made this game once again so much better from a combat perspective than the first one. It's got some of the best level design I feel like I've ever played for some of these encounters. It really was spectacular. So really great moments with all those characters. Dina, Jesse. I like Jesse a lot from what I
like
got to
Jesse a lot
experience
too.
from him.
Yeah.
Which made that moment at the end of day 3 a real gut punch, which was kind of the theme of this game, right? It's like it's always gut punches. It always feels like you don't get a moment to react. You don't get a moment to mourn and absorb what just happened because you come to a theater at the end of day 3, and it's like, oh, we hear something. All right, let's run out. Jesse Ellie run out. Boom, he's done.
Jesse's
Headshot.
dead.
Jesse's dead.
Yeah.
It's Abby. Where the hell does she come from? And you, of course, it all comes together later when you get to her perspective, because that is that time. That is when the switch happens. End of day 3, you're in the theater. Dina stayed there by herself because she found out Dina was pregnant. That's also very important because, again, I feel like paternity, maternity, once again, is very important in this game to like call back to the first game and the future of these characters. It all kind of comes together and is important. So having that moment with Abby once again taking out a character that you care about, it's like, God damn, this chick, like, what the hell, like. And then you switch to play as her in that moment, and I feel like a lot of people probably checked out right there.
And by the way, on top of that, like very unceremoniously taking out a character.
Yeah, there's no moment
because you spent like so much time, like, and it wasn't a lot of time, but it was like enough where you really start to feel something for Jesse, and especially after what had just happened with Joel.
And now knowing he's the father of Dina's unborn child as well.
You have like all these emotions, like, oh my God, he's such a character, and it's like, boom, he's just brained immediately, and then like you have no time to react. There's no time to even think about what just happened to Jesse because now I got a gun pointed at me.
Yep.
Yeah.
The moment it went to black with her pointing the gun at Ellie, I was like,
Yeah.
here we go. I am now going to be playing as Abby. I don't even need to see it. Here we go. We're now going to see everything from the perspective of Abby. Now, as I said earlier, the moment that happened, I definitely had that concern, right? It's like, this is such a major shift. We all love Ellie. We know that. We've known her for, how many years now, and she's gone. And how long are we going to have to play as Abby for? Like, what was your guys' gut reaction the moment that blackout happened and you're now controlling as Abby?
I was excited.
Yeah?
Like, again, you got to remember, I was spoiled on stuff. So it was more for me, I was getting to see, how are they doing this? How are they going to execute it,
Yep.
And I was like, even then, I was still in it. Like, I didn't immediately just go, oh, yeah, no, I don't feel this. This is kind of stupid. Now I was like, no, I want to know more. I want to understand this. I want to see what's going on. So for me, I was super excited to play.
I didn't bring it up on stream because it was hypocritical of me, and I knew that in my mind that, like, at the beginning of the game when she killed Joel, I was like, wait, I want to see her perspective. I want to understand her. And then the moment it goes to her and they are clearly going to truly dive deep and really allow us to see her perspective, they're not going to hold back at all. My gut reaction was concern. I didn't want to display that at all on stream. I didn't, as most of you probably know in the chat when you saw me play it. But it was there. I was concerned for like 30 minutes to an hour when her story started up, because it's just, I don't care about you yet. I cared about Ellie. I was in this. And now you're taking that all away and starting me fresh. But I thought they did a fantastic job getting me on board with her pretty quickly. I say especially once Yara and Lev become involved, that is when it was like, yes, I am in on this perspective. What was the moment for you guys? It sounds like you were almost immediately in, Vince. Was there like a moment that you needed to wait for, Tom, where you're like, okay, yeah, I'm cool with this now?
I don't think there was a specific moment. I think it was because you kind of like, you were getting the feeling like, all right, well, I'm going to get her perspective now because we spent so much of that time as Ellie, just everybody being like, we don't know where she is. She's off doing her own thing. And I had no idea like where she was. And then it goes back and says Seattle day one. And then you see her and you start walking through, the sports stadium in Seattle, which I can only assume is either Safeco or, it's supposed to be like either one of those two. And I remember walking through that, and I'm like, oh, so they're trying to like put this out like right away that like this is basically just Jackson.
Yeah.
This is just a different Jackson. It's just a different one. It's slightly more militaristic, but it's not. Right. But like everybody seems to be, generally, doing all right. There doesn't seem to be too many problems here, short of like, it just seems like, a little cultish with the fact that they have a phrase that they keep using.
Yeah,
may your death be,
I agree.
May you live well, or may your death
may
be
you
swift.
die. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, all right, well, the fact that they have like this weird like phrase, like it's a little cultish, but like, all right, whatever. I mean, it's. But it also goes with like it's a slightly more militaristic society, so it's like basically like running around yelling "Semper Fi."
Right, exactly. I was going to say the same thing. In the military, they have tons of like superstitions and things they do, and sayings and phrases. Yeah, it goes along with the militaristic nature
so you're
of
like,
that.
All right, whatever. So but you're going through it, and you're meeting the characters, and you're meeting these people, and you're seeing like, for me, like I endeared myself immediately with Manny, for instance, because like Manny is like joking around. He's like, "Oh man, I can't wait to go back and watch more anime and get drunk." I'm like, "Oh, so you're just basically me and any of my other friends." I got you. So, like, I kind of like got their perspective. And I was willing to give her a shot to like see like, all right, what's going on in the life of Abby at this point?
Yeah, like Neens just said, I'm not against what you're saying at all there, Neens. I think for me, seeing her ruthless nature towards Joel, it was just more food to wanting answers. Like, why would she be this enraged? Like, what pushed her to this level? And I knew Naughty Dog would answer those questions. It took a little while, of course, to get to that point where you see the flashback with the Fireflies, and you find out that Joel not just murdered the Fireflies, but murdered her father, who was the doctor, who was about to operate on Ellie. Then it's like, okay, I get it now. Like, I maybe would not do the same thing. I'm not sure I would torture somebody. I don't know if I have that in me, but I know a lot of people do. And I know that something like that can bring out the darkness in you, especially in a world like this. So by that point, I was like, I understand you. I'm not condoning it or condemning it, but I understand you. So, yeah, it took a little while to get there, though.
Is that you have those moments, though, also with Owen. Like, you have those flashback portions where you just realize, oh, this girl is completely emotionally stunted.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she is unable to, like, function.
Move on.
Like, as like a normal teenager should. Like, she can't move on, exactly as you mentioned, Vince. But, like, even beyond just not being able to move on, like, she's not allowing herself to even be happy or have a moment of joy.
Oh, no, without a doubt. Yeah, she's joyless.
Yes.
And
She's ruined everything. Owen's no longer with her because she ruined their relationship.
Right.
You know,
Where you had that great
destroyed
moment
her.
where they're down in the aquarium and he takes her down to the one submerged observation area, and they start kissing, and immediately, like, he did like, and not saying that she owed him anything at that point, but like, she's not allowing herself to enjoy the moment because she's too busy still thinking about
Yeah.
how, I got another lead. There's another lead, and we can get there, and we can do something about this.
And it's so sad too because Owen, who seemed like a pretty good guy, somebody that was kind of fed up with the world and what he was tasked with doing to a certain extent, and clearly wanted to get back to the Fireflies nature of thing, but was doing what he had to do to survive, but knew the path that she was going down, and I think really wanted to help her get out of that path, but probably realized at some point off screen that wasn't going to happen, which ultimately led to her and him not being together. But another great character, another really nuanced character. Everybody just so human, so realistic, in my opinion, to the world that has been established. That's how I felt watching everything. But as going back, Lev helped. Yeah, Yara and Lev, again, was like, it was a point of concern for me originally because I hated the Seraphites. Like, I was like, I can understand the WLF a little bit, but man, do I hate the Seraphites. Like, how are they going to get me to appreciate any single one of them? But holy shit. Yara, I liked. Lev, I loved. I freaking loved Lev. He was such a great character, and what he meant to Abby was so powerful because you knew what Abby was doing. So she had this guilt, and I think that showed a great human side of her, that after killing Joel, she didn't feel better, clearly. It wasn't something that fixed her. And if anything, it made it worse. She was having nightmares, she was having post-traumatic stress, and she knew she needed to do something selfishly, actually, to just lift that guilt from her. She wasn't saving Lev and Yara for selfless reasons. She was only doing it because she thought maybe this will allow me to feel like a better person again. And it's great too because she has that nightmare, right, where she walks out and she sees the people hanging and all, and then when she saves Yara and Lev later on, she goes through that same door of the hospital in the flashback, and now it's her father, like, waiting for her. And I thought it was a really great moment and kind of was important to her arc. And it doesn't show that she's a good person for doing what she did for Yara and Lev, but I think it helped me to understand her even more and what her journey throughout this game is meant to be. I think it's also really cool. Let's go to the dual perspective and like what it meant in this game, because you're getting to see a lot of the characters that Ellie killed at this point now. You're seeing God, I draw a blank on a few of their names. The one that Ellie tortured, Nora, the one that Ellie tortured. Let's not forget, she tortured her.
Which is part of the unfair portion of the narrative, because you get to see Abby torturing Joel, but then you only just get the implication that Ellie tortured
Right,
Nora.
They weren't willing to show Ellie doing it.
And then you see, like, Ellie's having, like, a tough time with, like, dealing with it, but, like, you don't actually see her doing it. And I think that's a bit of a failure. That's, like, one of my first complaints with the game, is that
I can understand that.
Not that I need like the gratuitous gore of the scene,
but it's unfair.
But it's unfair that you did that for Abby, but you did not do the same for Ellie.
It's almost favoring Ellie. Yeah,
I think that was more due to, I think, perception of race. To be honest, because Nora's black, And I think, because concerning the current climate we're in right now, I think that scene was initially designed to show it. I think it was repurposed because of just being sensitive to the topic.
Potential.
Personally, and I'm not
that's
saying this is
what I-
right or wrong, I think it's more along the lines of what Tom is saying, but not because they wanted to favor Ellie internally as Naughty Dog, the studio,
Oh,
but
yeah,
because
I'm not-
they
I'm not
knew
saying that at
that
all.
that would destroy the players too much, potentially. They were willing to go to pretty extreme lengths in this game to insult the player to some players, right? And really subvert their expectations and really push them, right? Like to maybe
Yeah.
not want to play this game anymore. But I think if they showed Ellie torturing that character, Nora, I think that might have been too much for Far Sender, for example. I could have
Yeah.
seen a Far Sender saying, nope, I'm not playing this anymore.
Yeah.
Am
That's
I right on that,
potential.
Far Sender? Tell me in the chat.
That's potential. I just
Okay.
think from an objective, like taking everything else out of the equation in a vacuum, looking at that narratively speaking, I think narratively it's unfortunately unfair that they're clearly both monsters with how they probably tortured those characters,
Right.
but the fact that you don't get to see Ellie doing it, I think, is a completely an unfair.
In a lot of ways, it's
unfair
actually
to the
worse
character.
what Ellie's doing.
Yes.
Because Nora is somebody that she has no idea who you are.
Yeah.
This person could have been a doctor or something for this camp, or done a lot of great things, and it doesn't matter. I'm torturing
Nora
you
was.
because you have
Nora was
information I
doctor.
need. Yeah,
She was
well, yeah.
surgeon.
Let's not forget that. We'll get to
And
some of those other gratuitous kills later on.
She was dying to begin with anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, yeah, she had pushed her into an infected area, into the spores. Like, yeah, but Far Center said you are right. I just think that a lot of people had a connection to Ellie that seeing that would have been too much of a turnoff for them. And Naughty Dog, I think they did a really masterful job with this game of straddling that line just right to keep people playing to the end, because this game has like a 60% completion. Look at the trophies. Like 60% of the people that played The Last of Us Part 2 finished the game. That's pretty phenomenal for a game this long. And this
Type of game.
This type of game, like from a story perspective, something this heavy, to have 60% of the people finish it showed that they straddled that line pretty well. Because I know a lot of people were questioning, like, I don't know if I want to keep playing this, but clearly they did. They found their way through it, and I think maybe Naughty Dog knew that moment might have been a step too far. Even though I do agree with you, Tom, that it's a little bit unfair to Abby and her perspective,
Yeah.
and a little bit biased towards Ellie from a story perspective.
It gives
us
the impression, without saying overtly that that's what they were trying to do to favor Ellie, but it gives the impression that they're favoring Ellie.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not talking that Joel knew who Abby was. I'm saying that Abby felt like she knew who Joel was because there was a history there. He murdered her father. He murdered her entire camp. There was definitely a vengeance there. Whereas with Ellie torturing Nora, it was simply, I need information that you have. Right? So I feel like, and in some ways, that's even worse.
And well, I mean, and I'm not going to even justify Nora here a little bit because not Ellie, I'm sorry, but like, you know, Ellie actually did give her a choice on that. Like, I just want information, you know, and Nora did make that more complicated, and she actually did trigger a more violent emotional response from Ellie whenever, you know, she told him that, you know, she told her that, you know, Joel deserved it because he was a little bitch, you know. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I don't think it's quite unfair for what they did, but at the same time, I can see
Brett
that
makes a great
perspective.
point in chat. They make us hit the button to torture her there. So
Yeah.
that's an important note. You know,
You do.
Yeah.
They
making us
do.
complicit in her actions.
But they keep the camera panned away so you don't see anything. And it's not like, say, God of War, where you're pressing the button and you can see Kratos slamming Hermes' head into the door.
Yeah.
Like you're not seeing like him constantly doing him torturing his opponents.
Right. It's an
Yeah.
interesting point, I think, for sure, but it's more nuanced now than I even realized. Now that Brett brought up the fact that we actually have to press the button to hit Nora, that's interesting. Either way, I think they straddled that line very well, in my opinion. I thought they did a great job with that. There's also the guy who has the scar. You know, he's strangling Dina. We kill him. But the biggest ones, of course, are Mel and Owen, two characters that we actually come to know from a certain extent and see that they're pretty good people overall. They've done some bad things, just like everybody in this world, but they're not bad people, that's for sure. I wouldn't call them bad people. Owen, especially, I think, was a pretty good person in his heart. So that scene with Ellie, going back to her part of the perspective, killing Mel, finding out that she's pregnant, and her reaction to that was just unbelievably powerful. And I think was a good moment because it allowed us to see Ellie do something absolutely terrible, but allowed us to also see how it hurt her, and that she's not just completely to the dark side. You know, the fact that it makes her, I don't know, I can't remember if she throws up or
She throws up.
Yeah.
she throws up.
Abby throws up too as well in that same spot, I think, as well later.
Yeah, so the humanity is there. They're doing such awful things, but the humanity is still there. And that moment for me was so scary, finding out that Mel was pregnant, because that immediately made me think, wow, if they want to go far here, Abby could do eye for an eye. The moment she finds out Dina is pregnant, she's going to kill Dina. And I was like, throughout the entire rest of the game up until that moment where it literally comes to that and Lev stops it, I was like, wow, I think Dina might die. I think she might kill Dina as an eye for an eye thing. So that moment was really strong for me.
And then you just hear that guttural, like when Ellie says she's pregnant, and that just guttural, good.
Yeah,
That
was
ice cold.
Whew, man. Yeah, thank God Lev was there. And we'll get to that, I guess, a little bit. I want to talk about Lev and his story. Actually.
I do. Before we go to Lev, real quick, I do want to say that I don't think Owen is as nice a guy as he comes off.
I think he's flawed,
I think we give him a little too much credit, just because of when we get to that point where they're making the plans to go to Santa Barbara, and they get to that point where Mel is going to give an ultimatum, because we got to remember, he just had an affair with Abby.
Yep.
No,
I agree 100% with that. Yep.
Yeah, let's not forget that they definitely had sex when it's very clear that they're.
Well, he still clearly loves Abby.
He still clearly loves Abby, but he also has a kid on the way and everything else like that. And Mel is very much not okay with the fact that they're spending as much time together as they are. And then on top of that, Mel puts up the ultimatum and says, I'm not going to Santa Barbara if you are.
Mm-hmm.
And then Owen is just like, apparently Owen was also given the ultimatum. And then he goes immediately to Abby and he's like, so we're going to Santa Barbara, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I mean, he was put into a fucking tough position.
You're just going to leave your kid, like your unborn child, like to go off with me to Santa Barbara? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah.
And then
but again, it was human. Like he loved Abby. He loved Abby, and he was between a rock and a hard place.
Right.
I agree. It definitely is. Is shining a light on the human flaws of Owen. But as I said in chat, like that's like a human flaw. That's not like he's a bad guy. Like he's a good guy. He made mistakes clearly. Like that kind of thing. I definitely don't think I would clarify him or put him into a category that labels him as a bad guy. I think overall he was good in his heart, I think, is what I would say.
To some respects, I suppose, but you just look at that where you're just like, I'm going to leave this woman in this militarized society.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to leave her to just be with another girl. Like it's basically just like running away from responsibility at that point to me. So like it's going to depend on like different people's perspectives, obviously, on it. Me, I will say that he is a bad guy for like it didn't even seem like he thought twice about it. He's just like immediately, like he gets the ultimatum and he goes immediately to Abby. It's like, so we're going to Santa Barbara, right?
Right,
like,
right.
What? Excuse you?
I get your perspective on that.
About this,
I totally do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I was going to go to Yara and Lev a little bit, right? So one thing we didn't really talk about at all is the war that's going on in Seattle. The WLF is fighting against a cult called the Seraphites. You could call WLF a cult as well, I guess you could say. Seraphites, this religious, fanatical cult, scars up their own faces. All of the men shave their heads. All the women have this sort of bun that they put their hair in. They're all the same. And they use whistles, whistling to call to each other, and they use bow and arrows. And if the WLF is like the militaristic threat, they are the more creepy horror aspect of the human element in this game. I definitely felt like I was more on edge fighting the Seraphites than I was fighting the WLF. So I hated them. I absolutely hated them. Probably because I have an issue in general with like religious fanaticism, and in some degrees I have an issue with religion in general, if I'm being honest. I don't want to go too far into that, but
this is also, and I know you don't want to, but I think it does bear mentioning because Druckmann brought it up himself.
Dr. Ruckman? Yeah.
Dr. Ockman, as it were.
Yeah.
He brings it up himself, so it's worth mentioning here. He specifically mentions that he does. I don't think he mentioned specifically the Seraphites and the WLF here.
Yeah.
But he does mention that the entire game is like pseudo a commentary on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Yep. I'm not surprised at that at all. No.
He's and to be clear, Druckmann himself, I believe, is an Israeli immigrant.
Yes, I think so.
So obviously he's going to have a perspective on it. But the fact that he brings that up, and you clearly get, like, you are hit so far over the head on the Seraphites and how their religious fanaticism is, and when Lev mentions, like, oh, well, we were a religion of peace, but some people, or maybe it was Yara who said it,
misconstrued
they
the
misconstrued the message and the teachings and everything else like that. And then one side is modern, and and while still religiously devoted to their way of life, aren't nearly as hardcore religious as the other side. And then and there's like this very like vague saying like, oh, well, they're both kind of wrong in some ways because they killed these kids killed this one person, and so they retaliated by killing all the kids. But then they clearly show that like the Seraphites are so much worse because they're sacrificing humans. They're putting off nooses and like cutting open their stomach.
I would say that for sure the Seraphites are worse, but I also believed Lev when he said that this isn't what they used to be. I could definitely see that being the case, where like it started off as a group of people that admired what this person said and didn't really look at them as like a prophet, but was like, I admire the teachings of this person. I'm in agreement with this message and this way of life, and
right.
I want to take that on. I could certainly see that being the case.
Solely in a vacuum, talking about the game itself, 100% in the narrative, 100%. My issue is because of the fact that you look at that in the context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and you can very clearly see which side is supposed to be represented as which.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you look at it that way, when you look at it as the Western perspective on which side is being represented by the other side, and again, this is not a politics Twitch. If you have opinions on it, like, leave them to yourselves. I'm trying not to like overtly like push my own ideas on it specifically, but I will say that it seems very clear, at least from there, that there is some sort of commentary on which side is supposed to be the more fanatical,
right.
religious,
which one's more in the
side,
right? Yeah,
almost.
I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that myself, but go ahead, Vince.
No, I was going to say, because actually someone tried to bring that up in the whole "we hate Neil Druckmann" bullshit that happened, because someone brought that up, because he talked about whenever he was a teenager, and I can't remember the politics, guys, here, I'm sorry, but he remembered seeing something when he was young about it was either a lynching or a hanging of one of the groups, and how he hated that other group of people, how he wanted to kill them there.
Right.
And everything like that. And then it took him, whenever he got older, to realize how wrong that felt and everything like that. So I kind of don't see that aspect of it, because I think it's more the whole thing of, like, again, people are just fucking shitty. And I don't know. It's just one of those things, like, to where I really didn't get that. I just got that more as like, again, I'm kind of more with Drew on this whole thing. I actually just don't give a shit about religious fanaticism. It's actually one of those things that'll turn me way hard off on anything that you try to teach. So like the Seraphites for me were really, really hard to actually like even. I actually still don't even care for them. Like,
Right.
Which I think
cool,
is what makes it so impressive to me that
Yeah.
I really, really liked Yara and Lev.
I
And
liked
it
Yara and
showed that
Lev.
there were good people within the Seraphites
Yeah.
that were kind of stuck in this ridiculous thing that they became.
Right, because they make the point that like, oh well, we were so much better before, and then like other people like, and you can say that about like any like form of government or religion or
Sure.
what have you to begin with. But you know, my and it's very clear. Like, I'm not trying to say that like the Seraphites, as we fight against them in the game, have redeeming qualities, because they very clearly do not.
Well,
Like, there's
I'm
there's
sorry.
very few that have
Right.
that have very redeeming qualities. I mean, you even see like what happens with their mom. I mean, with the way that
That's messed up. Let's get
Yeah.
into all this real quick, like
Yeah.
why that even happens. So a lot of people, I had a feeling there was going to be transsexual in this game. You know, if you want to call it that, because it's actually not. It's just somebody that identifies as a different gender in this game. I had a feeling that would be the case because there was so much hatred surrounding this. I had a feeling that had to be
yeah.
something that was like an origin for that. Throughout the game, I was very hopeful that it wouldn't be Abby, and that's not because I think it would be bad if Abby was that character, but because I feel like they could have played that for shock value or this or that. Same with Lev. Like the moments that I started piecing that together in my mind, like, oh, he shaved his head, he's a girl that identifies as a boy, he shaved his head, they didn't like that. I pieced it all together and I was like, but if they play this for shock, I'm not going to be okay with that, because that would be sort of like manipulating it in a sort of dirty way for
Can
me.
I-
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say this is actually a part of where like the spoilers. This is actually where, if anyone remembers, back around April, I think Tom, we actually had a discussion about it whenever the reviews came out, and I remembered I tried to actually make sure people weren't jumping on top of you on that. I don't know if you remember that conversation at all, but one of the things that really hurt with the spoilers, considering how the leakers did it, and one of the things that the agendas took off on that was that Abby was transsexual because of her build. That was the
Right.
whole thing,
Right.
and then the actual thing that twisted there was that the reviewers weren't allowed to talk about that. And that set off another motion about Lev being, I'm sorry, I don't know what the proper nomenclature would be there
I
for
know, I'm
that.
the same way.
It's, so I'm not trying to offend anyone here. Please bear with me. But that was another thing that kind of twisted there.
It would be the correct nomenclature, I believe, is non-binary.
Non-binary, thank you. And that was a thing that reviewers said that, like, you know, yeah, we weren't really allowed to talk about it, but a lot of them who have connections to that said, like, yeah, I just didn't think it was bad. It was the whole parental thing that had a lot of people upset. But then it launched back to being with Abby again, that Abby was transsexual. And it was just like, I don't understand what's going on. So that's the weird thing that I think you were talking about.
Either
with
or
Drew.
would have been fine. It's just, for me, it was about the delivery of it. That was what was important
Right.
to me, that they treated it with respect and as an organic, natural thing, not of, oh, we're gonna have a twist here. Like it never
Yeah.
felt like that. It was, oh, like we're in a gunfight. They're calling Lev Lily, and like that's all you needed to hear. Like
Yeah.
and then like he's like, do you want to talk about it? Like, do you want me to talk about it? Like, no, all right. Like they just move on. It's like, yeah, that's all I needed. And then
Yeah.
it's like, okay, he shaved his head. Okay, I got to figure it out. It all makes sense. Don't
Yeah.
need to go any further than that. And then of course they dive into a little bit further with the mom later on, but it all happens organically. I thought it was handled like incredibly well myself. Now, granted, I am not somebody that would be pissed off because I'm not a part of that community, but from an outsider looking in, trying to empathize or you know, put myself in those shoes, I was like, this seems really tastefully done. That's all I could think. And I'm sorry if I am completely wrong on that, because you know, it's hard for me to completely understand, obviously. But I just felt like this is the way to do it
No, I mean,
if you're going to do it.
they juxtapose that, I think, extremely well with a scene that happens at the very end of the game, which I don't know if I want to bring it up just now because we're going to talk about it later, obviously. But the fact that this scene specifically is brought up in a very like, oh, like this stuff is happening, all right, and then you get like slightly more context later, which is like, all right, well, this adds a little bit more context, but I feel like it is treated very, very with respect, where it's not just like Abby doing a double take, like, what?
Well, yeah,
Really?
exactly.
What's that about?
Yeah, exactly. It was done the right way in my mind.
well.
I thought it was really, really well done. And I just especially from that point forward, I was like, you're my boy, Lev. Like I'm doing everything I can for you. I'm protecting you because I liked him so much, and also the fact that he's bow and arrow. I like that anyway. So he was a badass, man. He was a badass. I was totally in. He saved Abby how many times, and he was with her throughout the whole thing, and really, like, he's the thing that kept her from going back to the dark. He kept her in the light. If it wasn't for him there when finding out that Dina is pregnant, I don't know. I think she might have slit Dina's throat right there if it wasn't for Lev.
Mm-hmm.
He was the light. So I thought that was a really powerful moment. And then getting to the Seraphite Island, man, like that was what an intense set piece. First off, amazing level design. Once again, like all the underwater, going through all the different buildings and through the cornfields. Combat amazing in that area, but also the scene with the mom, and like the mom like tried to kill him, and he was forced to kill his own mother. Like all of that was unbelievably powerful. And then when it like all comes to a head with like all the thing being set fire and having to get out of there, and that freaking battle with the guy who's like jaws coming off and shit. Like, man, what
that
what
dude, that was
scene.
like, he was a straight up slasher movie villain.
Yeah,
Yes, he was.
Like that's how he felt.
I thought that was such a great sequence.
Yeah, it was a great sequence, and it also cemented the fact to me that Isaac was the true villain of the entire game.
What an
because
asshole!
Isaac's a piece of shit. Sorry, did I say that out loud?
Shit. No, you can say that all you want, man.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
that was like the moment that solidified Abby and her transformation a little bit, because before it was selfish, right? Like, I'm saving you because I'm trying to lift a weight off myself. But in that moment when Isaac shows up and she stands in front and she's like, I'm not moving, and he's still about to shoot her, and then Yara goes out like a freaking boss, and then they go back in and he's like, they're your people, you're my people. That line, man. I was like, yes. The delivery of it was so damn good. I believed it. It was like, this Abby is a new person because of Lev. I felt like the arc was complete.
Yara.
Again, anticlimactic, but I mean, she went out with a boss.
I mean, not anticlimactic. I'm talking about like the brutality behind it.
Yeah.
I mean, other people that died from like, a headshot or being clubbed. She was shot multiple times in the chest. It was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was like, whoa. I mean, that was also a kid who's like, oof.
Right. Yeah, like how old is Yara? Like 16?
Yeah, I think they play on 16, 15, I think is what it is.
Like,
are they twins?
No,
Right,
he's
no,
definitely
they're not
younger.
twins.
Yeah, he's
No,
definitely younger.
it's older, younger, yeah.
Yeah, she's
So
the
I
big
think-
sister.
Yeah, she's definitely the older sibling.
Yeah,
so I think she's
the fact
16.
that like Isaac's willing to just kill this God, Lev's probably 13 years old, I would guess at most. He's gonna shoot this kid, like crazy. One that like Abby is vouching for, somebody who is like your top, like like Abby's done everything for you, probably killed so many people and done awful things for you, and she's saying like, no, they're just kids. Like he's on our side now. Like yeah, Isaac was a piece of shit, man, total piece of shit. So that was very satisfying when Yara took him out. I actually went like, yeah, and everybody's like, yo, Yara just died. I was like, yeah, but she went out like a freaking boss and she took out Isaac. Like I was cheering because she did what she had to do, and that was awesome. I love that scene.
Yeah.
So
I think what's even worse now too is you also find out that Isaac was the reason why the Seraphites actually went down the path they did, because of killing whoever that lady was, which again just cements to me Isaac's a piece of shit.
That, and like they had a truce, and I know it like broke. I can't remember why it broke exactly, but then they like go full force. They're gonna go and torch the island. Like truce is over. Time to kill you all. Like,
there was these, apparently the truce from the pamphlets that I remember reading is that there were a group of Seraphite kids who killed uh, who killed like one person.
Right, that's what I thought. It was like kind of minor.
An argument with somebody, and they killed that person, and then a group of WLF soldiers like found the kids, and then they killed all the kids who were in that group, and then that's just like, and then that broke the truce.
And I want to say there was a darker twist there, but I can't remember what it was. I almost want to say there was like a rape, but I can't remember.
Really? Yeah, I didn't pick up on that actually.
I can't remember. There's a pamphlet there. I just can't remember what it is.
I want to go back into the effect of the dual perspective. I don't know if you guys saw this, but what made me realize how powerful the dual perspective is in this game and that it was the right way to go was actually Alice.
Oh,
now,
God.
I had a scene where I'm throwing the thing to Alice and she's going to pick it up, and I was like, "There's no way to kill Alice."
Oh,
I was like, "You can't kill Shimmer and Alice." And then suddenly you could look at the video, like I have a clip of it. I pause, and you can see my like the cogs turning in my head, and I'm like, "No, Ellie was the one who killed Alice." It all like pieced together all at once. But that wasn't the only time that happened. Like that was what was so great about the dual perspective was Ellie did all this shit, and now we're seeing it from another perspective. And like sometimes it didn't even click until like a moment before. I was like, "Oh my God, like that's what Ellie did. This is what Ellie did. This is Abby's friend. This is Abby's dog." Like I was like, "Wow."
Oh
like,
wait, you're the PSP girl.
I feel like such an asshole right now. Like that agency, that's what it was all about. Like being complicit in all these actions from Ellie's perspective and from Abby's perspective. That was what I thought was so powerful about the dual perspective nature of this game. And I don't think they could have done it any better when it comes to that. Like a lot of people think they should have like gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, but that would have ruined it in my opinion. That would have ruined the impact of those moments if you just kept going back and forth. It needed to be 3 days Ellie, 3 days Abby in order to have that.
I think the only other way you could have made this work would have been you would have started with Abby from the get-go, but it would have been in Seattle, and everyone just would have been referring to whatever happened in Jackson or Utah, and you would have known what was happening. Like you were kind of like, why does that sound familiar? And then as you piece it along together, then like you still have that switch at the middle there where you'd be Ellie and be like, oh shit, this is what happened. That would be the only way I think they could have pulled it off, but even then, it's still risky.
All right, so where did we leave off?
We were talking about the theater fight with Abby and Ellie.
So she's a next level like OP boss battle there, and the trial and error is what makes that moment so powerful in my opinion. I was saying, Tom, you were gone for a little bit. It's my favorite boss battle I think of the entire generation, facing off against Ellie.
That is my most frustrating boss battle of the generation. I can tell you that.
Yeah, intentionally supposed to be frustrating, right?
Yeah, it's super frustrating, almost like unfairly so at times. Which, I mean, I didn't appreciate.
I watched you fight her. I didn't say anything, but you went a little longer than I did, like trying to just run at her. I was like, I didn't want to say anything, but I was like, Tom, you can't just run at her.
Like I didn't like. There were a couple of times where I was just like trying to see. It's like, all right, well, am I not blocking her at a certain point? Am I not dodging? Like, is that what I'm not doing right? And then I was like, all right, well, it's clearly not. And you said in the chat too, and I was like, all right, so this makes sense. I'm clearly not supposed to charge at her directly.
She is OP. You are supposed to only sneak behind her.
But there were times where I would like go up to like start sneaking up behind her, and then she would immediately, with her back turned to me, and she would immediately like turn around, look directly at me, and I'm like, what the F? I'm like 2 feet away from you.
Yep.
Like,
no, she's you. You have to imagine what would it be like if you were playing Ellie. You're not gonna walk around and not check your behind. You are looking all over the place all the time. That's the way an actual good, person in post-apocalypse would act. She's not gonna. Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep my back turned for the next 30 seconds. Hell no. This is Ellie we're talking about here. So I love that kind of stuff. I thought that was like, yes, this is the next level OP Ellie that I was expecting. My face when I realized she was setting traps on me, I got blown up by one of her traps. I thought it was something I could pick up, and I got blown to pieces. But by far my favorite was when I threw the bottle at her, and she freaking dodged it and ran at me and shotgunned me in the face. I was like, this is the best. I'm freaking in love with this boss battle. So yeah, the fact that they were able to turn just like this human versus human moment into something so intense, Especially at that point when you're playing as Abby versus Ellie. Again, I can't believe this game most of the way through. I just think it's so fantastic. But okay, so Abby gets the best of her because you're playing as Abby, right? And she doesn't kill Dina because Lev pops in and she says, "I better never see you again." Flash forward, it's been like at least a year. Dina's had the baby. They have this beautiful farm. They've got this really nice life. Ellie and Dina together. It's like, oh yeah, this is good stuff.
Super happy ending.
Yeah, right? Like, what was that? I'm curious. Like, what was your guys' expectation at that point? Like, the game isn't over.
I was definitely like with the mindset of like, oh, well, they're showing like, all right, well, this is what it's like for them to finally like move on. Like, this is the first time where we're gonna be like, okay, like Ellie finally rides off into the sunset, has a nice life with Dina. They have a kid. It's going to be just a nice, like, easy way for them to just end the story where she, like, still respects Joel. Like, she has her little tribute to him. She, like, looked at the watch and everything was okay. And, you just look at it and, like, okay, this is just such a nice... And by the way, the lighting and everything else in that scene, when when she's at the front lawn, yeah. I mean, absolutely perfect. But, Vince... your thoughts before I go on from there?
Well, it was funny because it's funny whenever I saw her look at the watch, I was like, she hasn't let go yet.
Yeah.
That's immediately how I felt it. I was like, nope, this is still eating away at her.
It's not over yet, Snake.
And that's what I thought. But I was like, yeah. It was cool to see. It was cool to see Dina and the baby, and walking around and everything like that. And when you're herding the sheep, I was like. Again, I'll just never forget what Trish said. Trish was like, wow, it's been 10 minutes. Has nothing bad happened yet? Yeah. And we were herding the sheep in, and then the door closed. And Trish was like, oh, hey, bad things are happening.
There it is.
That whole PTS, that whole scene, I absolutely loved. Because, again, Tom, that's where the spoiler stopped for me, was the actual theater fight. And I actually didn't know the game was going to continue. I thought that was the end of the game, the theater fight. So I'm sitting there seeing this going, okay, we're going to see the credits here soon. So when the barn scene happened, I was like, and you saw that close-up of Joel's face, Ellie screaming. She's doing that whole thing. She's frantically pounding on that door. I was just shocked. I was just in awe the entire time. And then you see Asshole come back up, and it's just like, oh, God, we're not done yet.
Yeah,
that was really sad to see what he became, Tommy. Because if anybody... really had like kind of the worst ending, I think, of anybody in the game, I actually think it's Tommy. Yeah. He lost his eye. He can't hunt anymore. He's crippled. He lost his wife because of his rage and desire for vengeance, I assume. He's just a broken shell of a man.
Yep.
And he has to go to Ellie to try and get any satisfaction. Like, please kill this person for me. Like, he turned out to be such a sad
you made a promise
of a human being. Yeah, and the way he goes at her there, like, yeah, that was really sad to see him that way.
Yeah, and then seeing Dina defend Ellie and rip him to shreds out on the porch, that was amazing too. I was like, wow.
Dina was awesome. I love Dina.
Dina was so fantastic, which made the next scene even worse. So sad. Whenever Ellie gets up to close all the windows in the barn, and she's gonna not let it go. And Dina knows at that point too, and she's just trying to convince her to come back to bed, and Ellie won't do it. Oh,
how do you feel about Ellie after that? I mean, this was essentially Ellie saying that Abby is more important to me than you.
For me at that point, it was like, I kind of was like, you're really not gonna let this go, Ellie? Like, yeah. And like, my thing was like, in that moment, I was like looking at it, I was like, you're not gonna have any of this when you come back.
You're giving up
like,
everything.
This is gone.
Life. Yeah.
This is gone. And for Dina to even say that, kind of what I was thinking at the exact same time, and for Ellie to do that cold-hearted, you don't have to then. Like, I was just like, God.
Yeah.
Damn, Ellie.
And the baby.
I think it was.
Yeah.
You really get the impression, like, as she puts on Joel's jacket, you're just like, oh, the cycle continues.
Yep.
Like,
the only way to break it is to confront Abby.
The series of bad decisions just keeps happening.
Yeah. What about you,
Yeah,
Drew? How did you feel?
it's interesting that you came in halfway through Fire Sender because you missed like so much of our conversation, and it was targeted towards like a lot of the things that you're saying. Like it just it's so backwards to us that you or anybody would complain about Abby torturing Ellie
Joel.
or Joel, I mean, and then encourage Ellie to do the same, to go through her torturing Nora, to go through her killing a pregnant woman, and then continue to egg her on, like, no, I need you to cut Abby's damn head off. It's just, it's so weird to me, like how we can separate our minds, like, oh, this is okay and this is not, like, because I'm on this side, you know, and that's on that side. It's very interesting. But yeah, I was very bummed, but I was like, yep, this makes sense. After everything that's happened, like this is the journey. Like this is what Ellie needs to do, and I want to see it through to fruition too. I didn't want her to kill Abby. I 100% didn't. I knew that she didn't. As I said earlier, that's the one thing I got spoiled on, is that she didn't kill Abby. But I didn't know how it was going to get to that moment, and what was going to happen. Was she just going to be unable to kill Abby? You know, what would get to that? But in my head, I was like, I really want her to confront Abby and not be able to do it, not be able to bring herself to do it. But I really didn't know for sure, like what would happen. I wasn't falling on either side. Like I was 50-50. That entire last sequence. Let me say first off that like Abby getting captured in that scene. It's like, oh shit, that took me by surprise. But still, like my mind didn't even think of the possibility of like what she would become, like what she would look like. And I thought it was so great after going through this camp and killing countless people. Got an injury herself. She's impaled in the side. Like looks like a total badass. And when she finds out she's at the beach, and then I saw it, I was like, wow. Like the Rattlers, first off, like holy shit, these guys are bad. And then when I'm looking for Abby, I'm looking for Abby. I'm looking for muscled up, you know, ponytail Abby. And I love that there is somebody on the piers that looks a lot like that. And I'm sure Naughty Dog was trying to do misdirection there, because I went up and I was looking at this one. I was like, that's Abby, right? And then I was like, I hear voices behind me, 3D audio. And I'm like, wait a sec. Turn around. And I was like, what? Is that Abby? Like, holy shit. Like, they totally got me there with, like, the emaciated nature of her. And I was like, no way. Ellie's not going to be able to do this. She's not going to be able to kill her now, looking at what she's become. It's like, what would be the satisfaction in that at this point? Then they go down to the beach.
Yeah, it's such a great fake out.
Yeah, it's such a great fake out. And they go down to the beach, and you think she's going to let her go, and then she sees Joel's face. And it's like, nope, it's not over yet. That battle, man. I had a lump in my throat the entire thing. I couldn't bring myself to swing at Abby. Obviously, I didn't want Abby to kill Ellie, but you guys can watch my playthrough. I dodged. I can't even tell you how many times I just dodged, because I was like, I don't want to do this. Like, I don't want to kill this person. Like, it's over. Like, let it go. She let you live twice. I know that she wronged you, but like, it's over. Let it go. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Like, have you guys seen my my playthrough again?
I haven't. I haven't.
No,
seen
I missed it. Yeah.
The moments that she saw Joel on the porch, and she let go of Abby, and she says, "Let you go, you take him." I fucking bawled. I couldn't breathe. My face turned completely red. My hands were shaking. I became a total mess when that happened. That was the most powerful moment I've ever played in a video game, without a doubt.
I mean, yeah, it's funny how you said that you were dodging and everything like that with her. It's funny. I was brutally efficient with that boss fight.
I was really good. Once I started attacking, I was nailing it. But
yeah. It was weird for me too, because at the same time I actually was feeling the same way you were. I was just like, I'm doing this because the game's kind of telling me, but I really don't want to do this, but I kind of want to see the end here, you know? And it was like, man, and you could just, and Laura Bailey does such a great job with Abby's whole mannerism and voice and everything like that.
The way she's breaking, her voice is breaking, she's breathing heavy.
Her voice is breaking, she's breathing heavy. She's like, I don't want to do this, you know? And she doesn't even... What's even funnier to me is that like you could tell that she's not putting the fight in. You know, it was only whenever it started getting serious and then survival had to kind of kick in that she was like, she kind of went for it. But even then, she was hoping that by that point, Ellie would just be like, just go, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, it was such.
The most brutal fight I've ever seen in a game.
Yeah. I
Oh
mean,
my god.
you really like it doesn't really hit you, I don't think, about how brutal that scene is up until Ellie starts drowning Abby.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, yeah. And then
When
puts her knee on her chest.
yeah, like she is like full on just like brutally because I remember I think it was my brother was asking in the stream, but so like somebody asked, he's like, how deep is that water? I'm like, yo, it's like
Not very.
it's legitimately like ankle deep, and she's
Yeah.
holding her down underneath like ankle deep worth of water. Like, and
Yeah.
that's just a terrible. And as somebody who almost drowned to death, like that is not a good feeling. Like I have a very hard time watching people in like drowning scenarios, and it's just it is just like not.
Yeah.
That is probably one of the more brutal. And I've seen characters like be killed off through drowning in similar ways, but this one specifically just really, really hit you.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
as you said,
From
like,
that moment forward, I don't say a single word until the credits
Yeah.
roll in my stream, which is like what, 25 minutes? I didn't say a single word after
Yeah.
that. I couldn't speak. I knew if I started talking, I would break again. So I didn't say a single word after that. Which probably came off as a streamer. It's like, what's this guy doing? He's just like he's just sitting there playing this game. So I didn't say no word, but I couldn't speak. But I think what made that even more powerful, because you don't know why she sees Joel on the porch, but the reason she sees Joel on the porch, once we go back to the house and Dina's not there and she's lost everything and Dina left her room and she starts playing the guitar, but her finger's been bitten off. Symbolically, she can't do it anymore as well. It's like she can't even play the guitar that was Joel's, that was given to her by Joel. And the song that he played for her. But then when you get that flashback and you see that porch scene was her not forgiving Joel, but allowing herself the possibility to forgive Joel. That's what she saw when she was drowning Abby. And that's what it was to her. It was, I can't forgive you, but I need to have that in that openness. I can't go all the way or I'm lost. I'm not Ellie anymore. And that's why I don't understand people that say that she could have killed her. If she killed her, she is no longer Ellie. That is not Ellie anymore. You lost her.
no,
I don't know why anybody would be rooting for that.
You would have turned into Tommy, or you would have been Joel at his worst.
Yeah. She would have been a completely different character at that point.
Yeah.
Unfaithful to who she has been established as, and also just the most depressing ending possible. I don't know why anybody would look at that and say, yeah, this is a better ending than Ellie not killing her. It would have been a million times more depressing. Okay, Abby's dead. Great. Now what is Ellie as a result of that?
And by the way, what's happening with Lev?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, the original draft actually had her kill her.
I know, and they knew that wasn't the right
Way to go. Yeah.
It wasn't true to Ellie.
Nope.
It wouldn't
And
have been
Ellie
true
is
to
the
Ellie.
centerpiece of the story. I mean, Neil said it a lot of times that, like, Ellie is kind of the story of Last of Us. The Last of Us is her story. So it was just an incredibly powerful moment to see her last moments with Joel.
Yep.
After that scene in the bar, where she pretty much tells him off, and he lost her in that way, and like what you said, she goes back up to him and like, I can't forgive you, but we can at least try to move on. And it was just, and Troy Baker completely kills that part too, with that like almost like cry that he does with Joel. It's just like, oh God, I'm gonna die.
I mentioned it in my stream, dude. It's the lip quiver.
Yep, it kills
It's the
me.
lip quiver. Like
Seeing
when
any
he just-
grown man
I
cry
like
is
that.
just it
Yeah.
does something to me. I don't know about you guys, but especially a character like Joel, seeing like a strong, adult
Well,
like
and
that, grown man.
And then
break
like
down.
the voice breaking and the whole it was just like, oh my God.
Yeah, just kind of forcing that out, like, yep.
Yeah, it was just amazing.
Go away so I could cry. Yeah, it really was a powerful scene between the two of them. But it also puts into perspective so many hints at their relationship prior to that, because you knew there was tension. You heard about the bigots, and you heard about them wanting to watch a movie. So it's like there was like this divide. It's like, wait, like I'm confused. Like, weren't they completely destroyed? Because we actually didn't even talk about the scene where Ellie finds out that
Yeah.
Joel killed everybody. But she says to him, like, I'll go back to Jackson, but we're done.
We're done.
So it was weird because it was like we got the scene with the museum, which again we didn't talk about, like amazing flashback where it's like, oh my god, like Joel is the best father ever. Like, come on, this is great. And then we get the scene. It's like, let me go to that real quick. Let me just say real quick that we got more Joel in this game than I ever expected. There's a lot of Joel in this game.
Yeah.
He might not be alive throughout like this from the start of the story through, but through all the flashbacks and stuff, like we got a pretty damn good amount of Joel. We also got a whole entire like battle scene where we're fighting against a bloater. I think it might have been a shambler. That was another great sequence.
No, it was a bloater. Yeah.
Yeah, like we had so many great moments with Joel. So I
will
quite get
say that my
complaint.
favorite scene this generation is the museum.
Yeah, God, that's such a great scene.
The museum is my favorite scene this generation, hands down. Like, I don't think any scene has been handled nearly as well as like getting your emotions up that high.
Yep.
And then just like the gut wrench, like when you start seeing like, you know, like they just lived in a fantasy for like the past, for me and probably for you, the way that we played through it, it probably took like an hour and a half. Of like fantasy.
It did for me. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're brought right back into like how bleak everything still is.
Yeah. And that ending, that scene with them on the porch, suddenly like everything comes together and pieces together about how tragic it is actually. That they had this great relationship. It was destroyed, completely broken apart by her finding out about this and the survivor's guilt that she then felt afterwards. And then to finally get to that moment where she is willing to be open to forgiving him because she saw the pain in him when he tried to protect her from Seth and she completely pushed him away. I think her seeing that pain there was what pushed her to at least be open to the possibility. Finally, they're open to it. The next day, they're already ready to have their movie night. They're probably going to watch like that Fast and Furious ripoff that they talk about. You know, it very quickly. It wasn't like, you know, just words, right? Like she said, I'm open to this. And the very next day, they're going to have a movie night. And then he dies.
Yeah.
You know,
and by the way, too, I to bring it back to how they handle LGBTQ things, it does very much come off that conversation is the first time where Joel is like actually acknowledging that she is her sexuality.
Right.
Because of the very fact of like he mentions, he's like, Dina seems like she's a good girl, and you could see Ellie, she's like, I can't believe we're having this conversation right now.
Yeah.
She's like, I can't believe this. And
you're back
it was
to trying to be the father figure, yeah.
Yeah, you're back to being the father figure, but on top of that, you're also just like super okay with this.
Right.
Because she was actually kind of afraid of telling him. Remember,
Yeah.
Tommy kept trying to push her to tell him, and she won't do it.
Yeah,
You know?
that's the other big part of it is that she's afraid to like bring it up because she just constantly like just makes like the subtle offhand thing of just being like, because Joel throughout the other flashbacks is like, oh, Jesse seems like he's really interested in you. Seems like a good kid.
Yeah.
And
I remember that. I was like, Joel, you're so oblivious, man.
Yeah, and Ellie is even like, oh man, you are so off base. Like she kind of like says it jokingly, but like for as far as Joel's concerned, that could just mean, all right, well, he's just not her type, whatever. And it's just like, oh no, that's the reason why he's out of also off base.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then like it's one of those things where it's not like, well, what do you mean you're gay? And what do you mean that you like other girls?
Yep,
like
all organic.
No, it's just
all natural. Yeah. It was like the identity, gender identity and non-binary nature of Lev. I thought it was just handled really well. Just very natural.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
And it's tragic. I mean, the ending is very sad. She lost Dina. She really let go of Joel. Her putting the guitar down is her kind of putting the book closing the book on that whole thing. I don't think she's
Yeah.
going to go after Dina. She could. Dina's clearly back at Jackson. Where else would she go? She could go fight for Dina if she wanted to, but I don't think she's going to. I think she's moving on to whatever's next for her, and
She's
can't
a ghost.
Look back. She can't look back. Yeah, it's sad, but it's right. It felt right to me.
Yeah,
Like it was
I
the way it was
liked
supposed
it.
to end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's another one of those. Ended exactly kind of like the first one, where it leaves it ambiguous, where you don't know. Did she go back to Jackson to try and work things out with Dina? Did she leave? Did she? Because you would like to think that she grew enough as a person at that point to just be like, I need to go back and ask for forgiveness. Like I need
I don't
to.
think it's about that though. Honestly, I don't think it was about growing as a person. I think she could certainly go back and beg for
Right.
forgiveness and this and that. I just think that she was done. She was done with that chapter in her life. She needed to move on because going back to Jackson meant Tommy, meant Dina, meant remembering Joel. I think she just needed
Right.
to close that book and move on.
Right.
I think that's all there is to it. It's not about
Well-
not being able to ask for forgiveness or
No,
have that
what-
humility or anything like
Well,
that.
what I'm saying isn't necessarily that, like, I'm not saying like, oh well, that's what's absolutely happening. I'm saying that it's nice that they leave it ambiguous so that you can let your own headcanon
Yeah.
decide.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
in-
she certainly could go back to Jackson.
In
I
my
could be
in
wrong.
my
Yeah.
super happy own personal headcanon, where I like everything to always work out in the nicest way possible. I like to think that she managed to work things back out with Dina.
I don't think she deserved it, honestly.
It's
I-
funny.
I
She
love Ellie.
deserves
Don't
to
get me
be
wrong.
happy.
I love Ellie, and I want her to be happy, but I don't think she deserved to get Dina back.
Oh, she like the objective auteur in me definitely says like no, she doesn't deserve that easy
Right.
happiness.
Yeah.
Like she needs to go off and find some sort of new happiness for herself because what she had before is gone and dead and buried.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's where I definitely think if we do get a part 3, that's what that's actually going to cover. To be honest, because I think like it's funny for me, like I just think it's bleak. I think she's just a ghost. She's got nothing anymore left, and she's like instead of it being like to where like she's like constantly saying like my life needs to mean something. My life needs to mean something. It doesn't.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's even more depressing about that ending is she just accepts that, and she just goes.
Well, she
I-
needs to
that's-
accept that. Her
Right,
life doesn't
but-
need to have this grand purpose.
Right, but I mean that's like part of the whole trauma with her is the survivor's guilt and everything like that. She could have saved it. She could have ended the whole infection thing, or what they tell her that she could have done. I think that's why the whole with the end credits song, which I can't remember the title of, but like like hearing I'm just a ghost. It's just like she's just wandering anymore now. She just
Yeah,
doesn't
she's
get
got
to
to
really
find. She's got to find a new purpose.
Yeah.
Right now, she doesn't have one. Yeah. It's sad. It's sad, but at the same time, I sense like some hope in it because she does have like sort of a blank slate to start over and find a new purpose in life. And I hope that she does. That's kind of the way I left it. Personally, I do not want a part 3 at all. Even more so like than when part 1 ended, I was like, I don't need a part 2, but if they announce part 2, I'll be like all in. Whereas on this one, like I really don't want them to do a part 3.
Yeah, I super don't need a sequel to this now.
Yeah, not at all. And if the sequel is like her finding purpose because she once again like tries to sacrifice herself to like be the cure, like no, please God, no, not at all what I want from this.
Yeah.
Like I don't want her ever to be that. I don't want her to be able to become like the cure.
Turns out that there was another surgeon who was super into
Yeah,
vaccines
like,
who could
it's-
handle this.
No, that would be so contrived.
Yeah, and I don't think they're gonna do that. I think it'll definitely be much more. It's gonna be more. It would be more neutral, happy. I think, but it wouldn't be like fantasy Disney. Everyone gets
Yeah.
happy now. It would be more so on resolving her character, and that's where I'd still think we would still kind of balance in between Abby if Abby would still be like that. But like, I don't know, like the fact that Neil didn't shut it down immediately.
Yeah, he did.
Says to me that they actually have something thought out. Whereas remember, they kind of shut down a second one immediately, pretty quickly.
Yeah.
They were like, "We'll do it if we have a story." Whereas this one, he was like, "Yeah, I don't know if I want to do this or if I want to do part 3." Like,
I mean, I think he has to say that because there's possibility that he does come up with a really great idea. I will say, like, if they do another one, it's going to be like a closer to the PS5 generation. Like that's what
Yeah.
they're going to do once again. They're going to do some other things. They'll probably start a new IP, and they might wait. And if they come up with a great idea, it's like, all right, here we go. Let's do our final game of the generation as the Last of Us
Savage
Part 3.
Starlight, baby. Give
I
it
hope
to
so.
me.
I hope it's
Bring
Savage
it.
Starlight. Yep.
Yeah,
I'm
Savage
totally in on
Starlight
that.
or whatever Superman. Like they gotta do something with sci-fi. They've been hinting that for too long now. I think.
All right, so I don't know if Italian Mob is still here, but he's been dying for me to say if I like this game more than the first one. I've been holding off. I'm sorry, Italian Mob. I made you wait so long, and you might be gone now. I'm going to let you guys answer first. Like, where does this game fall for you? How much did you like it? If you want to give it a rating, you can. If you want to just say you like it more or less than the first game, whatever you want to do. Go ahead. Vince, you first.
It's better than the first game for me. It's a 10 out of 10 experience. If we're gonna give it a rating, I would give it a diamond status on my rating system. I think it's an essential game that needs to be played all the way through, and will be talked about for years and years to come about a milestone in gaming.
Okay. What about you, Tom?
I will say it is a better game because of the fact that it is a more centralized story. That to me, I appreciate that it is and this is weird to say that it's a continuous narrative, but it is much more of a clear-cut staying with one story as opposed to the first game, which seemed like it was more vignettes.
Yeah.
In that way, which again was fine, but I think because of the fact that you are solely on one mission objective and one thing, I think that enables this game to be much more tighter, as well as the gameplay improvements and everything else that came with it.
Yeah. I think
The only thing I miss is the multiplayer.
we'll get it
coming.
though. It's gonna come. It's gonna
actually
be awesome.
enjoyed the multiplayer.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I did like the Last of Us multiplayer, and I'm not a multiplayer guy. I've had to sit on it. I definitely didn't want to say I liked it more than the first game after the stream ended, even though I did feel that way. But now that I've sit on it a month, I think without a doubt it's better than the first game. I think it's better from a combat perspective. I think it's better from level design. I think it's better narratively. I think it's more ambitious from a narrative perspective. I think it's actually the most ambitious narrative game I've ever played. I think it's more ambitious thematically. I think that the guts they had with the dual perspective and having us play as the character that kills Joel is just genius. And it's I think it's my game of the generation. It is my game of the generation. Now, did I enjoy playing 7 Remake more? Yes, sure. But there's a lot of reasons for that. This game is tragic. This game is dark and heavy, and yeah, it's not necessarily an enjoyable experience, but it is an experience that has left a mark on me unlike few games have. I'm still thinking about it almost every day since I finished it. It's something that maybe someday I would like to replay again, but I don't know that I can bring myself to do it. And I think that's a good thing. But I can't. It's a masterpiece. 10 out of 10 masterpiece for me.
Yeah.
One of the best games ever made.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There you go.
Yeah, I felt the same way about the first one. I mean, it took me several years before I touched it again because I didn't know if I wanted to put myself through that again.
Yeah. All right. I think that about wraps it up, unless you guys have something you want to say about The Last of Us Part 2.
Only thing we didn't touch on is the boss battle in the bottom of the hospital.
Rat King, I know. I really wanted to, but we didn't.
I'm just going to say I like that boss fight better than the Ellie boss fight.
I get it. It's more exciting.
And me being the horror fan that I am, that legitimately felt like a horror boss fight. Yeah. That felt very Dead Space.
I think it's so cool that everybody that plays that scene is like, the Rat King! And then it actually turns out that that's what they call it. It's actually called the Rat King, Naughty Dog. Yeah.
And I remember just even screaming it, and it was on my stream. I was just screaming, it was like, no, this is way too much Dead Space. This is too Dead Space.
I was screaming like a little girl, not to be offensive, but I really was. I was like, ah! I was like, oh my god, get me out of here! I was screaming. That was
when the one dude pulls himself off of it, and then you go fight to it. I was like, no, that is.
I think I died twice during that battle, but I was happy to. I was like, I'm totally okay with this. I want to do that again. That was so good. Did you guys die during that battle?
Oh, I died. Yeah, I died a couple of times.
I think I died twice.
Yeah, I want to say I died twice. I died 68 times total through my playthrough.
I probably
One
died a
away
fair
from
amount
nice.
Huh?
I said one away from nice.
Yeah.
I didn't die that
Yeah.
many times because I probably restarted the encounter before I had a chance to
Yeah.
die. That was usually my situation.
Hillcrest killed me so many times. I went from like having only 2 deaths to having 24 in the span of a half hour. The Hillcrest section messed with me badly. The dogs screwed me over so hard.
Pro tip
I don't
with
wanna
that:
kill-
you take out the dog keeper first, and the dog like pauses in place like immediately because he's like, "Oh, what just happened?"
It's
I
funny.
just want to say real quick, I love what they did with the dogs. I love that they mourn their masters when they die. I love their
Yeah.
yelps when you kill them. I think it was all very powerful. Alice especially, killing Alice as being the only dog you were actually forced to kill. I should have known because I remember in that scene when I killed Alice, I was like, they lied. They said we wouldn't have to kill any dogs. What the hell is this all about? I should have known that it would have this like narrative purpose to it. So when I did finally click in my brain, like, oh shit, like that was Alice. It was just so great. That moment for me,
Yeah.
in a tragic way, obviously, but that was so effective.
It's just funny to me because I was like, I don't want to kill the dogs at all. Like I had a very hard time with it.
I tried
but
my
it was
best,
like,
but
it was like, man, like
It's tough.
I think you guys made fun of me too. I was like, yeah, I don't want to kill the dogs, but I'll slit throats and set people on fire and shoot their legs out. I have no problem. I actually think the game was actually a little bit too not violent enough for me at some points. It was kind of funny.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the game could have actually been a lot more violent, to be honest.
I will say it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like I think they kind of hyped. It was a little bit hyped up that way to where I was like, oh,
Not from
that's
them,
it.
but from
Well,
other people.
Here's
I-
the thing: I remember going through the burning island, like at certain points, and like at that point, I was like, all right, well, I have my full arsenal. I'm going to start using it, and I remember throwing a pipe bomb at
The pipe bombs are
two
brutal.
WLF soldiers
Yep.
who were like just standing behind cover, but their backs were to me, so like I could see them fully. And I just threw the pipe bomb in between them, and then I just saw like one dude's torso go flying in one direction. Like I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like,
It
"This
happened
is
for me at the
so-"
gas station with Abby at the very beginning, and
Yeah.
I blew up 2 guys, and the blood actually went all over Alice.
Yeah,
It actually covered her.
dude. I mean,
I was like, wow, Jesus Christ.
you go through that game being stealthy, and it's not nearly as gory as if you start going balls to the wall action. Like
Yeah.
that game gets gory real quick. Like
Yeah.
people's heads just disappear.
Yeah. Yep. I love when you shoot them with a rifle and they don't die and they scream. In
Oh
agony.
yeah, you
They
just hear
really
people in
scream.
agony.
It's brutal. I was like, wow, damn.
Yeah, it's actually kind of sad because I actually kind of use that to my advantage. That
Oh
sounds so
my-
terrible
you
saying
sick
that.
bastard.
Like I'll sit there and do that and like shoot someone's like knee out and have them like scream so like their companions come check on them. It's like, oh look, there's a pipe bomb or there's a Molotov or something. So
You're a
terrible.
dark son of a bitch.
Oh,
That's-
dude, and trust me, if they gave me even more options, I'd even use it even more. It's crazy on how vicious I would be to some of those people in that game. It's just funny how like it's a game about violence. You're supposed to not be, you're supposed to take away that violence is kind of bad in a way, but yeah, it's like I want more options to kill people. That's why I cannot wait for factions. Factions is going to be intense as shit.
Yeah, that's gonna be a great
Oh, yeah.
PS5 multiplayer game. Looking forward to that a lot.
Can-
That is
yeah.
it, guys. That is The Last of Us Part 2 Spoilercast. It is 1:04 a.m., so we might as well have had maximum extension. We went full chub tonight. We did a full
Right.
5-hour stream. A big thank you to Agent Vincent 4756 and Jersey _Tom for sticking it out with me for this extra
Yeah.
long stream to talk about The Last of Us Part 2. I thought we might be able to do it in shorter time than we did with 7 Remake. Turns out that was not the case. We like to really prolong our
Yes.
discussions on video games, don't we?
We do.
But-
That's good, I think.
Yeah, we got a lot of good discussion in here, and we still, like Tom said, we really didn't talk about everything. We didn't talk about the Rat King
Yeah.
that much. There was we skipped over the museum for the most part. We skipped over all of the Joel and Ellie flashbacks, really, for the most part.
Yeah.
So there was a lot we had to sort of gloss over.
Maybe we should have a spoiler cast part 2.
Part 2, spoiler cast.
Oh.
Turtle Power coming in with the final sub of the night. I will do a couple wheel spins here. First off, let's do the high points wheel spin because we did hit our daily tip goal and our daily follow goal, courtesy of a couple follows that came in at the end there and some tips from King Kurtz and a scare tip from Duroc. So we'll do 2 high points wheel spins. We've got 750 plus plus 600, so that is 1350 to the entire room. Way to go, room.
Way to go,
XP,
room.
Add plus viewers 1350, and let's go to the $5 wheel, and let's spin for Turtle Power coming in with the resub to close off the stream. Did Streamlabs chatbot crash again?
I think it did. I think it crashed again.
It's still open. Oh, nope, it crashed. What the hell is going on with Streamlabs chatbot? Hope it's not this new script that I have.
I'm not either.
Let me start it back up in the background here. And give it a moment because we got to spin for Turtle Power. Actually, I can spin right now. This one's for Turtle Power, and we've got 65. So we're going to do 1350 and 65. That would be 1415.
Excuse me.
To the entire room. Guys, that is it. So now is your last chance. If you enjoyed the stream tonight, hit that heart button here at twitch.tv/levelupshow. Turn on notifications. Make sure you get those alerts whenever I go live Wednesdays and Sundays. Wednesdays are always variety gaming. Sundays are typically variety gaming, but sometimes talk shows like this one. Get on our Discord to keep in the know on everything that's happening. Discord.gg/levelupnetwork. Become a part of that community even when I'm not live and help us retain partnership since we are in danger of losing it over there on Discord. And lastly, of course, give the level up love to Agent Vincent 4756 and Jersey_Tom. They are streamers. They are affiliates working towards partnership. Give them that follow on their channels. They will comment in the chat so that you can do so. And let's do that XP to the chats.
Oh, thank you.
1415 to the entire
Thank you,
room.
Farce.
Way to go, room.
And Tom, it was great having you on here, man.
Oh, it was great chatting with you guys. Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
All right, guys, that is it for us. I'm not doing any raid. I don't have the time to start searching for that, so we're just going to wrap it up right here, and I will see you guys on Wednesday, probably with more Ghost, maybe with some Fall Guys. We'll have to wait and see. And you guys can check out Agent Vincent and Jersey Tom on their channels, of course, throughout the week. We will see you next time. Until then, take care, and as always, don't forget to level up.
Level up.